Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
1990, London, Trafalgar Square. A lively crowd had gathered in the middle of Trafalgar Square. Most of them were young people out enjoying the day, but the cheers and laughter quickly attracted more passers-by. Before long, the crowd had formed a large circle, all eyes fixed on the small figure standing at the center. It was a boy of about 10 years old. He had black hair, black eyes, and a handsome oriental face that made him stand out instantly. Yet what drew even more attention was his outfit. He wore a white pleated shirt beneath a black vest, a black cloak with a crimson lining, a black top hat, and a ring set with a red gemstone on his right hand. Dressed like a young jazz magician, he carried himself with effortless charm. At that moment, a deck of playing cards danced between his fingers as if it had come alive. Shuffle, cut, pull, flip. Every movement was smooth and precise. The cards fluttered like butterflies, sliding across his palms and leaping between his fingers. Each trick earned another wave of applause from the surrounding audience. Finally, the boy slapped the entire deck onto the table. Pop! The sharp sound made the crowd fall silent. "Beautiful lady," the boy said with a graceful smile, spreading both hands to show that he had hidden nothing, "please turn over the top card." Standing before him was a brown-haired girl about his age. She had been chosen from the audience to assist with the trick. Nervously, she reached out and picked up the card from the top of the deck. The moment she saw it, her eyes widened. Her face filled with disbelief. "Now, please show everyone the card in your hand, along with the note you wrote earlier," the boy said calmly. "Let them see whether the picture on the card matches the animal you wrote down." "Why, yes." The girl's voice trembled. Almost mechanically, she raised the card for the crowd to see. There was no number or suit on the card. Instead, it showed a cute white cartoon cat head. Then she took out the small note she had written 3 minutes earlier. In neat handwriting, the word "cat" was written on it. The crowd exploded with surprise. "Wow, that's incredible. How did the card turn into a cat picture? Is someone in the crowd helping him?" "No way. That was clearly an ordinary deck. I told you, Magician Linny is the best." "Great job, Linny." The atmosphere instantly became even more heated. Everyone clapped and cheered for the boy named Linny. "Thank you. Thank you all for your love." Linny held the brim of his hat and gave a graceful bow. "According to my original plan, today's performance should have ended here." He looked around at the excited crowd, then smiled. "But this young lady, just like me, seems to have a special fondness for cats. Since this is such a rare fate, I have decided to perform one final trick for everyone." He removed his hat, showed the inside to the audience, then placed it on the ground. Turning back to the girl, he smiled charmingly. "So, lovely lady, could you place the card into the hat?" The girl froze for a moment. Seeing a handsome boy her own age smile at her like that made her cheeks turn slightly red. It was only after her father gently patted her on the back that she snapped out of her daze. "Oh, okay." She shyly placed the card into the hat. "Thank you for your cooperation, lovely lady." Linny's voice was soft and magnetic. With an exaggerated gentlemanly gesture, he took her hand and lightly kissed the back of it. The girl's face turned even redder. Her heartbeat quickened. Then Linny took off his cloak and covered the hat with it. The entire square seemed to quiet down. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. 4 seconds. 5 seconds. Linny slowly raised his hand. "And now," he said, his smile widening, "it is time to witness a miracle." He pulled away the cloak in one swift motion. From inside the hat, a small white and golden kitten gracefully stepped out. The kitten had bright purple eyes and a star-shaped mark on its face. Around its neck was a large cyan checkered bow, and at the center of the bow was a crystal-like cyan glass bead that sparkled beautifully in the light. Every detail of the kitten was exactly the same as the cat drawn on the card. It was as if the cat had truly come out of the card. For a brief moment, the audience was silent. Then the entire crowd erupted. The cheers were 10 times louder than before. Amazing! That's unbelievable! This boy is a genius. I love your performance. Linny bowed once more. Thank you, everyone. That is truly the end of today's performance. As the show ended, the crowd slowly began to disperse. Many people tossed coins into the hat on the ground. Most were 10, 20, or 50 pence coins, though occasionally someone dropped in a £1 coin, a £2 coin, or even a £5 note. Whenever someone gave a tip, Linny thanked them politely. The little white cat also nodded at each person and sometimes raised its tiny paw to wave. Its cute, almost human-like behavior instantly melted the audience's hearts. Some people who had already turned to leave stopped in their tracks. After seeing the kitten's adorable thanks, they came back just to leave a tip and receive a little nod or paw wave in return. The kitten did not disappoint them. It acted cute whenever someone tipped. But whenever anyone tried to touch it, the clever little cat would always dodge away with perfect timing. This was the first time that the system gave him a reward containing extraordinary power, and it was also the first time that the collection was not swallowed by the system. It was not until then that Ye Ting realized that this was the true ability of the Great Collector system. In the past, the things he collected were actually garbage that was not worth collecting in the eyes of the system, so they were swallowed. Only truly valuable collections can be exchanged for extraordinary rewards, and only such collections can be preserved. That's right, collections are collected to be preserved, not to be destroyed. And it was these two gods' eyes that made Ye Ting embark on the extraordinary path. In the continent of Teyvat, it is said that when people's wishes are too strong, they may attract the attention of the gods, and then the god's eye will be descended. God's eye is a specialty from the continent of Teyvat, an external magic organ that can guide and control the power of elements. And what Ye Ting obtained was not a blank god's eye, but a god's eye with a seed of fate. This means that Ye Ting can not only obtain the power of the eye of God, but also obtain the character talents and extraordinary abilities corresponding to the constellation. For example, now that Ye Ting has bound, Eye of God, black-spotted cat, he automatically possesses Linny's Eye of God ability, his agility, and various magic skills. As the great contributor who helped Ye Ting obtain the Eye of God, Ye Ting only bound, Eye of God, black-spotted cat, and rewarded, Eye of God, white-tailed cat, to her. At the same time, the name of Lynette, the original owner of the white-tailed cat, was also given to her. After integrating the Eye of God, the little kitten was reborn. Not only did it inherit Lynette's talents and abilities, but it also became full of spirituality and its intelligence reached the level of a human. Of course, Ye Ting can feel that as the true owner of the Eye of God, Ye Ting and Lynette have an inexplicable connection. Ye Ting can take back the Eye of God at any time, and as long as Lynette has the Eye of God for one day, she will naturally feel close to Ye Ting. In order to avoid being discovered, Ye Ting quickly left the orphanage and wandered the streets of London with Lynette. Not wanting to continue picking up trash, he made full use of Linny's expertise and made a living by performing street magic. It has been 2 or 3 years now. Hey, Linny. Your name is Linny. How did you guess that I wrote cat? And how did you make a cat card out of an ordinary deck of playing cards? Just as Ye Ting was lost in his memories, a crisp voice came from behind him, making him stop. Ye Ting turned around and saw the brown-haired girl standing behind him. It was the girl who cooperated with him in the performance before. This is indeed a cute girl. Her fluffy curly hair makes her face look small, her pair of green eyes are big and bright, and her facial features are delicate, giving people a sweet, cute and spiritual impression. And, how did you suddenly appear in that top hat? The top hat has been on the ground. You can't hide any mechanism under the roadside tiles, right? The girl's curiosity is like a burning flame, which is difficult to extinguish. It's you. Ye Ting said with a smile, these are all my business secrets, I can't tell you. But you've finished your performance, just tell me a little bit. The girl puffed up her cheeks, if you don't tell me, I won't be able to sleep at night. Ye Ting could see that the girl in front of him must be a stubborn person, so he didn't refuse, but said, the essence of magic lies in its mystery. If I tell you the answer directly, wouldn't it lose its original charm? Moreover, if you can solve the mystery yourself, wouldn't it make you look smarter? What you said seems to make sense. The girl changed her mind immediately after hearing the word smart. That's right, I thought you were a smart girl when I saw you for the first time. Ye Ting took the opportunity to promote his performance. It doesn't matter if you don't understand it once, I will perform near here recently. You can come and support me more often, maybe one day you will have a flash of inspiration and see something. Then, what if I still don't understand it after watching it several times? Thinking back to Ye Ting's previous amazing performance, the girl was a little unconfident again. Maybe I really know magic. The boy winked mischievously, and his handsome appearance made the girl lose her mind again. Oh, by the way, I see you like cats very much. Before you leave, do you want to touch Lynette? For some reason, Ye Ting always felt that the girl in front of him was inexplicably kind, so he suggested. Really, can I? The girl was surprised. After getting Ye Ting's affirmation, she carefully reached out her hand and gently touched the white cat in Ye Ting's arms. Meow. Lynette turned over and made a lazy cry. Lynette never let anyone touch her except Ye Ting. Even if she was cute and cooperated with Ye Ting's performance, she only made a few gestures of gratitude and never got close to outsiders. Therefore, the girl was very excited to touch Lynette. Your name is Linny, and its name is Lynette. The girl suddenly found something interesting, these two names are similar. You must have considered it a family member to give it such a name. You are right, Lynette is my only family. Ye Ting looked at the cat in his arms tenderly. Ah, sorry. The girl looked at Ye Ting with a look of heartache. It's okay, Ye Ting smiled with relief, let me tell you a little secret, Linny is just my stage name, my real name is Ye Ting. Just then, a call came from not far away, it was the little girl's parents calling her. Go back quickly, miss, Ye Ting waved to the girl, I'm going to eat too, let's see you next time. Okay, goodbye, Ye Ting. Ye Ting had just taken a few steps when he suddenly heard the girl behind him shouting. By the way, my name is Hermione, Hermione Jane Granger, you must remember my name. Okay, goodbye Hermione. Ye Ting waved without looking back and walked forward with big strides. When he reached the intersection, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Wait, Hermione. Hermione Jane Granger. Ye Ting suddenly felt that a memory deep in his mind was attacking him. Is this the world of Harry Potter? Thinking of this, he almost understood everything. Why did he travel to 1989, why did he not touch any real collection except Lynette for so many years, why did he feel that his god's eye used not elemental power, but another more universal energy, why did he feel more intimate with that girl the more he looked at her? All the questions were answered at this moment. Emotions are waiting here. I am in the world of Harry Potter, so the god's eye also follows the local customs and uses magic instead of elemental power. Perhaps in this world, only things related to magic can become collections of the system. Perhaps only when he comes into contact with the world of magic can he truly exert the power of the system. Ye Ting, who was in a state of confusion, found a restaurant at random, had a seafood dinner with Lynette, and then returned to the small apartment they rented temporarily. As soon as he entered the apartment, Lynette seemed to notice something, jumped off Ye Ting lightly, and quickly jumped to the balcony. Then, Ye Ting heard a puff sound and a shrill scream. Lynette, what are you doing again? Hearing this, Ye Ting hurried over and found that Lynette had pressed an owl under her claws. The scream just now came from this owl. This owl was twice as big as Linnet, but facing Linnet with the eye of God, its struggle was useless. Ye Ting hurriedly dissuaded, Linnet, don't eat strange things randomly, you will get sick. After thinking about it, he added, if you want to eat, you have to cook it before eating. Goo! The owl seemed to understand what Ye Ting said and struggled more violently. At this time, Ye Ting noticed that the owl's claws were tightly holding a brown envelope made of thick parchment. It turned out that this was not an ordinary owl, but a messenger from the magic world. With Ye Ting's patient persuasion, Linnet finally let go of the owl. He picked up the envelope and saw a wax seal on the back of the envelope with a shield emblem engraved on it. The capital H in the center of the emblem was surrounded by a lion, an eagle, a badger and a snake. After opening it, the letter read. Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Federation of Magic, President of the Wizarding Association, First-Class Magician of the Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. Yi, we are pleased to inform you that you have been admitted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The semester is scheduled to start on September 1st. We will wait for your owl to bring your reply before July 31st. In view of your background, we will send a professor to visit you the next day to explain the situation. Sincerely, Vice Principal, Female, Minerva McGonagall. The next morning, sunlight shone through the gaps in the curtains and sprinkled into the house. After enjoying breakfast, Ye Ting picked up a newspaper and sat on the soft sofa to read it leisurely. He didn't plan to go out to perform magic today. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the doorbell of the apartment rang hurriedly. Ye Ting opened the door, but saw that there was no one outside the door, only an empty corridor. Just as he was puzzled, a tabby cat appeared in his sight. In a blink of an eye, the cat turned into a lady in her 50s or 60s. She had a serious face, and her eyes behind the square glasses revealed majesty. She wore a green cloak and a tall wizard hat on her head, a standard image of a witch. Although she had already recognized the uninvited guest, Ye Ting still showed just the right amount of surprise on her face. Good morning, ma'am, how can I help you? Hello, Ye Ting. I'm Minerva McGonagall, you can call me Professor McGonagall. I sent a letter yesterday to inform the purpose of my visit today. Professor McGonagall introduced herself and looked at the well-dressed and handsome young man in front of her. The image of this child seemed a little different from the orphan in her mind. Ah, it turns out to be Professor McGonagall. I'm sorry. Please come in. Ye Ting warmly invited her into the apartment. Linnet heard the noise and came over curiously, sniffing gently at Professor McGonagall's feet. Meow. This biped smelled like a cat. Be polite, Linnet, Ye Ting reminded her, this is our guest today, and perhaps also my future professor. After entering the house, Professor McGonagall looked around. The decoration in the house is very lifelike. There are not many things, but most of them have traces of use. She nodded secretly. It seems that this young man has a decent life. Professor McGonagall, what would you like to drink? Tea or coffee? A cup of tea, thank you. Ye Ting snapped his fingers, and a flame instantly ignited under the kettle on the stove. The gas on this stove was not turned on at all. Soon, the water in the kettle boiled. Ye Ting poured the water into the teapot, and wiped it casually. A bag of tea appeared in his hand, which he also put into the teapot. Professor McGonagall was dazzled by this series of operations. She asked tentatively, it seems that you have deeply experienced the charm of magic. So you call this magic? I always thought it was my superpower. Ye Ting brought the brewed tea to Professor McGonagall and said with a smile. Your talent is amazing, child. Ye Ting's performance made Professor McGonagall like him more and more, and his attitude became more amiable. So, have you always lived here alone? Yes, ever since I discovered my magical ability. I was afraid of being discovered and treated as a monster, so I left the orphanage and rented this house by myself." Ye Ting said the lie he had prepared long ago. Professor McGonagall nodded, blew the hot steam on the tea gently, took a sip and said, "Then, Mr. Yi, I will take you to Diagon Alley to buy school supplies now. I have to hurry up. In addition to you, I have to take another little wizard who is about to enter the school into the magic world today." "Okay, Professor McGonagall, please wait, I will go and prepare." In fact, he didn't have much to prepare. After all his belongings were placed in the magic bag. The effect of making a magic bag is similar to the space extension spell, which is the ability of the Eye of Linny God. Therefore, he simply put on a cloak and a hat. Of course, it was not the gorgeous hat he wore during performances, but an ordinary beret. Since he obtained Eye of God Black-Spotted Cat, he has developed the habit of wearing a hat. "Then, let's go now." Professor McGonagall stretched out a thin hand. "Come, hold my hand tightly." Ye Ting did as he was told, holding Professor McGonagall's forearm tightly, and Lynette lightly got into his cloak. Then there was a bang, and Professor McGonagall activated Apparition. Ye Ting felt the world around him suddenly fall into darkness, and the pressure from all directions made it almost impossible for him to breathe, as if he was stuffed into a narrow rubber tube. Finally, he broke free from the suffocating bondage, and the dirty air rushed into his lungs, bringing a long-lost coolness. Lynette also seemed a little listless, lying softly on Ye Ting's shoulder. After coming to his senses, Ye Ting found himself standing at the door of a bar. This bar was sandwiched between a bookstore and a record store. It was small and slightly shabby, and looked like an inconspicuous side door of a bookstore. The only thing that caught his attention was the unique door plaque. An iron rod protruded from the door plaque, and a wooden sign was hung on it. There was no text engraved on the sign, but a huge pot with a leaky bottom was drawn. With a crisp bell ringing, Professor McGonagall pushed open the dirty door. The world behind the door made him brighten up. The space inside the bar was much more spacious than it looked from the outside, at least 10 times larger. There were a few wooden tables sparsely placed in the bar, and the guests were dressed in a unique style, wearing long robes and top hats tilted, just like Professor McGonagall's style. Several old ladies sat in the corner, leisurely tasting sherry, and one of them was smoking a long pipe, puffing out smoke. A short man with a big hat on his head was talking eagerly with the bar owner. The owner looked quite funny, with sparse hair sticking to his thin scalp, like a dried walnut. When the two stepped into the bar, the noisy discussion stopped abruptly, but soon resumed. However, when Professor McGonagall passed by, the surrounding noise would unconsciously decrease, as if her aura had a mute effect. The bar owner carefully poked his head out from behind the bar, and when he saw Professor McGonagall, he immediately shrank his neck and put on a flattering smile on his face. "Good morning, Professor McGonagall. Come to pick up the new students again. Tom, you should clean up this place." Professor McGonagall nodded slightly, then led Ye Ting through the bar and came to a small patio surrounded by walls. It seemed a bit desolate here, with nothing else except a lonely trash can and a few clumps of withered weeds. "This is the entrance to Diagon Alley," she pointed to the trash can. "Remember this location. Count 3 bricks up and 2 bricks horizontally. Tap 3 times with your wand. You will have to find the way yourself in the future." As she spoke, she raised her wand and tapped the corresponding brick 3 times. Next, a magical scene happened. The enchanted brick began to vibrate violently, then slowly moved away, a crack appeared in the middle, and a small hole gradually expanded. In a blink of an eye, a wide archway appeared in front of Ye Ting. The archway extended inward to a cobblestone street. "This is really so cool." Even though Ye Ting had read about Diagon Alley in books and experienced it in Universal Studios, he was still shocked to see this scene with his own eyes. Ye Ting followed Professor McGonagall forward. On the way, he looked around curiously, and Lynette also poked her head out of her cloak and meowed excitedly. The shops on both sides of the street were full of dazzling goods, most of which were a bit too eye-catching in the eyes of these muggles. The nearest place to them, a shop specializing in selling cauldrons, attracted everyone's attention. The stacked pots in the store were stacked up, 3 or 4 meters high, like acrobatics. Although they were swaying, they never fell down. A low humming sound came from a dim shop, and the sign read, "E or Owl Shop." Hearing this sound, Lynette kept looking into the store, obviously very interested. A plump woman walked out of the pharmacy carefully carrying a basket with a piece of offal in it. She muttered as she walked, "The price of dragon liver has increased again. It seems that my magic potion will have to increase its price as well." In front of the flying broom shop, the children's exclamations came one after another. They lay in front of the window, staring at the polished Nimbus 2000 inside, discussing something enthusiastically. Not far away, on the sign of the ready-made clothing store, a huge pair of scissors clicked in the air boredly. The window of the grocery store was filled with all kinds of strange goods, baskets of bat spleens, eel eyes, spell books, quills, rolls of parchment, crystal medicine bottles and exquisite lunar globes. The two walked all the way, and after about 5 or 6 minutes, they finally arrived at a fork in the road. Across the fork in the road, a towering 3-story white building came into view. Among the many wooden shops with 2 floors at most, it stands out like a crane among chickens. The white stone shines in the sun, and it looks particularly magnificent from a distance. Of course, it is only limited to looking from a distance. When you get closer and take a closer look, you will find that the white marble columns here are all crooked. These stone columns seem to have their own ideas. The columns on the first, second, and third floors are independent of each other and there is no regularity at all. Seeing this awkward style, Ye Ting felt an inexplicable impulse in his heart, and he wanted to rush forward and straighten them one by one. The bronze door of Gringotts is solemn and majestic, with goblin guards wearing scarlet uniforms with gold edges standing on both sides. It was the first time Ye Ting saw a goblin. It was short, dark-skinned, with long fingers and feet. The hemispherical head had a smart dark face, a long nose and a pair of long ears. The goblin bowed to him, but without any respect. Passing through the silver door, they stepped into a very spacious marble hall. The space here is much wider than it looks from the outside, and it is obvious that the traceless extension spell is working. In the hall, the densely packed doors are as complicated as a maze, and each door leads to a different place. The ugly goblins are busy at the counter in the hall, carefully identifying the gems, gold coins and various strange things in front of them with tools such as scales and magnifying glasses. That kind of appearance, coupled with their greedy nature, say that they are goblins. In fact, they are the goblins in D&D and World of Warcraft. It's a pity that Ye Ting didn't hear the familiar lines here. Professor McGonagall walked to the counter with ease to collect the student loan for Ye Ting. In order to show their superiority, the goblins deliberately set the chairs high, and they probably had to step on a small ladder to go up and down. This child needs to go through the procedures for a student loan. Professor McGonagall said, and handed over a piece of parchment. This is the instructions from Hogwarts. However, Ye Ting stopped her action. Student Yi, now is not the time for you to show off. Professor McGonagall mistakenly thought that Ye Ting was unwilling to accept help because of his pride, so he advised, this money is not given to you for free. You still need to pay it back after you graduate. Professor McGonagall, you misunderstood. I have my own money. Ye Ting smiled slightly, took off his beret and put it on the counter. The goblin raised his wrinkled face and looked at Ye Ting slowly, muttering, "Oh, well, it seems that it's time for the little wizard to enter school again." As he said that, he took out a book from the pile of account books next to him, and explained while flipping through it, the current exchange rate is 5 pounds for 1 galleon, and the little wizard can only exchange a maximum of 100 galleons a year. Turning to the record position, the goblin picked up the feather pen, dipped it lightly in the ink bottle, then looked up at Ye Ting and added, "By the way, you have to show me your admission letter." "Mr. Goblin, is there a limit on the gold exchange here?" Ye Ting ignored his arrogant attitude and said directly. Of course not. When the goblin heard the word gold, a trace of greed flashed in his eyes, and his attitude became obviously enthusiastic. We are very happy to accept gold and silver exchanges, and there is no limit on the quantity. But. He paused, and made an insulting gesture with his long fingers. We need to charge a little handling fee. Ye Ting nodded slightly, reached out and picked up the beret on the counter, turned it over, and seemed to want to pour out the contents. The hat was not big, and Sherlock the Goblin did not expect that there was a factor of traceless extension spell in it. After all, Professor McGonagall had wanted to apply for a student loan for the little wizard. However, the next scene surprised everyone. A pile of gold bars fell out of Ye Ting's hat, instantly covering the entire counter, shining with golden light, dazzling people. The goblin was quick-witted and quickly caught a few gold bars that were about to roll down. Oh, look at these little cuties. He carefully put the gold bars on the counter, and the wrinkles on his face were stretched out. By the way, my name is Sherlock, nice to meet you, I don't know what to call you. As soon as he saw the pile of gold, Sherlock's attitude immediately made a 180-degree turn and became extremely enthusiastic. Ye Ting. Ye Ting said lightly. Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll handle the exchange for you right away. Sherlock turned around and shouted, Zangi, come over here quickly and measure the purity of this gold. Sherlock weighed the gold neatly and recorded it quickly in the account book. Zangi was still there slowly measuring the purity, and Sherlock couldn't wait and began to vigorously promote Gringotts' vault service. Dear Mr. Yi, do you want to open a vault in our Gringotts? This is the safest place, and we guarantee that your wealth will increase steadily. However, Ye Ting was not interested at all and rejected it directly. But Sherlock's mouth was not idle, and he continued to talk non-stop there. Time is money, my friend. Ye Ting could only say this in the end, I don't want to handle any vaults, just finish the transaction quickly, I'm in a hurry. Ah! What a wise saying, your words can be the motto of Gringotts. Sherlock looked at Ye Ting with a pleasing look, as if he saw a confidant, and he stopped promoting Gringotts' services in vain. Finally, Ye Ting left Gringotts with more than 2,000 galleons in his pocket, contented. When he walked to the gate, he vaguely heard a familiar shout from behind, time is money, my friend. Ye Ting smiled slightly, and then he felt that this trip was complete. Mr. Yi, aren't you an orphan? After leaving Gringotts, Professor McGonagall finally couldn't help asking curiously, where did all this money come from? This is what I earned as a magician. Ye Ting replied, after making money, I always exchange them for gold as soon as possible. Of course, this is a lie. These golds were obtained by Ye Ting after he knew that he would go shopping in Diagon Alley the next day, and he collected most of the pounds in his hand. Ye Ting had tried to collect cash a long time ago. Generally speaking, the system will reward other currencies after swallowing the cash, and gold is one of the rewards. As long as he repeatedly sacrifices the cash he has obtained, he can turn all the money into gold. Magician? What is that? Professor McGonagall frowned and thought, is it another name for wizards by muggles? No, a magician is someone who performs magic tricks for ordinary people, that is, muggles. Ye Ting explained, you know, muggles don't believe in magic, so some muggles will use skills and sleight of hand to let other muggles feel the charm of magic. Muggles like to watch this, but everyone knows that magicians don't actually know magic. In fact, even if he doesn't rely on magic, with Linny's skills, Ye Ting is equivalent to the world's top magician. But performing magic in that way is both troublesome and not shocking enough, so he rarely does it. So, you make money by pretending to be a magician? Professor McGonagall looked at Ye Ting in surprise, it's a very clever idea. She changed the subject and reminded him, however, you can't do this after you become a wizard. Why? Because the Ministry of Magic, which is our wizard government, prohibits young wizards from using magic outside of school, Professor McGonagall explained, they will monitor you through the traces on the wand. At this point, Professor McGonagall smiled self-deprecatingly. Forget it, just pretend I didn't say anything. With this ability to cast spells without a wand, this rule is just a decoration for you. As a professor for so many years, she has seen many young wizards, many of whom showed strong magical talents before entering school. But no one has ever been like Ye Ting, who has mastered superb wandless spellcasting skills without even a wand. This is the first time she has seen such a person. What shocked her even more was that Ye Ting was an orphan and had never been exposed to anything related to magic before. In other words, he taught himself all this. Even Dumbledore and Voldemort couldn't achieve such a talent. I don't know how much trouble he will cause when he joins Hogwarts. I hope he can be assigned to his own college. Thinking of this, Professor McGonagall couldn't help but look at Ye Ting a few more times, her eyes full of praise and expectation. Okay, my mission is completed. She clapped her hands. You can buy the next things by yourself, right? Don't worry, Professor McGonagall, I can handle it myself. Then, see you in the college then. Professor McGonagall nodded, and disappeared from the spot with a apparition. Ye Ting chose to patronize Madame Malkin's robe store as his first stop. The store was very famous, at least that's what Professor McGonagall said. He seriously suspected that this store had signed a cooperation contract with Hogwarts, just like the teachers in his previous life who designated school uniform manufacturers. Here, he customized 2 sets of clothes for himself for all seasons, including school uniform robes, leather shoes, wool sweaters, shirts and scarves. Madame Malkin waved her wand lightly, and several sets of measuring tapes beside her seemed to be given life, automatically surrounding Ye Ting and measuring his size. At the same time, several robes of different styles also floated onto Ye Ting, and according to his body shape, styles were made for him. After putting on the clothes he tried on, Ye Ting on the measuring table suddenly made people's eyes light up. Ye Ting was wearing a sweater and jeans before, which was also very handsome, but too casual. But now he is completely different. His handsome face with sharp edges and slender figure, coupled with the robes in the store, exudes an elegant and noble temperament, perfectly in line with the image of a handsome young wizard in people's impression. Oh, what a handsome child! Madame Malkin stood aside, arms around her chest, looking up and down at Ye Ting. Are you a freshman this year? Ye Ting felt a little uncomfortable with Madame Malkin's eyes. It is rumored that she is a widow whose husband died early and she runs this famous store alone. Yes, ma'am. How much is it in total? He tried to change the subject and asked about the price. The original price is 13 galleons and 5 sickles, but since you are so handsome, I will give you a discount. Only 10 galleons will do. Madame Malkin winked at him. I can deliver the clothes to your home after they are made. Of course, you can also pick them up in the store if you want. Ye Ting sighed and reluctantly took out 10 gold coins and handed them to the other party. Please send them to your home. Madame Malkin looked at his leaving back, and a trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Next, Ye Ting decided to buy a wand. In fact, Ye Ting was not sure whether he really needed a wand. After all his magic had been performed by the eye of God on his right ring. Whether it was making fire or playing tricks with space, these spells were inherited from Linny. When he performed these spells through the eye of God, he didn't even need to chant. In the eyes of Professor McGonagall, this scene became a superb wandless and silent casting skill, and Ye Ting became an unprecedented genius. But Ye Ting knew that he was not as gifted as Professor McGonagall imagined. He was able to do so much, all because of the inheritance of Eye of God, Black-Spotted Cat. But what if it was out of the scope of inheritance? He had to learn the magic of this world from scratch. And Linny obviously did not have much talent in this regard. Maybe I, the so-called genius, will only be lost in the crowd when I go to Hogwarts, becoming an ordinary wizard who is only good at casting spells without a wand. Ye Ting thought self-deprecatingly. But in any case, even if I have the eye of God, I have to buy a wand to pretend. Thinking of this, Ye Ting came to the door of Ollivander's wand shop. This wand shop is the only one in Diagon Alley. The store is small and shabby, but it has a deep historical heritage. The golden sign on the door is a little peeling, but the words on it can still be clearly seen, Ollivander, making fine wands since 382 BC. In the dusty window, a lonely magic wand lay quietly on the faded purple cushion. Ye Ting pushed open the dirty door. "Good morning." A gentle voice suddenly sounded. Ye Ting turned around and saw a thin old man standing behind him. He nodded. "Good morning, Mr. Ollivander. I'm here to buy a wand." "Ah, yes, I know, I'll see you soon, Ye Ting," Ollivander said as he took out his magic ruler. "You look just like your father." Back then, he also bought his first wand here, as if it was just yesterday. Halfway through his words, Ollivander suddenly froze. Ye Ting was also froze. He looked at him in confusion. "Mr. Ollivander, if I remember correctly, I'm an orphan." Yes, really?" Ollivander seemed a little embarrassed and stammered in response. He quickly took out a piece of parchment from his robe, glanced at it quickly, and quickly stuffed it back. At this moment, Ye Ting relied on the magician's eyesight to write down the information on the parchment. There seemed to be a string of names recorded on it, and behind each name were detailed names of relatives and their wand information. "It seems that my eyes are blurry and I saw it wrong. Oh no, I remembered it wrong." Ollivander coughed awkwardly twice, trying to cover up his mistake. Mr. Yi, which hand do you usually use?" "Oh, I usually use my right hand." Perhaps because of the little episode just now, Ollivander was particularly silent during the following measurement process, and did not say classic lines such as, "The wand chooses the wizard," or, "I remember every wand I sell." "Mr. Yi, try this one." After Ollivander quickly completed the measurement, he took out a paper box hanging from the ceiling, took out the wand and handed it to Ye Ting. "Grapevine wood, the wand core is snake nerve, 9 inches long, light and sharp." Ye Ting took the slightly short wand, and in an instant, he felt the magic power in his body surge violently like a wild horse. Mr. Ollivander tried to take back the wand quickly, but it was too late. A dazzling spark lit up and instantly ignited the cabinet next to it. "Oh, I'm so sorry." Ye Ting apologized hurriedly. "It's okay, kid, it's not your fault, it's back to normal." Ollivander waved his hand calmly, and the flame went out without even using the wand. Obviously, he was used to this situation. He pulled out another wand, which was covered with strange black lines. "Try this one, made of apple wood and dragon nerve, 11¼ inches long, very flexible. Come on, kid, wave it and see." Ye Ting waved the wand as he was told, and another group of brilliant sparks burst out, exactly the same as the scene just now. "It seems that this one doesn't suit you very well." Ollivander's eyes flashed with disappointment, but he soon became excited again. He hasn't met such a picky customer for a long time. In the next hour, Ollivander kept pulling out various wands from the piles of paper boxes for Ye Ting to try. He mechanically took the wands handed over by Ollivander at a speed of about 1 wand every 10 seconds, waved them, took them again, and waved them again. Hundreds of paper boxes were piled up around him and Ollivander in a mess. Ye Ting felt his arms aching and he could hardly lift them. More importantly, there were only a few paper boxes left on the ceiling. The wand-making master's expression also changed from his original enthusiasm to frowning, muttering in his mouth, "How is it possible? How is it possible?" Ye Ting knew why he was like this. Logically speaking, when the laughing wizard was testing wands, different wands would trigger all kinds of strange magical effects, and as an experienced wand-making master, Ollivander could judge which wand was more suitable for the little wizard by observing these magical reactions. But this time, his proud identification skills were completely ineffective. Because no matter how Ye Ting waved his wand, it would only produce one effect, a ball of colorful sparks. There was no other reaction. This strange scene almost made him doubt his life. What on earth is going on? Ollivander looked at Ye Ting with increasingly strange eyes. I've seen so many little wizards, but you are definitely the most special one. Now, Ye Ting himself has gradually figured it out. Just as he guessed, with the Eye of God guiding his magic power, he can cast spells directly without the wand, and the amplification brought by the wand is just better than nothing. But Ollivander didn't know this. Ye Ting was worried that if he continued to try, his abnormality might attract excessive attention from the other party. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Ye Ting decided to give him a manual feedback. When Ollivander handed over a wand again, Ye Ting waved it gently and muttered, "Dazzling light trick." Instantly, the combat skill of Eye of God Black Spot Cat was activated. Above the two people's heads, a flame that was more gorgeous and dazzling than before suddenly bloomed, like a grand fireworks show indoors, with ribbons and dazzling lights intertwined, so beautiful that it was suffocating. But behind the gorgeous fireworks is terrible destructive power. As the fireworks splashed, flames quickly ignited wherever the glare and ribbons touched. In a short moment, the entire Ollivander's wand shop was on fire. "Stop it, Mr. Yi!" Ollivander screamed in panic, "You'll destroy all the wands here." "Ah, sorry." Ye Ting also realized that he had played a little too much. He quickly put down his wand and watched Ollivander run around, using the clear water like spring spell to finally put out the fire before it got out of control. Then, he looked tiredly at the weird little wizard. Okay, it seems that you have found a wand that suits you. But how is it possible?" He still couldn't believe it. "Rosewood, the core is the tail feathers of thunderbirds, 13 inches long, quite flexible wand. But how is it possible? Why is it this one?" Ye Ting put away the wand with satisfaction and asked, "How much does this wand cost?" 8 galleons, Mr. Yi. Your magic power is really amazing. I hope you can make good use of this wand." Ye Ting handed over 8 galleons. When the transaction was completed, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his ears, "Ding." Detected that the host collected the first wand, rewarded God's Eye hourglass seat. Immediately afterwards, Ye Ting felt his palms heat up, and a purple gem appeared out of thin air. The symbol of the thunder element flashed in the gem, and the outer metal frame was engraved with Mon's wing logo. He looked down in astonishment, and a burst of ecstasy surged in his heart. Could this really be Lisa, Sister's Eye of God? No wonder Ye Ting was so surprised. The last time he received the Eye of God reward was when he adopted Lynette. Since then, he has never received any real collection, let alone extraordinary rewards. After so long, he almost forgot what the system sounded like, so when he heard it just now, Ye Ting thought it was an auditory hallucination. But immediately, he confirmed that all this was real, and it was not a dream. Because when he subconsciously called out, "Aunt Lisa," the Eye of God in his palm lightly shocked him. Sure enough, my guess was right. Ye Ting was almost moved to tears. The collections in this world are closely related to magic. I never thought that I could become a collection just by buying a magic wand. He took another look at the magic wand he had just randomly picked up, and the contempt in his heart had long been swept away, replaced by 12 points of satisfaction. This magic wand is his lucky star. Thinking of this, he began to recall the background of the owner of this Eye of God. Lisa Mintz is the librarian of the Knights of Favonius, an elegant lady with a vast mind. According to rumors, she is also a genius which that only appears once every 200 years in the Shumi order. Even the way she obtained the Eye of God is quite legendary. Lisa suddenly realized that in the process of studying magic, she needed an Eye of God to understand the elements better, and at the moment when this idea came up, the Eye of God miraculously appeared in Lisa's hands. This incident undoubtedly proved her extraordinary talent in magic. By the way, the magic wand that Ye Ting picked up happened to be a combination of rosewood plus thunderbird wand core. No wonder Lisa's Eye of God was obtained. After all, Lisa's nickname is Rose Witch. Thinking of Lisa's talent and ability, Ye Ting decisively chose to bind Eye of God hourglass seat. The next moment, he felt a strong force surge into his body. He had mastered Lisa's full set of general attacks, elemental combat skills and elemental bursts. However, the surprises were far more than that. Recalling the spell that Ollivander had just cast, Ye Ting imitated his posture and tone and waved his wand. Restore as before. The next moment, in the corner of the wand shop, a shelf that he had burned before was restored to its original state as if time had gone back. "Oh, thank you, kid," Ollivander, who was busy cleaning up the mess, looked up and thanked Ye Ting. "I have to say, your talent is indeed impressive." Ye Ting waved his hand and continued to use magic to help restore the store, but he was secretly shocked in his heart. In fact, before he bound, Eye of God hourglass seat, he also wanted to try to cast the spell he had seen today, but he gave up after a little brewing. His feeling told him that he couldn't do it. Linny's talent did not support him to complete this operation. But after binding, Eye of God hourglass seat, everything was different. He could feel that every tone, punctuation, every wrist swing and hand raise of Ollivander's spell in his memory had different meanings, and he could understand the essence of it by himself just by observing, and mastered the spell perfectly. This was undoubtedly the powerful magic talent given to him by the Rose Witch. Now if he saw Professor McGonagall again, he could finally proudly declare that he was a true genius. In a good mood, Ye Ting looked at the old man Ollivander much more favorably. After helping him clean up the wand shop, Ye Ting bought him a purple metal wand holder engraved with rose patterns, as well as a full set of wand maintenance tools, which cost a full 10 galleons. From this point of view, Ye Ting could understand. Ye Ting deeply understood why Ollivander monopolized the manufacture of British wands, but the important arms such as wands were still so cheap. On the one hand, every new wand will be subsidized by the government. On the other hand, Ollivander's also provides a variety of after-sales services, from accessories, color changes to maintenance, the same routine as the 4S stores in the Muggle world. After leaving the wand shop, Ye Ting began to purchase various sundries. It must be said that the purchasing power of gold galleons in the wizarding world is indeed very high. All the bits and pieces to be used in school only cost a few galleons. Of course, this is also because Ye Ting did not buy experimental equipment such as crucibles, scales, and crystal bottles. For these things, he plans to buy Muggle products. Lisa's wisdom told him that the crucibles in the sundry shop are made of ordinary metals and have no special enchantments. In this case, in terms of experimental equipment, Ye Ting still trusts Muggle industry and modern materials science more. Finally, books. Ye Ting headed towards the direction of Flourish and Blot's bookstore. When he reached an intersection, he suddenly found something unusual and stopped immediately. The number of wizards in the vicinity has obviously decreased, and the surrounding atmosphere has become a little subtle. He looked up at the road sign. The road ahead was still Diagon Alley, but the 3 characters, Nocturn Alley, were clearly written on the arrow at the intersection. Nocturn Alley. Ye Ting rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The name reminded him of something. Isn't this a place like the black market in the wizarding world? Thinking of this, his eyes lit up. If you want to find suitable collectibles, besides Hogwarts, Nocturn Alley is the best choice. He remembered that there was an antique shop called Bojan Burke here, which displayed all kinds of strange magic props. If you want to find collectibles, there is no place better than here. Hanging the Eye of the Hourglass on the wand rest, Ye Ting smiled slightly, and then put the hood of his cloak on his head. After doing all this, he stepped into the dim alley. Although Nocturn Alley is closely connected to Diagon Alley, the scene here is completely different. The sun seems unable to penetrate this area, and the whole alley is shrouded in a thick haze. The walls on both sides of the alley are made of red bricks. Obviously, there is no one to maintain it here. Green moss grows between the bricks and tiles, and many red bricks have been eroded beyond recognition. In the corners of the street, piles of abandoned garbage can be vaguely seen, and an indescribable stench drifts in the wind, making Ye Ting frown. This alley has many shops like Diagon Alley, but the proportion of small stalls and vendors is much higher than that of Diagon Alley. The stall owners sit on the ground, with a carpet in front of them, on which various goods are displayed, and shouting is endless. But compared to Diagon Alley, the things they sell are much weirder. A one-stop service for treasure lovers to identify treasures, so you can stay away from the troubles of dark magic items. Second-hand books are on sale. The latest Muggle novel, The Story of 105 Men and 3 Women, come and take a look. Magic wand, dueling weapon. There has never been any return record. Most wizards here are like Ye Ting, wearing black robes and hiding their faces under hoods, so Nocturn Alley has become a good place for all kinds of wizards to gather. In addition to dark wizards, there are many strange guys here, some of whom are not even human. In such a place, Ye Ting looked around all the way, interested in everything, showing the style of a newbie. Even through the hood, others can see that this is probably a guy who ran from Diagon Alley out of curiosity to gain experience. This is equivalent to hanging a big loudspeaker on his head, telling everyone that a fat sheep is coming. Soon, he was targeted. Just as Ye Ting was watching the owner of the Bao Yu Jianbao stall deceiving customers and selling him an evil and expensive black magic item as a cheap imitation, a figure quietly approached him. The man was not tall, about the same height as Ye Ting, who was 11 years old, with a pair of bow legs, dirty all over, and messy ginger hair that seemed to have never been combed. As he passed by Ye Ting, his shoulder hit Ye Ting hard. At that moment, a strong smell of alcohol and cheap cigarettes hit his nose, making him sick. Sorry. The man hurriedly left a perfunctory apology and disappeared into the crowd without looking back. Ye Ting shrugged, said nothing, and left the stall silently. About 5 minutes later, the ginger-haired guy hurried back to the Bao Yu Jianbao stall, looking around anxiously. Les Cent. Les Cent Futen. He shouted the stall owner's name. Did you see a hooded guy as tall as me passing by here just now? The stall owner Les Cent was proudly admiring the black magic amulet he had just cheated. When he heard the question, he didn't even raise his head and answered slowly, yes, he has been looking at my stall for a long time. What's wrong? Do you have something to do with him? This guy, he stole my wallet. Stole your wallet? Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, the stall owner also he didn't appreciate the amulet, and just laughed out loud, Mundungus, you are a habitual thief, and your wallet was stolen? This is the best joke I have heard this year. Ha ha ha. Les Cent. The guy named Mundungus was touched and shouted angrily, if you do this again, I will send the good stuff to Borgin and Burke next time I see it. Don't. How can that old guy give you such a favorable price like me? The words had an immediate effect, and Les Cent immediately stopped talking, but the corners of his mouth still couldn't help trembling. After a while, he asked, by the way, were you robbed by someone when you were stealing from someone? So what? Mundungus was angry, just tell me where he went. He walked deep into the alley. Les Cent pointed in a direction, and when he saw Mundungus was about to leave, he advised, it's useless for you to chase him. That guy seems to be a newcomer. In addition to you, the Cotton brothers have also targeted him. You know the consequences of being targeted by these 2 brothers, so don't even think about getting your money back. At the same time, the guy who Les Cent said stole Mundungus, the unlucky guy targeted by the Cotton brothers, was humming a little song happily, wandering in the depths of Diagon Alley, playing with the dragon skin wallet in his hand while walking. Hee hee. The people in Nocturn Alley are really good, each of them is a money-giving boy, and they actually stole from me. In fact, the reason why Ye Ting acted so unscrupulously before was not only because of his high skills and courage, but also because of fishing. As a newbie in the magic world, Ye Ting is in a stage of urgent need for money. With the talent he inherited from the Rose Witch, he only needs to learn for a while to quickly unlock various money-making abilities. But that is all in the future, and the current problem is still not solved. He is also a principled person and cannot do such things as robbery and theft. So, Ye Ting resorted to this last resort. He can't steal from others, but if others take the initiative to steal from him or force him, he is also happy to teach these people a little lesson and charge a little tuition fee. Mundungus was the first to take the bait. It can be said that he overestimated his own abilities. Not to mention that Ye Ting's belongings were all hidden in the magic bag, and there was no wallet for Mundungus to steal. As a top magician, Linny's hand speed and dexterity far exceed those of ordinary people, not to mention a mere Mundungus. This habitual thief in the original book hit Ye Ting's head and hit a wall, and he lost more than he gained. But the mantis stalks the cicada, but the oriole is behind. At this time, 2 black wizards were following him, and as the crowd gradually thinned out, their tracking became more and more unscrupulous. As he walked, Ye Ting suddenly turned around and disappeared into a deep alley next to him. The 2 black wizards rushed into the alley in a hurry, but found that there was no one in front of them. This should be a dead end. Where is that kid? He did it on purpose, we were discovered by him a long time ago. He is not a new rookie at all. Just as the 2 looked around, looking for the target's trace, suddenly, a gust of wind came from above their heads. They subconsciously looked up. And then they saw a black cat wrapped in flames, falling from the sky and landing on the head of one of the black wizards. The flame contained magic power, and in just an instant, the flame became dozens of times more intense, swallowing the black wizard whole. He instantly turned into a fireman, screaming in pain. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? Get out of here! Although surrounded by flames, the black wizard still struggled hard, as if there was some magic item protecting him. Even though he was screaming from the burning, he still had the strength to beat himself, trying to drive away the black cat and extinguish the flames. Clear water is like a spring. Clear water is like a spring. In the end, his companions helped him, and used several, clear spring spells, to put out the fire on his body. Before being soaked like a drowned chicken, the black cat nimbly jumped off the man's head and ran to the side. Damn black cat, what kind of monster are you, my fireproof amulet? The black wizard looked at the completely ineffective magic necklace in his hand with heartache, and roared angrily. What am I? Am I not the one you are targeting? The next moment, they were surprised to find that the black cat had turned into the hooded man they had been tracking. However, the hooded man was not wearing his hood at this time, revealing a handsome oriental face. It was Ye Ting. I didn't expect that the residents of Nocturn Alley were so hospitable. They all rushed to give me money. You are an animagus. No. Even an animagus cannot cast magic in the transformed state. How did you do it? The 2 dark wizard brothers were shocked, holding their wands tightly, and facing Ye Ting with a wary look. It's just a little trick. I'm sorry to make you laugh. In fact, what Ye Ting used was not animagus, but Linny's ultimate move, Great Magic Spiritual Tour. In reality, there is no need to be bound by the rules of the game, so there is no so-called elemental charging limit. All kinds of skills in the game, whether it is normal attack, heavy attack, elemental combat skills or elemental burst, are only restricted by magic here. Because of this, Great Magic Spiritual Tour has become a transformation skill in reality. Ye Ting can transform at any time and can also restore to the original state at any time. Simple transformation, like animagus, does not consume magic power. Ye Ting will only call for magic power when he intends to use fire and explosion magic. The reason for choosing to transform into a black cat is simply because Ye Ting thinks that the image of strange laughing hat cat is too funny. It is okay to put it in magic, but it is really not in line with his image to use it in battle. Looking at the 2 men who were facing a formidable enemy, Ye Ting could not help but shook his head and kindly advised. I have just spared your lives. Let's leave now. No one will be hurt. Otherwise, you will all die. However, it is not known whether Ye Ting's young face gave the opponent an illusion. One of the 2 men snorted coldly. Humph, you are so arrogant. Don't think you can scare us with some tricks. We are the Cotton Brothers. If you know what's good for you, hand over your money and tell us how you play your tricks. Maybe we can spare your life. His attitude was very arrogant, but what responded to him was Ye Ting's confused eyes. Cotton Brothers? I haven't heard of you. Are you famous? You. The man was angered by Ye Ting's attitude and was about to explode, but was stopped by his companion beside him. Forget it, brother, don't waste time talking to him. Let's just kill him. We will know everything by then. As soon as the voice fell, something strange happened. Brother Cotton suddenly let out a howl that was not human, and then the hair on his body grew wildly, spreading like weeds, so fast that it could be seen with the naked eye. The marks of the burns from the fire healed quickly at this moment, as if time had gone backwards. His ugly face began to distort, with protruding cheekbones and a hideous look. His teeth turned into sharp fangs, flashing cold light. In just a few minutes, Brother Cotton turned into a werewolf. A woo! The werewolf howled to the sky, and then pounced on Ye Ting fiercely. His fierce appearance was really terrifying. Facing the werewolf's claws and bloody mouth, Ye Ting stood still, as if he was petrified. But when the werewolf's claws tore at the boy, his body suddenly turned into a cloud of smoke, leaving only a few falling ribbons and cards, like a magic show. In a blink of an eye, Ye Ting's figure magically appeared beside them. Although Linny was not good at other spells, he had an extraordinary talent for illusion and space magic. When it was fed back to Ye Ting, he was given a flexible body and magical short-distance teleportation. This is... Before the Cotton brothers could react, the boy stretched out his wand. Tsang lei. As the purple gem on the wand holder lit up, a ball of purple ball lightning suddenly shot out from the top of the rosewood wand, and a sharp crackling sound rang in the air. The werewolf jumped to avoid the sudden attack, but the ball lightning seemed to have life, turning flexibly in the air and hitting him accurately. The purple electric light flashed in the dark alley. Then, the Brother Cotton, who had transformed into a werewolf, felt a sharp pain. The pain started from the back, and quickly spread to the chest and limbs through the nerve endings of the spinal cord. The pain reached an unbearable peak in an instant wherever it passed. He seemed to be pierced by thousands of needles at the same time, and the endless piercing sensation made him feel so painful that he wanted to die. Even though he turned into a werewolf, his strength and endurance increased greatly, he still couldn't resist the strong voltage. Ah! His face was distorted, and his shrill screams mixed with wolf howls echoed in the empty alley. His knees lost strength because he couldn't bear the severe pain, and he fell heavily to the ground. Broken lightning penetrated his body, flickering, making him like a huge light bulb with poor contact. This scene made Cotton's brother stop casting in astonishment. He widened his eyes and looked at his werewolf brother, who was charred all over, and the countless lightning flashes on his body were like a dangerous fireworks show. This kind of thrilling scene is not something you can encounter at any time. After a few screams, Brother Cotton's voice gradually became hoarse and his eyes began to roll back. A faint smell of meat wafted through the air, making people's hearts palpitate. "Brother! What happened to you?" Cotton exclaimed, finally coming back to his senses from the shock. He subconsciously reached out to pull his brother who was kneeling on the ground, trying to help him up. Ye Ting was shocked when he saw this scene. Ah! Sure enough, a more shrill scream came from Cotton's mouth. His body also began to tremble violently. In an instant, the electric light on his brother's body was transmitted to his brother, and a small electric man became two small electric men, flashing continuously in the same place. After a while, the power was finally exhausted, and the two stopped trembling. Ye Ting was stunned. This is the consequence of not receiving 9 years of compulsory education. Normal people would not do such a thing as directly touching a companion who was electrocuted, right? Or would the black wizard's practice of black magic damage his brain? Fortunately, most of the power of this, Tsang lei, was borne by the brother, and the younger brother was only slightly affected and not seriously injured. You wait. The charred Brother Cotton said something harsh, and hurriedly helped up his weak werewolf brother, intending to flee the scene. Seeing this, he neither cast a spell to stop it nor ran to catch up, but just followed slowly. When the two brothers stumbled to the alley, they found a white cat with a green bow, which appeared here at some point and blocked their way. The white cat was lying on its front feet, its back arched high, its tail swaying gently, and it was ready to go, staring at them sharply. "Get out! Stinky cat!" Cotton shouted angrily, trying to kick the white cat away. But he seemed to have forgotten the painful lesson that his brother was almost burned to death by a black cat not long ago. Never underestimate cats. The insulted white cat instantly burst out with amazing speed and pounced on the black wizard. Cotton's brother only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and he lost the trace of the white cat in front of him. He didn't even understand what happened, and suddenly felt a terrible wind pressure coming at him, followed by a sharp pain. He felt his face was torn to pieces by some sharp blade, and then he lost consciousness. In the last moment before he fainted, he only saw a pink cat's paw emerging from the air. When Ye Ting walked slowly to the scene, he saw this picture. The black wizard brothers who were so arrogant just now were now lying on the ground like two broken rag dolls. One of them was trembling from time to time, and his body exuded the smell of barbecue, the other was bleeding from the head and his face was no longer visible. A small white cat was sitting on their bodies, looking at him expectantly. "Well done, Lynette." Ye Ting touched her head approvingly. "Meow." Lynette made a soft and sticky cry and happily threw herself into Ye Ting's arms. This cute and adorable appearance was completely different from the image when she killed the black wizard in seconds just now. Yes, Lynette, who possesses Eye of God, white-tailed cat, can actually use elemental combat skills and elemental bursts. The real, mysterious shadow barrier does not have as many restrictions as in the game. When Lynette uses this skill, she is like a swordsman using wind step. Not only can she hide her figure in the wind, but her movement speed will also be greatly improved with the blessing of the wind element. And the final, breaking invisibility strike, can cause amazing wind element damage, which is hard to defend against. It can be said that Lynette is not only a cute vase and magic assistant around Ye Ting, but also his capable partner in battle. In fact, this is not the first time she has helped Ye Ting solve the enemy. The streets of London are not easy to mix. As a magician who has been on the streets since he was less than 10 years old, Ye Ting has been targeted more than once, either by gangs, gangsters or vagrants. Because Lynette's ability is really suitable for sneak attacks, Ye Ting often sends her to help him solve some small troubles. And this time, the cooperation between one person and one cat is still tacit. Long before the sneak attack on the two dark wizards, Ye Ting had Lynette stealthily go around to the alley entrance, blocking their retreat. It can only be said that their fate was sealed the moment they chose to attack. "I told you to leave now, no one will get hurt, why don't you listen?" Looking at the two people lying on the ground, Ye Ting shook his head helplessly. This forced him to loot with tears in his eyes, but he obviously didn't want this. Ye Ting squatted down and reached his hand to their hearts. Regardless of right or wrong, he first used Fingertip Thunderstorm on each of them. The heart was shocked at such a close distance, whether it was pretending to be dead or unconscious, it should be really dead now. Then, it was the process of looting. First, there were 2 money bags. After counting, there were a total of 460 galleons, 8 sickles, and 15 nuts. "It's just this little money, better than nothing." Ye Ting whistled easily and poured all the money into his beret. Next came other sundries. 2 wands, several handwritten notebooks, several bottles of potions of unknown use, and 2 or 3 amulets, all of which became Ye Ting's possessions. After getting the wand, Ye Ting felt disappointed. This time, the system did not actively collect the reaction, indicating that it was not a real collection. Obviously, the collection reward of the wand is only effective for the first wand, and there is no effect after that. Ye Ting guessed that for most collections that are not unique, it is only effective when the first one is obtained. Of course, if it is the legendary Deathly Hallows the Elder Wand, or the wand held by legendary wizards such as Grindelwald and Voldemort, that is another matter. Next is the handwritten notebook, which is densely recorded with some black magic spells and the brothers' experience. Ye Ting grabbed the notebook and chose to collect it. The next moment, this knowledge appeared in his mind. This is another wonderful use of the Great Collector system. If you choose to collect books and text materials, then Ye Ting can immediately obtain this knowledge. Of course, simply obtaining and mastering are two different things. But with the help of Lisa's talent, Ye Ting believes that it will not take him too long. Next, his eyes turn to those magic potions and amulets. The potion is probably used to restore physical strength and remove curses. Of course, it may also be mixed with poison, polyjuice potion and other things. And those amulets should be used to resist attacks from specific magic or black magic. Unfortunately, in the battle just now, Ye Ting used some non-mainstream spells, which resulted in the two being killed in seconds before the amulets could play a role. For Ye Ting, these things are useless. He plans to dispose of them together before leaving Nocturn Alley. Finally, there are the bodies of the two. Ye Ting has collected chicken corpses and cow carcasses, but he has not tried to collect human corpses. And the two corpses in front of him, one is a wizard and the other is a werewolf. Collecting you should bring me some surprises. Ye Ting said to himself with a slight curl of his lips. He pressed his palm on the werewolf's head and silently said in his heart. Collect. As the light bloomed in the palm of his hand, the werewolf's body gradually became blurred, and finally disappeared into the air and was swallowed by the system. After collecting the whole werewolf corpse, Ye Ting's eyes flashed with anticipation. I wonder what the reward will be this time. Before, after collecting livestock corpses, there were always some dishes as rewards. Now he is collecting intelligent creatures, and magical creatures, so there must be something different. Suddenly, Ye Ting felt as if his whole body was burning in a raging fire, and his bones seemed to be twisted and reshaped by an invisible force. Then, his muscles and skin began to change, as if a violent force was rampaging in his body, almost tearing his body apart. Hiss, he took a breath of cold air, and his clothes were almost torn by the swollen muscles. But not long after, the pain gradually subsided, replaced by an unprecedented sense of power. Ye Ting clenched his fists, felt the violent power in his body that had nowhere to vent, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. It seems that the reward of being a werewolf is this extraordinary power. He muttered to himself, tried to swing his fist, and there was a slight explosion in the air. Ye Ting soon discovered that his strength and physique were more than doubled than normal, and his speed and explosive power were even more rapid. What surprised him even more was that he also gained amazing recovery ability similar to that of a werewolf. As long as it is not a fatal injury, any injury can heal itself in a short time. In short, except for not being able to transform into a werewolf, he has almost all the abilities of a werewolf. Since werewolves can strengthen themselves, what about wizards? Ye Ting looked at the body of Cotton's brother expectantly and stretched his hand up. In a flash, Cotton's brother's body disappeared without a trace, leaving only an empty piece of clothing. This time, there was no heart-wrenching pain like when collecting a werewolf. But Ye Ting could clearly feel that the magic power in his body was like a catalyst, rising steadily, and it actually increased by almost 1/3. At the same time, his mind became clearer and sharper. Is it the increase in magic power and mental power? This wave is a big improvement. Ye Ting felt his changes and suddenly had the idea of cleaning up Nocturn Alley. But then, he shook his head and laughed at himself. No. No, if I do this, what's the difference between me and Voldemort? But if someone takes the initiative to provoke me, that's another matter. With this idea in mind, Ye Ting got up and left, leaving only 2 pieces of clothes with burn marks and blood stains on the spot. After entering Hogwarts, I have to study those spells related to memory. Ye Ting walked out of the alley while thinking secretly in his heart, it's a waste to just collect corpses. I have to take out the things in their brains. If I know legitimate memory, I can read their memories before collecting them, find the place where they hide the treasures, and then search their homes and Gringotts vaults. There must be a lot of good things there. Meow. Lynette glanced at her master speechlessly. What kind of ultimate grandette did she follow? This is a real corpse that can be squeezed to extract a few ounces of oil. No, this is no longer squeezing oil, but no matter the body or the memory, it will not be spared. Don't say that, Lynette, I have become stronger, and it is also to better support this family. One person and one cat walked out like this, talking and laughing. Meow. As they walked, Lynette suddenly screamed. You mean, there's someone coming up ahead? Ye Ting's mind moved. As a young wizard who hadn't even started school yet, he had just killed someone, so keeping a low profile was the best policy. It was best not to let anyone discover his whereabouts. So, he quickly transformed into a black-spotted cat. Lynette's eyes lit up when she saw this, and she immediately came forward to get close to Ye Ting, and her attitude was even more eager than when she was with the human form of Ye Ting. Ye Ting was very anxious when she saw this. Meow. Meow, meow. Don't bother Lynette, we have to get out now. But Lynette refused, and insisted on pestering Ye Ting, rubbing against him. Seeing the figure in front getting closer and closer, Ye Ting had no choice but to jump up and onto the wall, pretending to be a wild cat playing and fighting on the roadside to hide from others. How come he disappeared here? What the hell, all the wild cats here are in pairs, why am I, Mundungus, still alone? Just like that, Ye Ting watched the man pass by and walked deep into Diagon Alley. Until the man was completely out of sight, he jumped off the wall, regained his human form, and hurriedly left with Lynette. Not long after, Mundungus' screams were heard from the place just now. Ye Ting still underestimated the intelligence capabilities of the local people in Nocturn Alley. In a place like Nocturn Alley, news usually spreads quickly. Especially when a murder happened on the street, this kind of bloody gossip is a hot topic for people to discuss after dinner. Not long after, everyone in Nocturn Alley knew that the famous dark wizard plus werewolf combination, the Cotton brothers, who had killed 5 Aurors, was killed today. And that person used a very scary black magic to vaporize the bodies of the brothers, but the clothes left were intact. Such a powerful dark wizard, perhaps only the Dark Lord at the time could be stronger than him. The person who killed him is said to be a newcomer, and today is his first time to set foot in Nocturn Alley. As soon as the news spread, the demons and monsters in Nocturn Alley were all terrified, fearing that this new boss did not understand the rules here and vaporized them too. Especially Mundungus, who was so scared that he wet his pants at this time. He never thought that he would steal from such a big boss. He was now secretly glad that the boss didn't bother with him and just stole the things back instead of making him disappear from the face of the earth, just like he killed the Cotton brothers. While spreading the information about the boss, Ray Scent of the Treasure Appraiser took the opportunity to advertise his stall. He proudly claimed that the boss praised his treasure appraisal ability and stopped in front of his stall to watch for an hour. In fact, Ye Ting didn't stay in Nocturn Alley for a full hour. Mr. Borgin, the owner of Borgin and Burke's antique shop, vowed that although the murderer was young, he was already an unfathomable dark wizard. He said that when he first saw the guy, he was frightened by the murderous aura emanating from him. In fact, it was just the effect of static electricity. The guy sold all the spoils from him right after the murder. Several amulets were bought from him by the Cotton brothers. Borgin also revealed that after killing the Cotton brothers, the boss immediately sold all the spoils to him. He even recognized that some of the amulets were sold by him to the Cotton brothers. Before leaving, the boss also made a lot of purchases in his store and bought a lot of evil black magic props. At this point, Borgin said that bosses like that were willing to come to his Borgin and Burke antique shop to sell stolen goods and shop, which shows that his shop is well known and trustworthy, and is a must-have for the majority of black wizards for home travel, murder and arson. In fact, the black wizard boss mentioned by Mr. Borgin chose Borgin and Burke purely because he had only heard of this store in Nocturn Alley in the original book. And this black wizard boss didn't know what kind of uproar his counter-killing had brought to Nocturn Alley. At this moment, he had left his loyal Nocturn Alley and was on the way to Flourish and Blots. As he walked, he looked at the trophies, just now with a bitter face. Just now, Ye Ting spent hundreds of dollars in Borgin and Burke's and found several items that seemed to be worth collecting. For example, there is a cursed opal necklace, which is said to have taken the lives of 19 Muggle owners. In the original book, Malfoy bought this necklace and tried to use it to assassinate Dumbledore. He also bought a hand of glory, which looks like a withered hand. When a candle is inserted, only the holder can see the candlelight, which is a good helper for thieves. In addition, he also bought a lot of unique amulets, bloody masks and other strange items. But after buying it, I found that only the opal necklace was a real collection. The reward for collecting it was, Amulet of Narukami Taisha, which showed that, this was given by the wise and beautiful Yeko. The rest were all garbage in the eyes of the system. After all this trouble, Ye Ting completely gave up the idea of purchasing collections through Taobao. He realized that in order to get a truly valuable reward, he had to find truly precious collections, such as Voldemort's Horcruxes, such as the Deathly Hallows, or the relics of those legendary wizards who were famous in history. As for these messy things, Ye Ting stuffed them into his beret, leaving only the Amulet of Narukami Taisha. From this, Ye Ting could feel that there was indeed a protective power on the amulet, and the Son of God did not cheat. If you carry it with you, it is estimated that it can resist certain curses and black magic. After packing up the collections and props, Ye Ting came to Flourish and Blots. The bookshelves here are densely packed with all kinds of books, even to the ceiling. Among them, there are huge leather-covered books as thick as slates, and small silver-covered books the size of stamps. Some books are printed with strange symbols, while others are blank books without words. Ye Ting quickly bought all the necessary books for the first grade according to the book list. Of course, he wouldn't buy just these few books. Apart from the content described in the original book, Ye Ting had no idea about the magic world, and the magic world was obviously more than what was mentioned in the original book. This was a rare learning opportunity. Extraordinary wisdom is the greatest wealth of mankind, and books are the faithful recorders of this wisdom. As a communist successor who has received more than 10 years of scientific education, Ye Ting suddenly came to this magical fantasy world, and his desire for knowledge far exceeded that of ordinary people. Coupled with the talent and wisdom given to him by Lisa, he couldn't wait to explore the secrets of this world. In addition, just as people who study antiques must be proficient in history, if Ye Ting doesn't understand this magical world, how can he accurately judge which things are worth collecting? If it weren't for limited funds, Ye Ting really wanted to move the entire bookstore back home. Seeing Ye Ting who had picked out the books and the counter full of books, the manager of Li Hen's bookstore was stunned. He had never seen a new student purchasing like this. When checking out, Ye Ting generously paid nearly 1,000 galleons and naturally became a senior member of Flourish and Blots. The manager enthusiastically recommended, "Mr. Yi, we provide book delivery service. As long as you need it, we can send an owl to deliver the books to your house for free within 3 days. No need, this weight is nothing to me." As soon as the voice fell, he swept away such a large pile of books and put them all in his hat in the manager's shock. After leaving Flourish and Blots, Ye Ting continued to stroll leisurely in Diagon Alley. In the Magic Zoo, he selected a variety of magic cat food for Lynette to change her taste. Since he was not sure which one she liked, Ye Ting simply bought some of each. In the potion material store, he purchased a large number of commonly used potion materials. The Rose which also has a high level of attainment in alchemy and potion making. Ye Ting also wanted to see how the potions in this world are different from those in Teyvat. In addition, he also wanted to try what he would get by collecting these materials. In the stationery store in Diagon Alley, he bought a lot of automatic quill pens. Although Ye Ting can memorize the knowledge in books by collecting them, he does not have the opportunity to collect all books directly. For example, the library of Hogwarts contains many precious and rare books that cannot be bought outside. If he does not want to steal books, he can only copy them himself. Before leaving, Ye Ting passed by the Quidditch boutique again. Here, he finally spent 300 galleons to buy a Nimbus 2000, intending to try whether it can trigger the collection system. Like the magic wand, the flying broom also contains special meanings for wizards. At the moment of buying the broom, a crisp prompt sound rang in his mind. Ding! Detect that the host has collected the first flying broom, and the reward is the Eye of God little rabbit seat. The next moment, a fiery red Eye of God fell into his hands. Well, it is reasonable to collect the flying broom and win the Eye of God of the flying champion. Ye Ting chose to bind without hesitation. With the completion of the binding, he not only obtained Amber's general attack, combat skills and elemental burst, but also a lot of knowledge about flying, survival in the wild and reconnaissance emerged in his mind. Coupled with the physical fitness obtained from the werewolf. Now he has become the best scout and wilderness survival expert. If he rides on this flying broom, he is confident that he can also become the best rider. Angel Amber is so powerful. It's a pity that Angel Amber didn't give him any help in magic. Except for one aspect revitalization spell. Simply put, it is the magic that makes dead things alive. Amber can make the Count Rabbit move, and has the most basic intelligence to act as a taunting meat shield, relying on this ability. Well, this Eye of God is not bad. In this way, Ye Ting left Diagon Alley with a lot of harvest and returned to his apartment in London. At the same time, in Trafalgar Square, there was a girl wandering around, looking for a magician who had been abandoned. After returning from Diagon Alley, Ye Ting moved out of his original apartment and rented a small house in a remote suburb of London. He easily did this with the help of the confusion spell. Here, even if he made a big noise, he didn't have to worry about the neighbors upstairs and downstairs knocking on the door to complain, let alone someone secretly calling the police and causing unnecessary trouble. Now, he can study and try all kinds of magic as he pleases, and he doesn't have to be bound by his hands and feet. So, in the last month or so before school starts, Ye Ting gave up magic performances and devoted himself to the world of magic. Except for necessary shopping trips, he spent almost the whole day in the small house. Since trying Lisa's talent, Ye Ting finally understood why some people like to read and study so much. For geniuses, acquiring knowledge is addictive. Everyone knows that as long as they persevere and use the right methods, everyone can learn anything. But people are emotional animals, not completely rational. Various difficulties and failures in learning can easily make them accumulate a lot of anxiety, self-doubt and frustration, which leads to giving up learning. It is precisely because of this that the quality of perseverance is rare. But geniuses are different. Any knowledge can be learned once it is learned. As long as you keep learning, you will continue to succeed and feel positive feedback. This feeling is even more addictive than smoking. What's even better is that Ye Ting has special learning skills. Taking out the books bought from Lee Blott's bookstore, Ye Ting immediately started a crazy collection mode. Collect. Collect again. Continue to collect. He took out the books one by one and collected them, and he never got tired of it. He didn't stop until he had collected hundreds of books. He rubbed his stinging temples, and his face unconsciously showed a bit of pain. Although he could still hold on mentally, his brain seemed to be about to burst. Just now, a lot of knowledge was poured in like a cramming, making his brain overloaded. He felt that his brain was like a computer host that had just completed overclocking and could crash at any time. It has to be slow, he touched his hot head and sighed helplessly, these hundreds of books are making my brain explode. If I want to collect all the books I bought from Flourish and Blots, it seems that I have to collect them 4 or 5 times. And how many books has Hogwarts, which he is about to enter, accumulated in the past thousands of years? His journey of studying in the magic world is still a long way to go. Of course, it is not enough to memorize the knowledge in the books, and you must have enough ability to digest it. Thanks to Lisa's talent, he absorbed the magic knowledge in his mind like a sponge absorbing water in just a few days, and quickly integrated it. It only took him 1 day to master all the spells in the 1st grade. In less than a week, he had learned all the spells before the 6th grade. It can only be said that the genius which is still a genius which even if she changes to another world. Even if the magic rules of the two worlds are different, she can still easily surpass most people with her innate talent and unique insight and ability to apply knowledge. In this way, Ye Ting endured the pain in his head 4 or 5 times, and finally collected nearly 1,000 books bought from Flourish and Blott's bookstore in half a month. Although it will take a long time to fully understand them, he can now begin to study the essence of magic in this world in depth. Ye Ting found that the magic rules of this world are very interesting. Standardized spells, precise gestures, and firm intentions, the combination of the three can allow anyone with magic power to release magic effects through a wand. Although this method of casting spells is very different from the technique of controlling elemental forces by the eye of God, it is similar in effect when examined in detail. This made Ye Ting gradually addicted to it. The more he studied, the more he realized the unfathomable nature of magic, and the more he looked forward to his trip to Hogwarts. He was not here to be taught by those professors. The professors at Hogwarts were indeed very good, but with Lisa's talent, Ye Ting was confident that as long as he collected enough magic books, he would soon surpass them. What he really wanted was the collection of books at Hogwarts. Of course, there were also potential collections in Hogwarts. Through his continuous collection of items bought in Diagon Alley and Nocturn Alley, Ye Ting realized that those truly precious rewards could only be obtained by collecting real collections. And he concluded that the system judged whether an item was worth collecting, in addition to whether the item itself was precious, it would also refer to the plot. Items with special meaning in the plot are very likely to be collections recognized by the system. After this analysis, the place with the most potential collections still depends on Hogwarts. In addition to studying magic, Ye Ting also took time to practice potions on his own. The first-year potions were easy to learn, and Ye Ting's main focus was on how to restore the potions of Teyvat in this world's way. This directly led to 1 or 2 explosions being heard in the hut every day. Until the day before school started, Ye Ting was still immersed in the study of magic and potions, and he reluctantly lay down to rest until late at night. The next day, Ye Ting was woken up by Lynette, otherwise he might even sleep until noon. Fortunately, his luggage was packed early in the morning. It was still the magic bag that took care of everything, but in order not to appear abrupt, he still symbolically brought a suitcase. After a quick breakfast, Ye Ting set off with Lynette. They hurried and finally arrived at the London train station before 9:30, passing through the bustling crowd and coming to the platform between platform 9 and platform 10. Then, his sight was attracted by a familiar brown color. It was a brown-haired girl, standing alone in front of a wall, with large and small bags surrounding her, blocking the entrance to the platform. The girl stared at the wall in confusion, and after a moment, she took out a magic wand and waved it in the air a few times, muttering something. Allaho! The wall did not change at all. The girl was not discouraged, and quickly recited other spells, but none of them had any effect. She scratched her hair fiercely in anger, and she scratched her head in anger, and her fluffy curly hair was even more messy by her. This look made Ye Ting couldn't help laughing out loud. Are you performing a drama? A familiar voice suddenly sounded in her ears. The girl was stunned for a moment, turned her head and looked, and saw a familiar handsome face looking at her with a smile. This face, she missed it for a whole summer vacation. You, are Ye Ting? She asked tentatively. The boy crossed his arms and nodded slightly. The girl couldn't believe her eyes. She hesitated for a moment and asked again to confirm, you, are also a wizard? Yes, Ye Ting nodded again, a freshman this year. Oh my God! The girl exclaimed, then, the magic shows you performed before were actually magic. Part of it is, Ye Ting nodded for the 3rd time. Seeing the girl's trembling mouth, Ye Ting felt that the situation was not good, and immediately added, but a large part of it was completed by my magic skills. However, the girl could no longer listen to his explanation at this moment. After getting 3 affirmative answers, the girl gradually understood everything. She recalled all the efforts she had made during this holiday, studying the other party's magic principles without sleep, buying books and consulting, which was very thoughtful. And now, the truth is out, everything is magic. Magic. She suddenly felt that she was a big fool and was deceived by others. How can you use magic to pretend to be magic? The girl turned her head away angrily. You also encouraged me to figure out the secrets of it myself. Do you know how long I have been thinking about it? Do you know how many nights I tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep? This is too unfair. Listening to Hermione's words, Ye Ting realized that he seemed to have accidentally tricked the other party. But he immediately thought of a way to deal with it. Faced with Hermione's words pouring out like a machine gun, he only used one sentence to make Hermione speechless. I did suggest that you find the truth yourself, but didn't I say it in the end? Ye Ting spread his hands. If you really don't understand, then maybe I really know magic. Well, you see, I didn't lie to you. This. Hermione thought about it. Ye Ting seemed to have said such a thing at the beginning, and she just thought it was Ye Ting's humor at the time. It turned out that the other party was revealing the truth in a roundabout way. But. Hermione hesitated. It's always wrong to lie. Hermione, I had no choice. Speaking of this, Ye Ting sighed, looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his face full of vicissitudes and helplessness. I have no parents, grew up in an orphanage, and after finally escaping, I can only rely on Lynette. Apart from this, I really can't think of any other way to support myself. Meow. Lynette also cooperated and got out of Ye Ting's cloak, making a pitiful meow. At this moment, Hermione seemed to hear the BGM of On Her Bridge in her ears. It must be said that Ye Ting's acting skills from Lynette are still very lethal, coupled with Lynette's cooperation, which makes Hermione feel sympathy and self-blame in her heart, sympathy for Ye Ting's life and experience, and self-blame for revealing the other's scars. I don't know your situation. I'm sorry, I shouldn't blame you for this. After 2 consecutive accusations were resolved by Ye Ting, Hermione had completely lost her momentum and could only say weakly, But you can't stand me up, I've been looking for you in Trafalgar Square for several days. This is even more force majeure. Ye Ting showed a wronged look. In fact, the day I met you, I just happened to receive the admission letter from Hogwarts. The next day, Professor McGonagall took me to Diagon Alley to prepare for admission. After that, I had to stay at home to practice magic and prepare for the next semester's courses. I couldn't perform at all. This. Hermione was completely speechless. As a freshman, she certainly knew the importance of going to Diagon Alley. And practicing magic and preparing for homework was also natural to her, because she asked herself to do this. At this moment, what else could she say? After a long time, none of her accusations were established, and all the accusations seemed to become pale and powerless. She thought she was wronged, but she didn't expect that after she finished speaking, Ye Ting felt even more wronged than her, and she became the villain. So, she had to hold back her emotions in her heart, feeling very uncomfortable. Ye Ting was relieved. He admitted that he did cheat others. But as the saying goes, there is no acquaintance without fighting. Sometimes cheating each other can be regarded as the beginning of friendship. Good friends should not care so much. Thinking of this, Ye Ting, who had gotten away with it, took advantage of it and immediately changed the subject. By the way, I saw you waving your wand at this wall just now. What are you doing? Experimenting with new spells? Ye Ting brought up something else, and Hermione's face became even redder. I'm casting magic to find the entrance to Platform 9 and March 4th. Ye Ting apologized hastily. Sorry, I thought you were performing some kind of, street art performance. Hermione glared at him angrily. When she was at home, she practiced the spell-casting movements according to the standard, but she was mistaken for a performance. Have you found the entrance? Ye Ting asked curiously again. Hermione hesitated for a moment, then raised her fair chin and nodded slightly, almost. Ye Ting glanced at her suspiciously, thinking, You waved your wand there for a long time, looking like you were directing traffic. Did you really find the entrance? Give me some more time, I will be able to determine the location of the entrance soon. Hermione was no longer sleepy when she said this. She lowered her voice and revealed mysteriously, let me tell you a secret. I guess the entrance to Platform 9 and March 4th was deliberately hidden by the school. You have to pass a series of tests to get in. At this point, her eyes flashed with confidence, as if Sherlock Holmes was possessed. Hearing this, Ye Ting was confused. Test. He was stunned, and looking at Hermione, he became a little unconfident. Did he remember it wrong? Couldn't we just go through this wall to reach Platform 9 March 4th? Then, why did the school do this? Ye Ting asked tentatively. Of course it's to test us freshmen, Hermione analyzed seriously, as if she had seen through the school's intention, and then sort us according to our performance. Hearing this, Ye Ting almost couldn't help laughing out loud. The little girl's imagination is really big. Ye Ting almost believed her lies. Seeing her like this, Ye Ting really couldn't bear to let her go further and further on the wrong path, so he carefully questioned, are you thinking too much? What do you mean by thinking too much? Hermione turned her head away dissatisfiedly. I bought a lot of magic books during the holidays, and I have memorized all the textbooks. Wow, you are great! Ye Ting exclaimed, and then changed the subject, but what does this have to do with the platform entrance? Hermione was speechless, the whole person was angry, and her little hands were clenched into fists. This tone of asking for a beating really makes people want to hit someone. Seeing that she was really angry, Ye Ting hurriedly changed the subject, that. I think I found the entrance. Hermione looked at him with disbelief, thinking that he was just arguing with her. I'm serious, how about we make a bet, just bet 1 galleon. He looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to this side, so he slammed his head against the wall. Hermione screamed from behind, and when he came to his senses, most of his body had passed through the wall and entered another space. Look! Just pass through like this. He quickly walked out of the wall and looked at Hermione. You lose, remember, it's 1 galleon. Got it. Hermione pouted helplessly. Although she was unwilling, she could only accept the defeat. Ye Ting and Hermione passed through the stone pillars and came to the real Platform 9 March 4th. What came into view was a deep red steam locomotive, as if it had walked out of an old Victorian photo. The bronze plaque on the body read, Hogwarts Express, departing at 11 o'clock sharp. The thick smoke from the locomotive filled the sky above the platform, and the crowd below was bustling, all of which were young wizards rushing to get on the train and parents seeing them off. Hermione dragged her luggage with great effort, recalling her own self-righteous analysis just now, and her ears and neck were stained with the red glow of the sunset, as if she could dig out a new Platform 9 3/4 on the platform with her toes. She glared at Ye Ting and couldn't help asking, did you know that the wall could be passed through? No, I just found out too. It may take a little talent. Ye Ting laughed, can't you see it? Then you will probably be rated as unqualified by the school. Hermione's cheeks puffed up slightly when she heard this, and she muttered angrily, you lied to me again. It seemed that because she had been alone in the cabin for a long time and hadn't seen anyone for a long time. Ye Ting felt very friendly when she saw an acquaintance all of a sudden, and always wanted to tease her. Looking at her watch, she found that the departure time was approaching, so Ye Ting stopped teasing the little cat with its hair standing on end, and reached out to take the heavy object in her hand. Okay, no more jokes, we have to get on the bus quickly, don't miss the departure time. When they boarded the carriage, it was already very lively inside, with students either sticking their heads out of the window to say goodbye to their families, or playing and fighting in the carriage. There were not many empty seats left in the carriage. Ye Ting led Hermione through the train and finally found an empty compartment near the rear of the train. It was called an empty compartment, but in fact, there was already a girl sitting inside. This was a Huxia girl, and Ye Ting was amazed at the first sight. Her eyes were like autumn water, her eyebrows were like distant mountains, her lips were like cherries, her skin was whiter than snow, and her black hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Although she was still young, she already revealed some of the charm of a classical beauty. In terms of appearance, she was even better than Hermione. Of course, this might also be the result of Hermione not dressing up on weekdays. Ye Ting's heart moved. This was the first time he met an Oriental person of the same age in the UK. Especially on the train to Hogwarts. The girl also saw Ye Ting and immediately waved to him enthusiastically, and seemed to be very happy to meet a fellow tribesman on the train. Ye Ting walked in and asked, "Are there any seats here?" The girl shook her head, "All the seats here are empty." "That's great." Ye Ting happily took Hermione to sit down and put all the luggage on the shelf. After settling down, he turned to the Oriental girl opposite and greeted her enthusiastically. "Hello, my name is Ye Ting, and I'm a freshman this year." When he said this, he used huxia. A glimmer of surprise flashed in the girl's eyes, and she also responded in huxia. "Hello, Ye Ting, my name is Zhang Qiu, a second-year student, assigned to Ravenclaw College." "I didn't expect you to speak huxia." It was Zhang Qiu. "That's right, there is no other huxia with high looks in Hogwarts except her." "Who said it wasn't?" Ye Ting shrugged and sighed, "I've also been to Chinatown, where many new generations can't even speak huxia, it's really." The two looked at each other, and it felt like they were meeting fellow villagers, with tears in their eyes. Seeing that the two of them were talking in encrypted form throughout the conversation, Hermione felt that she was being excluded, and said angrily, "I'm really sorry, but can you say something I can understand?" Sorry. The two quickly apologized and switched back to English communication. But this brief exchange in huxia has created an indescribable tacit understanding between the two compatriots. As the steam whistle sounded loudly, the train slowly started. It galloped on the streets of London like a giant dragon, but strangely, just like the leaky cauldron, passers-by outside ignored the train. The scenery outside the window passed by quickly, and half an hour later, the prosperous London was left behind, replaced by a green farmland and rolling hills. Ye Ting observed it for a while and understood the uniqueness of this train. In order to avoid being discovered as much as possible, the train deliberately avoided densely populated areas when planning the route. But this also brought an unexpected surprise, that is, the beautiful natural scenery along the way, which is absolutely not seen in the city. In the carriage, the three little wizards began to chat about everything. In fact, it was mainly Hermione who was talking. She was very interested in asking Zhang Qiu about Hogwarts. Ye Ting also wanted to chat with them, but he stayed up too late last night to experiment with magic, and now his eyelids were fighting. So he leaned on the cushion and soon fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Ye Ting was awakened by a loud noise. He wiped the corners of his mouth in a daze and asked sleepily, "Have we arrived at school?" But no one answered. The noise around him became more and more sharp, with crying, screaming, and heart-wrenching shouts intertwined, forcing him to open his eyes. Then he saw that at the door of the carriage, 3 teenagers were fighting fiercely. To be more precise, 2 short and fat guys were unilaterally beating a round-faced teenager. The round-faced teenager was obviously at a disadvantage in terms of size and number, and was pinned to the ground and unable to move. He had tears in his eyes and looked like he was about to cry. But even so, he still stubbornly gritted his teeth and refused to beg for mercy. Hermione was so anxious that she kept shouting, "Stop! Stop it!" As for Zhang Qiu, she had already drawn her wand and was ready to attack. "What's going on?" Ye Ting was confused. Just now when they passed by, Longbottom's Toad jumped on their faces. Hermione saw that Ye Ting had woken up and quickly complained to him. They got angry, scolded Longbottom's parents, and then fought. Ye Ting nodded slightly after hearing this, and then pressed Zhang Qiu's wand. "Let the boys do the fighting, just watch me." "Yeah." Zhang Qiu obediently put away his wand. Hermione was a little worried. "You won't get hurt, will you?" "Don't worry, I will win people over with my virtue. Yiting's attitude was very casual, and he didn't even take out his wand, but just stretched it forward. Fingertip thunderstorm. With a sizzle, a trace of electricity shot out from Yiting's hand and hit the two little fat guys accurately. The two little fat guys were punching and kicking Neville, and they were immediately paralyzed and their hair stood up. They just froze in place with their hands and legs stretched out, shaking like sieves, as if they were having an epileptic seizure, and it took a long time for them to recover. What did you do to us? As soon as they recovered, the two little fat guys were furious, abandoned Neville, and rushed straight to Ye Ting, the instigator. But as soon as they took a step, Ye Ting stretched out his hand again. Fingertip thunderstorm. The two guys started shaking again. Next, Ye Ting continuously released weak electric currents to the two men like he was controlling a puppet. The two little fat boys completely lost control of their bodies, trembling from time to time, pausing from time to time, shouting and yelling, as happy as two 200-pound children. After a while, Ye Ting stopped the electric shocks. The two men at this time were completely helpless in front of him. They just looked at him, trembled subconsciously, and quickly took 2 steps back, obviously knowing who was the boss. Ye Ting sighed, helped up the round-faced boy who was beaten, and then slapped the shoulders of the 2 fat boys with both hands. We are all classmates. If there is any conflict, why can't we sit down and talk it out? Ye Ting said earnestly, fighting at every turn is not the behavior of a wizard. Remember, strength is not used to bully the weak. Get along well with your classmates in the future, understand? Feeling the weak current coming from Ye Ting's hand, the 2 little fat guys were scared and their noses and tears were running. They cried and apologized to the round-faced boy, saying that they regretted it and vowed never to bully their classmates again. A good child is one who corrects his mistakes. Ye Ting nodded with satisfaction and let them go. Seeing Ye Ting let go, the 2 little fat guys ran away and disappeared at the end of the carriage. Hermione was stunned by what Ye Ting did. After a long while, she looked at him speechlessly. You call this winning people over with virtue? Of course. Ye Ting held his hands behind his head, and his lips curled up slightly. Look, didn't they become good kids under my influence? The round-faced boy had just been helped up by Ye Ting, and his legs were still a little weak. He swallowed tremblingly and reminded in a low voice, Goyle and Crabbe are just Malfoy's followers. They will not give up. They will definitely go to Malfoy, and then come back to make trouble. Don't be afraid, these little hooligans, the more you show your weakness, the more they will push their way. Ye Ting patted his shoulder nonchalantly, if Malfoy dares to come, I'll be there. When the time comes, see how I win people over with virtue. Hermione rolled her eyes, obviously doubting Ye Ting's winning people over with virtue. Neville was so moved that his eyes turned red. He wanted to recognize Ye Ting as his big brother right away. My name is Ye Ting, a freshman this year. What's your name? Ye Ting asked casually. Neville. Neville Longbottom. The round-faced boy was so nervous that he stuttered a little. Oh, another important character in the original book. Ye Ting nodded. Neville was still a little timid now, and he was not the future Gryffindor swordsman. Then, the other 2 also introduced themselves. I am Hermione Granger. Hello, I am Zhang Qiu from the 2nd grade. Then, they talked about the melee just now. Ye Ting, how did you do it? Zhang Qiu looked at the fellow villager in surprise. I mean, the magic that you just raised your hand to discharge electricity, you didn't use a wand or chant a spell, right? Is there anything special about this kind of spell? Hermione asked Zhang Qiu puzzledly. That's not just special, it's a very difficult technique, Zhang Qiu explained. Many senior students, even some Aurors can't do this. Ah, it turns out to be so amazing. After hearing Zhang Qiu's words, Hermione looked at Ye Ting with a different look. I saw Ye Ting always use magic like this, I thought it was very simple. Seeing that Zhang Qiu and Neville were looking at her curiously, Hermione told her about Ye Ting's magic tricks during the holidays. During the magic tricks, Hermione didn't hear Ye Ting recite any spells. Zhang Qiu was even more shocked after hearing this. He looked at Ye Ting as if he was looking at a monster. A student as good as you will definitely be the first after entering the school. How about coming to our Ravenclaw? There are many wizards as good as you here. Why does he want to join Ravenclaw? Hermione turned her head away unconvinced, her fluffy hair trembling slightly with her emotions. I heard that Gryffindor is the best college, even Professor Dumbledore graduated from there. I also want to go there. Of course, Ravenclaw is also good, but... Yeah, everyone says so. Neville's voice was a little low. Everyone in our family is Gryffindor, but looking at me like this, I guess I can only go to Hufflepuff. At home, I am always treated as a squib. He forced a bitter smile. My uncle Algy, in order to force me to show magic, always wants to put me in danger when no one is prepared. Once, he pushed me off the Black Lake Pier, and I almost drowned. But what happened? Nothing happened. Maybe I really don't have a talent for magic. Be more confident, buddy. Ye Ting patted his shoulder and comforted him. At least in my eyes, you are quite suitable for Gryffindor, just because you didn't give in when you were beaten just now. After hearing Ye Ting mention the beating, Neville seemed even more lonely. After Neville finished speaking, Hermione and Zhang Qiu looked at Ye Ting together. What about you? Which college do you want to go to? Ah, this. Ye Ting looked at the two beauties in front of him, and his heart tightened. He could easily see that they both had a preconceived position before asking questions. Zhang Qiu must want him to enter Ravenclaw, while Hermione prefers Gryffindor. Speaking of which, one of these two girls is a rare fellow villager, and the other is a new friend, and both are very beautiful and likable, which completely meets his standards for further communication. He doesn't want to offend either of them, and doesn't want to give up on either of them. He opened his mouth, but didn't know how to answer so as not to offend either party, and he was calling it bad luck in his heart. I haven't started anything yet, and you want to preview the Shura scene for me, right? Just when Ye Ting was having a headache about how to smooth things over, Neville unexpectedly helped him out. Rivet. Rivet is missing. His voice suddenly sounded, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Neville frantically touched his pocket, and then lay on the ground looking for him everywhere. Good job, Neville, you are such a brother. In Ye Ting's eyes, this little fat boy suddenly became much cuter. Interrupted by Neville, Hermione frowned and asked, who is Leffo? It's the toad just now. Neville said with a tearful voice, it's my pet. Zhang Qiu tried to comfort him. Will it hide in a corner of the carriage? No, Neville shook his head. Live always runs away. Every time I can't find it, it means it has run away from home again. He said anxiously, it may not like me to hug it to sleep at night. Everyone was silent for a while. Nainville's hobby is indeed a bit different. Others like to pet cats and dogs, but you want to pet clams, and even stick to them when you sleep. No wonder Leffo is going to run away. Seeing Neville so anxious, Hermione and Zhang Qiu also began to help find Leffo's traces in the carriage. Ye Ting did not get up, but picked up Lynette in his arms and asked, do you know where Neville's toad went? Hermione thought it was a bit funny that Ye Ting asked about the cat, but Lynette raised her head and meowed seriously. Ye Ting nodded slightly and said to everyone, don't look for it. Lynette told me that Rafe was beaten by Neville. I mean he ran away during the fight. Can you understand cats? Hermione was very surprised. It's not that she hasn't seen pets communicate with their owners, but those are usually simple instructions and responses. This is the first time she has seen a cat that can express complex thoughts like this, and an owner who can understand all of this. Yes, but it's only limited to Lynette. Ye Ting explained. Hermione and the others immediately showed an expression of understanding. As orphans, Ye Ting and Lynette depend on each other, and it may be that they have developed a unique tacit understanding in this mutual dependence. Of course, all the above guesses are wrong. The real reason why Ye Ting can understand Lynette's words is that Lynette has wisdom comparable to that of humans, and he can also become a cat with Eye of God, black-spotted cat. Neville looked at Ye Ting anxiously. What should we do? This train is so big, where should we find Leaf? It's easy, just ask Lynette, she is the best tracking expert. Ye Ting said, patting Lynette gently. The white cat jumped from his arms to the window so lightly, then jumped down and landed steadily. She turned around gracefully in the box, then glanced at Ye Ting, as if to tell her master that she had found a target, and then ran away. Seeing Lynette's back going away, several people followed without hesitation, passing through one carriage after another. But they didn't go far before they were blocked by a group of little wizards. These people squeezed in the narrow aisle, surrounding a black boy with dreadlocks like stars around the moon, and their faces were full of excitement and fear. Brotherly, show me your big baby again. That's right, Brotherly, let me see a little gap, otherwise we will have to think about it tonight and can't sleep. Brotherly, please, can you let me touch your baby? I have never seen such a big one in my life. Lee Jordan, who was pursued by everyone, laughed triumphantly. He, my baby is very shy. It's okay to show you, but don't touch it. It will be bad if you touch it. As he said, he asked everyone to come closer mysteriously, and then took out an exquisite box from his pocket. He opened the box carefully, and a tuft of attractive black hair first appeared, followed by 8 long, furry, black legs. It was a black wolf spider. Its small eyes were arranged closely, and 2 dark ribbons outlined unique patterns on both sides of its body, finally converging into a sharp shape at the back. Its chelicerae had sharp teeth like rakes. When the little wizards saw the wolf spider, they all talked about it with satisfaction. The boys pretended to point out the world, as if they were disdainful of the little spider. The girls screamed, showing their weakness with excitement and fear. After a while, Lee closed the box, but the little wizards who hadn't seen enough didn't agree, and shouted for him to show off again for everyone to watch and play with. After a few rounds, the little wizards got used to his treasure, and some of them were bored, and their voices gradually became low. Seeing this, Lee quickly said, "This is just an appetizer. There are more good things in my compartment." "Is it a bigger treasure?" Someone couldn't help but ask. "What big treasure?" "It's more exciting than a treasure." Lee deliberately kept it a secret and invited them enthusiastically. "Come on, you'll know." The enthusiasm of the little wizards was ignited again, and they surrounded Lee. At this moment, he felt like the brightest star in Hogwarts. Then, he really shone. 2 spells suddenly passed over the aisle, breaking the joyful atmosphere. One spell hit Lee, and his whole body was covered with dazzling white light. The other spell hit the box containing the wolf spider. Chaotic screams rang out again in the aisle, but this was not out of excitement, but out of fear. The wolf spider, which was originally only the size of a palm, swelled rapidly under the effect of the spell, and its body instantly increased to more than half a meter long. The tiny black hair on its legs turned into clearly visible bristles, flashing dangerous light. The originally beautiful pattern was now twisted into a hideous and terrifying appearance. All the little wizards were scared to death, and no one dared to approach this big baby anymore. They fled in panic and hid in the carriage to seek a sense of security. Lee was hit by the spell just now, and the whole person was dizzy and couldn't escape at all, so he became the prey of the wolf spider. The wolf spider still remembered his smell, and you played the most cruelly just now. The huge wolf spider suddenly jumped up and pressed him firmly under it. Although the wolf spider did not bite him, the terrifying breath that came to his face made him terrified and out of his mind. He lay helplessly on the ground, calling for help in a trembling voice. "Help! Help! Anyone can! Get this monster away quickly!" The little wizard hiding in the carriage only dared to peek at the corridor outside through the crack of the door, fearing that the giant wolf spider would rush in, let alone help. On Ye Ting's side, Neville ran away with his head in his hands, and Zhang Qiu buried his head behind Ye Ting. Even the usually enthusiastic Hermione was so scared that she hugged Ye Ting's arm tightly and trembled. She could only secretly show her head to give advice. The book says that spiders are afraid of fire. As she said that, she searched her pockets and found nothing, so she turned her head to look at the Oriental girl next to her. Zhangqiu, did you bring matches? Matches, are you still a witch, Hermione? Ye Ting pulled the corner of her mouth. If this goes on, the academy will definitely lower your score. The girl wrinkled her nose, and rarely did she confront him, but anxiously urged, hurry up and find a way to save people. Ye Ting did not take out his wand, but saw him raise his right hand and snap his fingers, and the red gem on the ring flickered with fire. Dazzling light trick. The next moment, bright sparks suddenly lit up on the floor in front of the wolf spider, like blooming fireworks, gorgeous and dazzling. But it was just beautiful. This time, Ye Ting controlled the input of magic power, so this combat skill did not cause a terrible fire like in Ollivander's wand shop. At this moment, the students watching, especially the senior wizards, all widened their eyes. They realized that Ye Ting had just completed a wandless silent spell. The sudden fire and heat frightened the wolf spider. It instinctively avoided the burning of the flames and loosened its entanglement with Li. It quickly landed and rushed away, trying to escape from this dangerous place. Linnet! Ye Ting shouted. While Ye Ting was deterring the wolf spider, Linnet, as a partner, tacitly went around the side of the wolf spider and was ready to go. Now, hearing the order, she immediately rushed out and stepped directly on the back of the wolf spider. With the eye of God, she was much more powerful than an ordinary cat. Although she was smaller in size, she suppressed the giant wolf spider and made it unable to move. Ye Ting took the opportunity to take out her magic wand and pointed it at the wolf spider. Shrink quickly. The wolf spider, which was firmly suppressed by Linnet, could not dodge at all. Under the power of the spell, it began to shrink rapidly. After returning to its original size, it continued to shrink and finally became only the size of an ant. Seeing that the prey had become so small, Linnet lost interest and loosened her claws. The ant-sized wolf spider took the opportunity to escape and disappeared into a dark corner. The crisis was finally resolved. Seeing that Ye Ting had successfully dealt with the spider, the little wizards filed out of the carriage one after another, applauding enthusiastically and cheering for Ye Ting's bravery. Ye Ting showed his face among the seniors before school started. Then he was targeted. Many witches surrounded him, their eyes wandering around Ye Ting, and strange blushes flashed on their faces from time to time. Such a handsome boy, with an exotic look. The sharp-eyed witches can see that Ye Ting's robes are wrapped in a strong body. Many witches stared at him. When did Hogwarts have such a high-quality student? I really want to meet him. But, in the public eye, not everyone dares to do so. Thank you, classmate. A tall girl with brown curly hair finally plucked up the courage to speak. I was really scared just now. Thank you for helping me. Can you tell me which college you are from? Can we get to know each other? The students around looked at the beautiful senior sister, their eyes unconsciously turned down slightly, and then they found that the senior sister had hidden a grapefruit in her clothes. Many people swallowed their saliva secretly, envious of Ye Ting's good luck. Ye Ting glanced at Yuzu without revealing a word, then raised her head and looked at the senior with innocent eyes. Excuse me, senior, my name is Ye Ting, I am a freshman this year, and I have not been sorted yet. The witches exclaimed when they heard this. It was actually a new junior who had just enrolled. Junior is good, it is easier to fool juniors than those old-timers, isn't it? The tall senior with brown curly hair raised her big waves and said with a smile, my name is Penelope Clearwater, and I am a student of Ravenclaw. I sincerely hope you can be assigned to our college, there are many beautiful seniors here. Well, thank you Penelope for your advice, I will seriously consider it. Ye Ting responded seriously. Hermione on the side was almost pouting to the sky. The quality of the seniors in this school is too poor, actually, seducing juniors in public. Ye Ting too, can't you be more firm? Where is that glance? Damn it. Zhangqiu was naturally a little dissatisfied with Penelope's attitude. But she and Penelope agreed on inviting Ye Ting to join Ravenclaw, so she didn't say anything. While Ye Ting was dealing with the senior, Lee Jordan stared at him intently, his face full of admiration. He had been in Hogwarts for so many years, and the number of times he had approached girls was few and far between, but this boy was so good that he had been getting along with them not long after he arrived. It was really enviable. After waiting for the seniors to leave, Lee finally had the opportunity to get up and talk to Ye Ting. "Brother, this time it's really thanks to you. Your name is Ye Ting, right?" Lee patted Ye Ting's shoulder and said generously, "In the future, if anyone dares to trouble you in Hogwarts, just mention my name." As he said that, he showed off the tattoo on his arm. But in Ye Ting's eyes, he had no momentum at all, just like a gangster. Even the quality of the fancy tattoo was not very good, and it began to fade after being soaked in sweat. Ye Ting seriously suspected that the big gold chain on Lee's neck would float when he took a shower, right? After the two chatted for a while, Lee said goodbye to him. "I still have to find the person who did it. The wolf spider must have been cast by someone with the enlargement curse." "Do you know who did it?" Ye Ting asked curiously. "Who else could it be?" "It must be the Weasley brothers." Lee gritted his teeth and said, "They wanted to borrow my wolf spider to make trouble before, and wanted to throw it into the Slytherin carriage, but I refused." "But I guess you can't beat them." Ye Ting reminded at the right time. "It doesn't matter if you can't beat them." Lee showed a sly smile. "I heard that their younger brother also enrolled this year. His name is Ron Weasley." "Hee, I will go to trouble him." Ye Ting mourned for the gay friend of a certain savior in his heart. "Who made you have this pair of brothers who pit their younger brother?" Lee rolled up his sleeves and ran towards a carriage in a hurry. Without the excitement to watch, the crowd of onlookers also dispersed like a receding tide. Ye Ting and his friends continued to look for Neville's pet. They soon arrived at the next carriage. Linnet rushed to the luggage rack and meowed. Ye Ting looked over and pointed to a corner on the luggage rack and asked, "Neville, look there, is that your precious toad?" Neville looked in the direction of Ye Ting's finger, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he rushed forward. "Rive!" He held the toad in his palm and rubbed his round face on it vigorously. "Finally found you, Rive, don't leave me again." Rive made a miserable, quack sound and struggled hard to escape from the clutches of passion. Seeing this scene, Ye Ting couldn't help laughing. He finally understood why Rive ran away from home. Rive is an amphibian, likes dark and humid environment, has a low body temperature, and is a cold-blooded animal. For them, human body temperature is too high. Neville's behavior of holding the toad directly in his hands is undoubtedly a torture in Rive's eyes. It would be strange if he didn't run away. They were all very happy that Neville finally found his pet. However, on the way back, when passing a cubicle, Hermione suddenly stopped. There seemed to be two freshmen in that cubicle, one with red hair and freckles, and the other with black hair and glasses. At this time, the red-haired boy was about to show magic to the black-haired boy. Seeing this, Hermione was no longer sleepy. In fact, the reason why Hermione studied hard during the summer vacation and previewed so much magic knowledge in advance was not only because she was strong and studious. More importantly, she was only good at this. Apart from helping everyone with homework or providing other help within her ability, she really didn't know how to make friends. She always felt that she was the kind of girl who should take the initiative and lead the team. But strangely, if no one asked her for help, such as asking her questions like, "Do you know how to use L'Hopital's rule?" she didn't know how to start a conversation with others. Imagine that you want to get to know someone, walk up to him, and then say something. This question has always troubled Hermione, and it seems that there is no standard answer. She can't do this question. She always felt that making new friends was a bit illogical. It was obviously something that required the joint efforts of two people, so why should she be responsible for breaking the ice alone? Why can't adults help? She even fantasized that one day someone would take the initiative to walk up to her and say, "Hermione, the teacher asked me to be friends with you." Such problems have been bothering her during elementary school. And she hopes that her peers in the magical world will be different. Fortunately, she made a friend before getting on the bus today. Let's just call him a friend. But this friend didn't seem to need her help at all. He performed better than her in both magic attainments and problem-solving abilities. Whether it was finding a toad or dealing with a giant wolf spider, Hermione felt that she had performed very poorly and was of no use at all. She was hit hard and needed a goal to prove herself. At this time, in the box, the red-haired boy stared at the lazy gray mouse in front of him and cleared his throat. Daisies, sweet cream and sunshine, turn this stupid fat mouse yellow. He waved his wand, but the mouse was still gray and lay motionless on the table. This spell sounds different from the one in the book. Are you sure it's correct? After Hermione finished speaking, she came to the boy with glasses and took out her wand. Clean it up. The aged oxidized glasses frame on the bridge of the skinny boy's nose regained its copper color. The girl, who felt that she had finally shown her talent, raised her neck and began to introduce herself. Oh, by the way, my name is Hermione Granger. What are your names? Ron Weasley. The red-haired boy muttered in dissatisfaction, pointing at the fat mouse. It's called Scabbers. Harry Potter. The boy with glasses said. Ye Ting and the others also introduced themselves. Oh my God, is it really you? Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement. I know all your deeds. Modern History of Magic, The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, Important Magical Events in the 20th Century, these books all record your legend, and, the man whose name cannot be mentioned. Not only Hermione, Neville and Zhang Qiu are also very interested in Harry. These children from wizard families grew up listening to Harry's stories. Voldemort. Harry started, his name is Voldemort. He glanced at Zhang Qiu, and suddenly felt an impulse in his heart, urging him to perform in front of the other party. So he talked about his experience incessantly. Just last month, I learned that when I was just a baby, an evil wizard had tried to kill me. But for some reason, he failed in the end and died strangely. Now, strangers keep thanking me for bringing them hope. Just then, the door of the compartment was pushed open again with a creak, and a pale blonde boy walked into the compartment proudly, followed by two fat guys who looked like qualified meat shields, two old acquaintances of Ye Ting. I heard, the blonde boy said in a long tone, with the style of a nobleman, everyone on this train is saying that Harry Potter is hiding in this small compartment. So, you are the legendary Harry Potter? His eyes swept over the others, as if they were just inconspicuous weeds on the roadside. Yes, I am. Harry answered frankly. Oh, let me introduce you, this is Crabbe, this is Goyle. The little boy pointed at the two followers behind him, and then introduced himself in a rhythmic tone. My name is Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Ron tried not to laugh out loud, but failed. Draco's name is a homophone for Tianlong, which literally means Ma Tianlong. Draco Malfoy turned his sharp eyes to Ron. Why, do you think my name is funny? Needless to say, I know who you are. A Weasley, with red hair, freckles, and too many children to support. He turned to Harry and said, I'm not saying they are bad, but I really don't see any reason for them to exist, Potter. I think you should make some friends of higher class. I can give you some advice on this point. As he spoke, he extended his hand to Harry, as if he wanted to shake hands with him. However, the sense of superiority in his bones made this simple action full of the meaning of, I am teaching you how to do things. If Hermione's outspokenness only made people feel a little uncomfortable, then Malfoy's condescending attitude was simply a naked provocation. I think I know who is the real outlier. Harry glanced coldly at the outstretched hand, with no intention of shaking hands at all. Malfoy's pale cheeks flushed slightly, and he didn't expect Harry to be so disrespectful to him. Potter, if I were you, I would be more careful. He slowed down his speech and tried to imitate his father's majestic tone, threatening, you'd better be respectful, otherwise you might follow in your parents' footsteps, especially with a group of mudbloods and squibs like Longbottom, which will lower your status. Harry and Ron stood up suddenly, and Ron's face turned red, just like his red hair. Zhang Qiu also quickly drew out her wand, She didn't want to get involved in the petty fights between freshmen, but she couldn't stand someone insulting her new friend like this. But Ye Ting was faster than them. Fingertip thunderstorm. He raised his hand lightly, and the familiar electric current shot out instantly, hitting Malfoy's neck directly. Malfoy immediately tasted the taste of his previous two followers, and his whole body trembled like epilepsy. You, wait for my father, to know. Malfoy's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, and he couldn't speak clearly. He will, ah. The whole process lasted for a minute until Ye Ting let him go. Crabbe. Goyle. As soon as Malfoy was freed from paralysis, he gritted his teeth and ordered, "Teach him a lesson." Hearing this, Ye Ting glanced at the two followers coldly. Goyle and Crabbe immediately recalled the fear of being dominated by a man, and the humiliation of being paralyzed. The two were immediately caught in a dilemma. Escape. But Malfoy is still here. If they dare to run away like this, how can they stay in the family? But if they really listen to Malfoy and go up to fight with Ye Ting. Don't laugh, the consequence of them going up is that they will be electrocuted like Malfoy and turned into muggles. They are just slow to react, not stupid. So, the two froze in place. Seeing them dithering, Ye Ting frowned, obviously impatient. Get lost. Hearing this, the two short and fat guys were immediately angry, their clenched fists clattering. They were the little emperors who could call the wind and rain at home. How could they have suffered such humiliation? They glared at Ye Ting fiercely and roared. Get lost. Who is afraid of who? After that, they strode away without looking back, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Malfoy saw that his bodyguard was just yo-yoing like this, and he sat down on the ground in fear. Ye Ting slowly walked in front of Malfoy, grabbed his collar and easily lifted him up in front of his horrified eyes. Listen to me, Ye Ting said coldly, my name is Ye Ting, I'm a muggle, and I'm very narrow-minded. You call me a mud-blood, and that's like a slap in my face. I get angry when I get slapped in the face, and when I get angry, I have to fight back. As he spoke, he stretched out his other hand and rubbed it in front of Malfoy. There was a crackling sound between his fingers, and a spark of electricity came out. Malfoy shuddered. Did you see the electric shock just now? Ye Ting asked. I saw it. Malfoy nodded honestly. Did you feel comfortable? Not comfortable. That's right. Ye Ting snorted coldly, that little bit of electricity is just an appetizer. If you continue to increase the current, you will gradually feel tingling all over your body, difficulty breathing, incontinence, and even, so if you don't want to lose face, you'd better not provoke me, okay? Malfoy no longer had the arrogance before, nodding like a chicken pecking at rice, completely different from his arrogant appearance before. Now, get out of here. Ye Ting let go of his hand, Malfoy lost his support and fell to the ground again, but he didn't even dare to hum. He climbed up with pain, squeezed an awkward smile on his face, and bowed to exit the carriage. As soon as the door closed, the smile on his face disappeared. At this time, Goyle and Crabbe emerged from the corner. Crabbe looked at Malfoy, whose face was pale, and asked in a muffled voice, Draco, are you okay? How could I be okay? Malfoy was about to accuse them of deserting the battlefield, but he didn't want to lose face in front of his followers, so he could only hold the scene. You don't really think that Ye Ting can beat me? But... Crabbe and Goyle hesitated. I just had a wizard duel with that guy, Malfoy said casually. I beat him so hard that he almost dropped out of school. But... even if they join forces, they are still my opponent. Malfoy smiled triumphantly and continued to brag, I'm not feeling well today, otherwise, I can make them cry one by one. But... why do you have so many buts? Malfoy was a little impatient. But... Goyle and Crabbe said in unison, your butt is sparking, and it burned a hole in your robe. At some point, the sparks of the electric current ignited the robe, and the flames were jumping happily on his buttocks. Merlin. This is a high-end product that I specially ordered at Madame Malkin's robe shop. Malfoy's scream echoed in the carriage. Goyle and Crabbe slapped Malfoy's butt in a panic, and finally controlled the fire. What are you arguing about? A familiar scolding came from the carriage. Malfoy was frightened and trembled all over. His previous arrogance disappeared without a trace in an instant, and he returned to his previous nodding and bowing appearance. I'm sorry, I'll leave now, and I promise not to disturb you again, Mr. Yiting, he said as he retreated to the door. Goyle and Crabbe looked at each other. Is this what he claimed to have beaten Yiting to the point of almost dropping out of school? I'm afraid he was almost beaten to the point of dropping out of school. Let's go. Malfoy didn't care about maintaining his image in front of his younger brothers, and led his two followers to flee the carriage. It wasn't until he felt that Yiting couldn't hear their conversation that Malfoy stopped and immediately regained his arrogance. Damn you, Muggles, I've never been threatened like this in my life. We can't just let it go, we have to make them suffer. He gritted his teeth and said. Draco, let's not mess with that man, he's really scary. Goyle showed timidity on his face. When he thought of that man, he would remember the feeling of an electric current on his body, and then tremble all over. Me too. Crabbe nodded vigorously. You two cowards. Malfoy cursed, what are you afraid of? When we get to Hogwarts, we will go directly to Professor Snape. Just based on my father's friendship with him, he will definitely help me out. He showed a smug smile on his face, just wait and see, I will make them expel them without even attending a class. But. No buts. Malfoy clenched his fists, his face gloomy, if I don't get this breath out, I will take that guy's surname. After dealing with Malfoy, the few people quickly said goodbye to Harry and the others and returned to their own compartments. On the way back, Zhang Qiu, who had been silent for a long time, looked at Yiting and reminded him, Malfoy doesn't seem to be someone who will give up. Will he find his father, the school director, and Dean Snape? Don't worry. Yiting said confidently, Dumbledore won't let them do this, old bee. I mean, Dumbledore can guarantee this point, apart from anything else. Can a school director and a small Slytherin dean be more powerful than the headmaster? Sorry, Yiting. Neville was full of guilt and whispered, it was because of the fight between Goyle and others before that I caused you trouble and made you offend Malfoy. What are you apologizing for? Yiting raised his head and smiled, you didn't do anything wrong, and I treated him like this because Malfoy scolded me in person. I am right no matter what I say. When they returned to the box, a small cart full of snacks was coming towards them. The saleswoman pushing the cart smiled and asked enthusiastically, children, do you want some candy or snacks? After a series of twists and turns, it was past the normal meal time. At this moment, everyone's stomach was growling with hunger. Neville's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but want to step forward, but as soon as his hand touched his pocket, he shrank back awkwardly. Under everyone's curious eyes, Neville's face flushed, and he stammered to explain, I didn't bring any money. My grandma is always worried that I will lose my wallet, so she didn't give me pocket money. There is actually such a reason for not giving pocket money? Everyone was speechless. Then how do you usually solve the problem of eating? Hermione asked curiously. Grandma told me this morning that she would let the owl send me lunch. Neville sighed, and now he only had one canute on his body. Oh no, wait. Where is the canute he secretly hid in his pocket before? Seeing Neville anxiously searching through all his pockets, Ye Ting and the others smiled at each other, Mrs. Longbottom really has foresight. Neville, don't worry, take whatever snacks you want, and I'll pay for them. Ye Ting said generously, and turned to look at Zhang Qiu and Hermione, you too, take whatever you want, don't be polite to me. In short, Mr. Yi will pay for tonight. When Hermione heard this, her eyes lit up and she was the first to rush to the cart of the sales witch. Since she met Ye Ting, she seemed to have never encountered any good things. First, she was fooled by him, then he stood her up, and she lost to him in a bet at the station. Even in the aspects of study and magic that she has always been proud of, this guy is ridiculously strong. In short, in front of Ye Ting, she was nothing but defeated. Hermione, bear grudges.jpg. Since he is so generous to treat her this time, don't blame her for being rude. Hermione's mind was full of calculations, and she searched the snack cart wantonly. In the end, she did not forget to wink at Zhang Qiu and Neville, signaling them not to be polite and to give Ye Ting a good meal. Zhang Qiu did not follow her and only took a few things symbolically. She smiled and explained, I plan to join the Ravenclaw Quidditch team this semester. I have to control my weight and dare not eat too much. Even Lynette picked a few things that she was interested in. As a cat with human intelligence, she is very picky about food and she doesn't like ordinary cat food. Except for the high-end cat food that Ye Ting prepared for her, she only eats human food, especially shellfish, black tea, and exquisite desserts. Ye Ting also took a lot of things herself. She saw Hermione's malicious look from the corner of her eye and almost couldn't help laughing. He tried to keep a straight face and asked, have you chosen? Don't you want to take some more? Oh, how can I do that? Hermione said politely, but her hands were not slow at all, and she, by the way, helped Neville pick some cakes. She sat back in her chair contentedly until the table was full of snacks, and couldn't wait to open a chocolate crucible. Ye Ting also picked a few more pumpkin pies. Seeing Hermione eating them, he reminded her, now that you've picked out your snacks, pay for them, Miss Hermione, what are you waiting for? The girl was chewing on the chocolate cauldron like a groundhog, and was stunned when she heard the words, huh? What do you want to pay for? Oh, you forgot so quickly. Ye Ting showed an unbelievable expression. We made a bet before to see if I could find the entrance to Platform 9 and March 4th, and you lost 1 galleon to me. As he said that, he showed a shocked expression. No way, you're not going to default on your debt, are you? You can't afford to lose so much. Hermione almost choked on the chocolate cauldron, and rolled her eyes at Ye Ting fiercely. Who said I'm going to default on my debt? Then pay quickly. Ye Ting crossed his legs and winked at Hermione. Hermione seemed to hear Ye Ting say to him. Ms. Granger, you don't want Zhang Qiu and Neville to know about your embarrassing incident outside the platform, do you? This undoubtedly hit Hermione's soft spot. She was defeated helplessly and gritted her teeth and said, you are so cruel. Neville next to him was stunned. Granger looked difficult to talk to, but he was so obedient in front of Ye Ting. He paid the bill when asked. He is worthy of being the big brother in his heart, so awesome. Although reluctant, Hermione still took out a galleon. The sales witch found a few nuts with a smile on her face. Thank you for your patronage, I wish you a happy meal. The daily necessities and food in the magic world are not only of high quality, but also affordable to the people. Think about it, according to the exchange rate, 1 galleon is £5, which can easily be exchanged for a lot of snacks. Can muggles do this? The reason for this is actually very simple. Due to the existence of magic, every wizard has basic productivity. Even if he does not go to work, he can be self-sufficient. In short, everyone has the means of production, which leads to the prosperity of material, at least basic living materials. Of course, these are not issues that young wizards should consider. Young wizards just need to eat. While eating, Ye Ting glanced at his watch and asked Neville curiously, why hasn't your lunch been delivered yet? It's past 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Your grandma won't forget you, right? After hearing this, Neville quickly stretched his neck to look out the window, expecting to see an owl delivering food. But outside the window, there was nothing but blue sky and white clouds, not even a bird feather. He scratched his head helplessly. It's possible. My grandma said she would save some food for me when she went to St. Mungo's last time, but she forgot. Well, don't be polite, come and eat with us. Hermione invited him angrily, if you don't eat, someone will eat it all, don't let him get away with it. As she said that, she didn't forget to glare at Ye Ting, who was slowly unpacking the chocolate frog. "This is all my money." Ye Ting is collecting pictures of chocolate frogs. The chocolate frog in his hand was unpacked, and a picture fell off. On the picture, a lady in Victorian-style clothes and a shining hat is lifelike. Compared with the traditional impression of witches, she looks more like a lady from an aristocratic family. Turning over the picture, the back recorded the life of this wizard. Madame Blavatsky, a great wizard and fortune-teller, once became a criminal for trying to subvert the statute of secrecy. She has profound attainments in the study of souls and ancient magic, but because she leaked the secrets of magic to the Muggle world, she was hunted by the Ministry of Magic of various countries. Her book, Solutions to Souls, has a far-reaching influence. Ye Ting looked for a long time and finally recognized the person in the picture. It turned out to be Helena Blavatsky. But he was more accustomed to her purple-haired Lolita form in the moon world next door. After reading it, Ye Ting put the picture away, and then found Hermione, Zhang Qiu and Neville to ask for the pictures they collected. To be honest, Ye Ting is not very interested in the chocolate frog picture. Ye Ting has collected electronic figures in his previous life, all of which can move, run and jump. In comparison, although these paper pictures can also move, they are at most two-dimensional paper people, and they don't feel as good as electronic figures, three-dimensional. However, as a collection that is popular in the entire wizarding world, Ye Ting strongly suspects that if he can collect the entire set of cards, he may be able to trigger the system's collection reward. Neville and Zhang Qiu were born in wizard families, and their family has been collecting cards for many years. They don't care about these ordinary cards. They only lack those rare cards. Hermione, on the other hand, is very interested in the legendary wizards on the cards. Every time she finds a new one, she will read it carefully, and then reluctantly hand it to Ye Ting. Time always flies when eating chocolate frogs, as if some magic has stolen their time and given it to others. As the train sped along, the farmland gradually disappeared, replaced by dense forests, winding rivers and deep green mountains. The carriage gradually became quiet. Hermione began to bury her head in a book, Hogwarts, A History of the School. Zhang Qiu opened a book, Magical Quidditch. Ye Ting continued to catch up on sleep. When the moon rose above the willows, the train finally slowly entered Hogsmeade station. They changed into robes and got off the train with the crowd of passengers. Hogsmeade station stood alone in the wilderness at night, surrounded by weeds, looking a little desolate. This scene surprised the freshmen who were full of expectations. Where are the majestic castles and luxurious dormitories? Are they going to go to school in this shabby place? What's more frightening is that the atmosphere around here is simply terrifying. In the distant forest, the night owl's cries were intermittent, like the call of a ghost, which made people feel creepy. Many young wizards were so scared that their legs were weak and they were trembling all over. Neville held Leaf nervously, as if this little toad could protect him. Hermione tightly grasped the hem of Ye Ting's cloak, swallowing her saliva nervously, and even began to consider dropping out of school and going home. Looking at their appearance, Ye Ting couldn't help laughing. "Hey, are you scared now?" Who said I was scared?" When Hermione heard this, she immediately straightened her back and pretended to be indifferent. She didn't want to admit defeat in front of Ye Ting. "It's good that you're not afraid. It's nothing serious." Ye Ting chuckled and lowered his voice in a mysterious way. "Hey, do you know? This place was the witch trial in the Middle Ages. Many wizards lost their lives here, and the resentment of those wizards remained. Since then, Hogwarts has hidden the castle." Hermione's face turned pale, and she hurriedly looked at Zhang Qiu, hoping that this second-year senior could say something to refute Ye Ting. But Zhang Qiu had already received Ye Ting's eyes, and pretended to be trembling. I seem to have heard of this legend." Hermione was even more panicked by this couple. At this moment, Ye Ting's face suddenly changed. He raised his hand and pointed behind Hermione, his mouth half open, as if he wanted to say something, but only made a vague sound. Hermione recognized the words, "There is a ghost," from his mouth shape. Hermione, who was usually brave, was frightened and screamed, and shrank into Ye Ting's arms. After a long while, she found that there was no movement around her. She looked back secretly and could only see Zhang Qiu laughing. She came to her senses and glared at Ye Ting fiercely. "You lied to me again." "Not completely lying to you." Ye Ting smiled and explained, "It's true that some wizards will become ghosts after death. There are several in Hogwarts. But don't worry, they are usually very friendly." "Wow, there are really such things as ghosts in this world." Hermione was shocked again when she heard this. This is something that was not mentioned in Hogwarts, a history of the school. Just when the little wizards were panicking and at a loss, a loud voice suddenly sounded in the night. "First-year freshmen. Hurry up and gather here. I saw a giant who was so burly that it made people stunned. He walked out of the darkness with an ancestral oil lamp in his hand. He was almost as tall as two ordinary people, and his messy hair and beard seemed to have never been combed, which made him look wild." Seeing this big black bear, Hermione, who was already startled, took a breath of cold air. "This is too scary. His name is Rubeus Hagrid, and he is our gamekeeper at Hogwarts. My grandmother said he is a good man, but sometimes he will cause a little trouble." Neville whispered to speak well of Hagrid. As a second-year student, Zhang Qiu had to take another path, so he said goodbye to Ye Ting here. As the new students arrived one after another, Hagrid began to count the heads. He checked twice, fearing that he would miss a little wizard. After confirming that everything was correct, he waved his hand and led the new students to the path to Hogwarts. The path was dark and winding, and it was pitch black all around, without even a trace of light. The humid air made the already difficult road very muddy, and the little wizard stumbled as they walked. Linnet, who was afraid of getting dirty, directly nestled on Ye Ting's shoulder and refused to get down even if she was beaten to death. Ouch! There was a cry of pain from the little wizard in front, and a girl stumbled and fell to the ground. Hermione immediately stepped forward to help her up. "Thank you." The girl looked at Hermione gratefully, but when she saw that her robe was stained with mud, her eyes turned red and she almost cried. Ye Ting shook his head and took out his wand. "Clean it up." Suddenly, the stains on the girl's body disappeared without a trace, and her robe was brand new. "Thank you." The girl was pleasantly surprised and thanked him repeatedly, with little stars in her eyes. "You have already mastered magic, it's amazing." "It's no big deal." Ye Ting waved his hand. But after taking 2 steps, the girl almost slipped again. Ye Ting sighed lightly, and with a wave of his hand, a purple rose lantern appeared out of thin air, emitting a soft purple-white light, illuminating the road ahead. "Wow, another magic I haven't seen before." Hermione exclaimed, "This lantern is so beautiful." She came forward curiously and couldn't help but reach out to touch the rose lantern. Ye Ting was quick and slapped her hand away, sternly warning, "Don't touch this, do you want to be electrocuted?" This slap was so heavy that the girl's little hand turned red. She opened her mouth and wanted to blame Ye Ting, but suddenly found that there were indeed electric sparks flashing around the rose lantern from time to time. Just then, a moth was attracted by the light and fluttered towards the lantern. Instantly, a dazzling arc of electricity hit it, and the moth was roasted into charcoal on the spot like a mosquito caught in an electric mosquito swatter. Gulp. Hermione swallowed her saliva and realized what she almost did. She looked at Ye Ting strangely. How could this person use such a dangerous spell to illuminate? In fact, this purple rose lantern originated from Lisa's ultimate move, Rose Lightning. Ye Ting simplified it and greatly reduced the output power so that it could continue to emit light and temporarily used it as a flashlight. Not only moths were attracted by the light. In order to see the road clearly, many young wizards immediately gathered around, and Ye Ting suddenly became crowded. Through the light, Ye Ting noticed that the girl just now was also among them. She was an oval-faced girl with red-framed glasses and golden red braids, but what attracted Ye Ting's attention the most was her size. Although they are of the same age, they are 2 times older than Hermione, and even older than Zhang Qiu, who is in the 2nd grade. What kind of talent is this? The group trudged along the steep and narrow path. After a while, some people were so tired that they kept groaning and complaining. Hagrid turned his head and encouraged everyone loudly. Come on, kids. Hang on a little longer, and after passing this bend, you will see Hogwarts Castle, where the most gorgeous scenery of the magic world is waiting for you. The little wizards were so excited that they cheered up and continued to go downhill. After walking this mountain road and turning another bend, the view in front of them suddenly opened up. I saw a vast lake inlaid in a valley like a gem. The sparkling lake reflected the sky, and on the hillside on the opposite side of the lake, a magnificent castle stood tall. Although there is no moon tonight, the candlelight in Hogwarts Castle is shining brightly, reflecting the starlight on the lake, as bright as day. Ye Ting stood quietly by the lake, looking at the castle. Even he was amazed by the sight. Hagrid looked at the amazed expressions of the little wizards and felt very satisfied. This was his favorite program every year. Then, he walked to the ferry where the boats were moored and shouted loudly, "Okay, children, now we are going to take a boat to cross this big lake. Remember, each boat can only take 4 people at most." Of course, Hagrid's words were only aimed at the size of the little wizards. A big guy like himself can only take a boat alone, and his huge body curled up in the boat, as if an elephant was stuffed into a refrigerator. Ye Ting picked a boat at random, and Hermione and Neville followed quickly. After what happened just now, the gifted glasses girl seemed to have identified Ye Ting and became his follower, and also sat on it. Are you all ready? Then let's go. Although the boat had no oars or sails, it seemed to have life, freely shuttling through the water, and the waves splashed on the little wizards from time to time, bringing bursts of coolness. Neville was a little seasick, leaning against the edge of the boat and muttering, "Why do we have to take a boat? Do we have to do this every time we enter school in the future?" Hermione, the humanoid self-propelled encyclopedia, explained in a low voice, "It is said in Hogwarts, a history of the school, that the crossing of the lake for freshmen is a traditional ritual of Hogwarts." Ah. Well, this is the alchemical doll I tried to make. If you want to keep the Count Rabbit. That's fine. Great, I'll hold it every day. I mean, I'll put the Count Rabbit at the head of my bed. Hermione had always been frustrated by Ye Ting, and now she suddenly got his gift. She was so moved that she almost couldn't maintain her image. She didn't notice that the boy looked at her even more strangely. Who would sleep with an explosive every day? Ye Ting thought about it and finally gave up telling the girl the truth. Anyway, the Count Rabbit is very safe. As long as he doesn't start, there is no possibility of explosion. Otherwise, Amber herself wouldn't hold it all day. The boat quickly crossed the lake and approached the cliff where the castle was. At this time, the castle seemed to tower over their heads. "Keep your head down." Hagrid shouted loudly when the first boat approached the cliff. Everyone did it. But in fact, that was just Hagrid's judgment based on his own experience. Most little wizards couldn't touch their heads even if they stood on the boat, so there was no need to do so. They then passed through a dark tunnel and finally arrived at a place that looked like an underground dock. Everyone got off the boat and walked along the slope onto a cobblestone path, and finally came to an open and wet meadow. Climbing up the ancient stone steps, everyone came to a huge oak door. Hagrid raised his sandbag-sized fist and knocked on the door 3 times. The door slowly opened, and Professor McGonagall, dressed in a green robe, stood at the door. Her stern aura made many freshmen feel oppressive, and they almost became cautious in breathing. "Professor McGonagall, all the first-year students are here," Hagrid said respectfully. "Thank you, Hagrid. Leave it to me next." Professor McGonagall responded politely, and then turned to the young wizards, "Children, follow me." The young wizards followed Professor McGonagall into the castle, and Ye Ting finally got a glimpse of the scenery inside Hogwarts. The architectural style of the castle is simple and elegant, a typical medieval castle style. The dome is Greek, and the tall square drum is surrounded by 7 Roman-style Corinthian columns, which are covered with lifelike reliefs. The spacious hall is as bright as day under the huge skylight, and the torches by the window are burning, and the flames are jumping happily on the grey-white marble floor. However, Ye Ting didn't appreciate it for too long. Professor McGonagall led everyone through the winding corridors and finally came to a dim hut. Everyone rushed in, rubbing shoulders with each other, and looked at their future transfiguration professor nervously and curiously. The opening banquet is about to begin, but before that, you need to be sorted and determine which house you will belong to. Professor McGonagall introduced the little wizards. The children whispered and talked a lot, but Professor McGonagall just glanced at them coldly, and her majestic eyes immediately made the hut silent. After explaining the 4 major colleges and the college division system, Professor McGonagall left the room. Her departure seemed to lift a certain seal, and the room suddenly exploded. The little wizards who were holding back excitedly discussed the upcoming sorting ceremony. Deliberately concealing the sorting ceremony is a tradition of Hogwarts. Even children from wizard families can't get much inside information from their parents. By the way, how did the school accurately divide us into different colleges? Someone suddenly asked. As soon as this was said, the surroundings suddenly became much quieter, and everyone was asked by this question. Maybe we need to pass some kind of test. Ron began to show off his inside information. I heard from Fred that the test is very harmful to us. Whether the sorting ceremony is really harmful or not, this statement really shocked everyone. For a moment, everyone was in danger, as if they were about to face some disaster. Yes, my cousin also said that we have to cast a magic in front of everyone. A tall and thin boy immediately echoed. You are just talking nonsense. Hearing this, Malfoy began to refute with a hoarse voice, my father is one of the directors of Hogwarts. He told me that the sorting ceremony is to see if you have magical talent. Only those pure-blood wizards with extraordinary talents can enter Slytherin. Testing talent. A picture suddenly appeared in Yiting's mind. The boy walked to the test magic stone tablet and put his hand on it. 5 big words suddenly lit up on the stone tablet. Magic power, 3 stages. The boy had a blank expression on his face, a hint of self-mockery on the corner of his mouth, and his clenched palms were so tight that his nails pierced into his palms, causing waves of excruciating pain. Then, the young wizards split into 3 groups and quarreled fiercely. The young wizards from pure-blood families, led by Malfoy, insisted that bloodline and talent must be checked for admission. And those young wizards from Muggle families would rather believe that there will be an entrance exam. As for the others, they thought that the school would let them deal with a monster as a test. As for what kind of monster it was, there were many different opinions, from giants to griffins. The gifted girl with glasses had tears in her eyes and cried, what will they ask us to do? They won't really kill me, will they? I want to go home. Don't worry, Hermione said softly, this is a school after all. If the test is too dangerous, why would the school let everyone participate? I guess, maybe they just ask us to recite a spell or show a little magic. Obviously, Hermione was still thinking about her guess when she entered the station. I have memorized all the first-year spells by heart, and I have secretly learned 1 or 2 magics. Hermione said proudly, of course, I hope these can be used. Hermione's comfort backfired, and the little girl cried even more sadly. I can't even recite a word, everyone will definitely laugh at me. Seeing Hermione frighten the little girl to tears, Ye Ting almost laughed out loud. He said to Neville, look, Miss Granger is not only acting silly, but also trying to drag others along. Yes. Neville agreed awkwardly, and silently stuffed the textbook he had just taken out back into his school bag. He believed Hermione's words very much, and wanted to memorize a spell at the last minute. Ye Ting miscalculated, he underestimated Hermione's hearing. As soon as the word, silly, came out, Hermione looked at Ye Ting reflexively. She put down the book in her hand, crossed her arms, and walked towards Ye Ting. You are gossiping about me again, right? No, Neville and I are just discussing whether your spell works on ghosts. Seeing that he was discovered, Ye Ting made up a lie. I heard that the sorting ceremony is to deal with ghosts. Hearing this, Hermione immediately remembered the experience of getting off the train. She made a face at Ye Ting. If I trust you again, I'm a fool. Seeing this, Ye Ting repeated her old trick, suddenly showing a look of horror, staring straight at Hermione's back, as if she had seen something terrible. But this time Hermione learned her lesson and was completely unmoved. You're doing this again, do you think I'll be fooled by you? Ye Ting, you're really stupid. After saying that, she laughed triumphantly. However, no one laughed with her. Ye Ting was not embarrassed at all by being exposed, but just looked at her with a strange look. The girl with glasses had tears in her eyes, resisting the urge to run away, and pulled Hermione's clothes, trying to pull her away. At this moment, a sinister voice suddenly sounded, "Classmate, can you make way? You're blocking me." Hermione turned her head and looked. I saw a pearly white, translucent ghost floating behind her. The ghost's head was shaking, as if it would slide off its neck and rest on its shoulders at any time, giving people the illusion that the head was connected by hinges. What frightened Hermione even more was that there were more than 20 equally terrifying ghosts floating not far away, with hideous faces, and the whole scene was like a nightmare. Ah! There are ghosts! Hermione screamed in fear and crashed into Ye Ting's arms again. Hermione's scream triggered a chain reaction, and other little wizards also came over. Then, screams became one after another. Professor McGonagall hurried back just 5 minutes after leaving the small dark room. When she was upstairs to get the sorting hat, she heard a noise coming from the small dark room. The noise was so loud that she thought the room was not filled with freshmen, but 10 times the number of Cornish elves. Professor McGonagall walked into the room with a frown on her face and shouted. "I can hear your noise in my office. Do you want to tear down the whole castle? If I don't come again, will you tear down the house again?" Her appearance seemed to have a silencing spell, and the noisy little wizards became well-behaved one by one, not daring to breathe. Professor McGonagall sternly glanced at everyone present. In her long teaching career, this was the first time she had encountered such a noisy freshman. This class of freshmen was the worst she had ever taught. "Can anyone tell me what's going on?" Professor McGonagall asked unhappily. Professor, there is a ghost in Hogwarts." A little wizard told her with tears in his eyes. His trembling finger pointed to the corner of the room, where a row of ghosts were looking at her awkwardly. "I wanted to show you Louis XVI. Nick, who was almost headless, smiled bitterly and straightened his half-head, who knew that I would scare this little girl. "Okay, don't panic." Professor McGonagall comforted everyone. "These ghosts are part of our college, they won't hurt you, don't worry." She turned to Hermione and asked with concern, "Miss Granger, are you okay? Do you want to go to the school hospital?" "I'm fine, Professor." Hermione shook her head, still a little frightened. "I gave her some sweets, Professor." Ye Ting interrupted. "Oh. Really?" Professor McGonagall looked at Ye Ting with appreciation. "Mr. Yi, if the house division has not been completed yet, I will definitely give you extra points." Then, she turned her head and directed everyone, "Okay, everyone line up and follow me into the hall." While Professor McGonagall was not looking over, Hermione elbowed Ye Ting twice. "I'll let you scare me." Ye Ting cooperated and covered his waist. He didn't fight back because he was in the wrong. After the team was in order, the little wizards followed Professor McGonagall, walked through the foyer, and entered a luxurious hall through the double doors. If the hall is characterized by simplicity, elegance, and grandeur, fully demonstrating the historical heritage of Hogwarts, then the hall is undoubtedly synonymous with luxury. The entire hall has a rectangular outline, and green granite pillars with exquisite patterns carved on them support the dome that is hundreds of feet high. Looking up, the ceiling above the dome seemed to be a real starry sky, with twinkling stars, rolling clouds, and occasionally a comet streaking across the sky, leaving behind a brilliant rainbow light, which was beautiful. Thousands of candles were floating in the air, and under the reflection of the candlelight, every corner of the auditorium was shining, as if it was coated with a layer of golden halo. In the center of the auditorium, 4 long tables made of one wally wood were lined up in a row, with golden plates and silver high-footed wine glasses on the tables shining against each other, and students sat on both sides. In front of the auditorium, there was another special long table, which was the seat for teachers. The students were attracted by this luxurious scene and stared at everything around them. The little emotions when getting off the bus had long disappeared. Especially the little wizards who were born in Muggles, after seeing Hogwarts, would not change it even if they were given Eton College. Professor McGonagall walked to the long table and put down a 4-legged stool. Then, she placed a wizard hat on the stool. The hat looked quite old, covered with patches and thick dust, as if it had not been cleaned for hundreds of years. Suddenly, the hat began to twist, as if it was dancing, but the irregular movements were more like twitching. Feeling that dancing was not enough, the brim of the hat actually cracked a gap, and like a mouth, it began to hum a self-composed ballad. You may think I am not beautiful. But don't judge people by appearance. If you can find a more beautiful hat than mine, I can eat myself. 10,000 words omitted here. Come and wear me. Don't be afraid. Don't panic. In my hands, even though I don't even have one hand. You are absolutely safe, because I am a magic hat that can think. At the end of the song, the applause from the audience surged like a tide, as if this was not a sorting ceremony, but a concert of the sorting hat. The sorting hat bowed gracefully to the 4 tables, then pouted at Professor McGonagall playfully and whispered. Little McGonagall, is the song I wrote this year okay? Professor McGonagall actually wanted to say that this song was not as artistic as the Ghost's suicide performance. But considering that the sorting hat was just a 1,000-year-old child, she might not be able to bear too direct criticism, so she said tactfully. Well, it doesn't seem to be as good as before, but it's still an intoxicating song. I think so too, the sorting hat said with some self-blame. It seems that I have to get in touch with more modern music. When I finish writing my new song, I will let you taste it. After hearing this, Professor McGonagall sighed deeply in her heart. For decades, her ears have been worn out by the unique duck voice of the sorting hat. She secretly vowed that if she became the headmaster one day, she must cancel the singing of the sorting hat. Professor McGonagall quickly calmed down, pulled out a roll of parchment from her sleeve, and announced loudly. Attention, freshmen in the sorting house. Freshmen whose names are called, you walk to the platform, sit in the middle, and put on your hat for sorting. Do you understand? After getting the confirmation from the little wizards, Professor McGonagall picked up the list and began to read out the first name. Hannah Abbott. As Professor McGonagall began to call the names, a little girl with blonde hair and pigtails jumped out of the queue and put on her hat. A moment later, the hat announced loudly, Hufflepuff. The students of Hufflepuff College cheered and applauded, happy that they won the first place. At this time, Ye Ting noticed that the gifted girl with glasses was still stuttering and reciting the spell, trying to improve herself at this last moment. Look at what you did. Ye Ting poked Hermione. No, don't make fun of me. Hermione's face flushed. I just guessed wrong for a moment. Then came the words of saving face, such as, everyone is guessing and memorizing is always useful, which made Ye Ting laugh, and the surrounding was full of a happy atmosphere. Hermione was an honest girl after all. After failing to save face, she ran to the girl with an oval face, wanting to tell her that she had been fooling her before, and there was no need to memorize now. But the oval-faced girl answered seriously. What if the hat will test us in our minds? Seeing Hermione's choking expression, the girl explained in a low voice. I saw many young wizards put on the hat and it took a long time before the results were announced. I guess they might be stumped by the questions in the hat. Hearing this, Ye Ting almost couldn't help laughing. He really didn't realize that this girl was as imaginative as Hermione, and she also added her own settings based on Hermione's guess. What's worse is that the girl also heard that the worst performing students would not be sorted into Hufflepuff or expelled, but would be sent to Azkaban. Of course, the Sorting Hat reading Azkaban did happen in the history of Hogwarts. But that was because the Sorting Hat's legitimate memory discovered the intruder disguised as a freshman, and normal freshmen would not have this option at all. But this girl didn't know that now she was fighting to avoid being sent to prison. Hearing this, Hermione didn't know how to persuade him. She felt that no matter what she said, it seemed like she was trying to send someone to prison. Ye Ting provided a constructive suggestion. If it were me, I would threaten the hat severely. What he meant was, of course, if it were me, I would threaten the hat severely and let it not randomly sort the houses. But to the frightened oval-faced girl, everything sounded very different. Thank you, really, I never thought that someone would stand up for me. The girl's eyes flashed with gratitude, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. For you? When did I say it was for you? Before Ye Ting could think clearly, Professor McGonagall had already read out a name loudly, Susan Bones. The oval-faced girl moved at the sound and immediately walked out of the team. Oh, so her name is Susan. Ye Ting thought to himself. He remembered that there was a senior official in the Ministry of Magic named Bones, who might be a relative of this little girl. Before Susan sat on the stool, she looked at Ye Ting deeply, gave him a firm look, and then bravely put on the sorting hat. Although this behavior was not dangerous at all. Ye Ting was a little confused by this look. But after a while, the sorting hat made a decision, Hufflepuff. Susan cheered and jumped off the stool, bouncing towards the Hufflepuff table. The melon hidden under her clothes rose and fell during the movement, which frightened Ye Ting. Not long after, Professor McGonagall read Hermione's name. The girl left the team and almost ran to the stool, and hurriedly put the sorting hat on her head. The sorting hat spent much more time on Hermione than Susan, and it took almost 3 or 4 minutes to make a decision. Gryffindor. Afterwards, Neville also became a member of Gryffindor as he wished, and the Malfoy trio entered Slytherin without any suspense. The crowd gradually thinned out, and as familiar or unfamiliar names were read out one after another, the students were sorted into various colleges one after another. Soon after the famous Harry Potter joined Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall finally called out his name. Ye Ting. Among all the freshmen, Ye Ting caused the most commotion after Harry. Many freshmen recognized him as the little wizard who lit the lamps for everyone on the road. Many senior students flashed a glimmer of surprise in their eyes. Ye Ting's handsome appearance and exotic style are indeed eye-catching. But Ye Ting was not affected by these discussions. He calmly sat on the chair and put the sorting hat on his head. To be honest, he was afraid of the sorting hat at first. In other words, he was wary of any magic or props related to legitimate thoughts in the magic world. As a time traveler, he carries too many secrets. His true identity, memories of his previous life, understanding of the original plot, and the existence of the system. If any of these were known to others, it would cause endless trouble. Even a real good man like Dumbledore might risk his life and forcefully protect him. But the existence of Eye of God hourglass seat alleviated his mental exhaustion. Thanks to Lisa's talent, he quickly mastered the brain occlumency. And now, he is ready to try something new. The moment he put on the sorting hat, Ye Ting quietly activated God's Eye Rabbit, and tried to resonate with it. Then, he heard the sorting hat's evaluation. You have endless vitality and vigor, flaming energy, and the courage to solve all difficulties. You are also enthusiastic and helpful. I think you are very suitable for Gryffindor. Just as the sorting hat was about to announce it, Ye Ting's heart moved and changed the resonance object to God's Eye's black-spotted cat. Wait. I almost made a mistake. The sorting hat suddenly realized that something was wrong and immediately changed its words, let me take another look. You appear to be talkative, straightforward, and cheerful, but in fact, you hide another side that is unknown to others. The real you is shrewd, cunning, and good at lying, but you will also show a gentle side to the people you really care about. Slytherin, it couldn't be more suitable. However, just when the Sorting Hat thought it had finally found the right direction this time, Ye Ting once again switched the object of resonance. Wait. What's going on? I seem to have made a mistake again. The Sorting Hat was almost confused by Ye Ting's ever-changing personality. He once again found that the evaluation just now was completely wrong. You look lazy, easygoing, and muddle-headed, but in fact, you are an absolute genius. Your wisdom is enough to amaze Merlin. You will definitely create extraordinary achievements, and no college is more suitable for you than Ravenclaw. Sure enough, after 3 times, the results all showed that the Eye of God awarded by the system did contain part of the original owner's will. Otherwise, the Sorting Hat would not have captured it. But it is not something as simple as memory, otherwise the Sorting Hat would not sense the personality of the corresponding character, but some scenes on the continent of Teyvat. In short, the principle is very complicated, and Ye Ting is still unclear about it. Having said that, this Sorting Hat is indeed convenient. Although I was easily fooled by myself, it was entirely because I was smart enough. Ordinary wizards would be seen through as long as they put it on. I don't know how the 4 founders invented it. At this moment, Ye Ting even had the urge to snatch the hat and run away. If you collect the Sorting Hat, you should be able to get a very generous reward, at least at the level of God's Eye. It's a pity that you can't snatch it. Thinking about it, Ye Ting looked at Dumbledore on the stage. Coincidentally, Dumbledore's eyes also came over and met Ye Ting's eyes. If an ordinary little wizard was stared at by Dumbledore like this, he would definitely lower his head and avoid his sight. But Ye Ting looked back fearlessly. An idea came to his mind. He can replace me. As long as he becomes the headmaster of Hogwarts, the Sorting Hat will be his. Interesting child. On the podium, Dumbledore was staring at Ye Ting with a scrutinizing look from behind his half-moon glasses. If Minerva's description of him is true, then he is a more talented person than me and Gettler back then. Such a child must be paid more attention to. After the two looked at each other, they looked away. Ye Ting also decided on his own college. So, you finally decided to put me in Ravenclaw? Ye Ting asked. This time he did not switch the God's Eye again. He would definitely not go to Gryffindor. The main reason was that he was not interested in the series of actions of old Deng to cultivate the Savior, and he did not want to join in. He had already prepared himself to be a good boy and a good student in Hogwarts for 7 years. How could he hang out with those troublemakers? Of course, I am prepared to be a good student is not equal to I am a good student. For the sake of the collection, Ye Ting had to do some things to fleece Hogwarts in the past 7 years. The Philosopher's Stone in the 1st grade and the Diary in the 2nd grade were his goals. However, in order to sustainably exhaust the resources, Ye Ting had to do something to hedge. So that the professors would think that he was a good boy, just naughty occasionally. The disguise of a good student is very important. Of course, he couldn't go to Slytherin. He was a little wizard born in Muggle family. He would be excluded in Slytherin. Of course, with his strength, he was not afraid of being targeted. But if he could avoid some trouble, why should he make himself uncomfortable? Ye Ting thought that Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw were both okay. Unfortunately, in Ye Ting's God's Eye, none of them met the requirements of Hufflepuff. If he had Xiangling or Noel's God's Eye, he would probably be entangled. But now, he could only choose Ravenclaw reluctantly. It's not because there are many beautiful seniors in Ravenclaw. Yes, but I still don't understand why your personality changes so quickly. It's just like. He struggled for a long time and finally came up with a suitable metaphor. It's like it wasn't the same person just now, but 3 people took turns to be sorted. I think you are hallucinating. Ye Ting said, there are so many people in the sorting today, I guess you are dizzy and confused with me with others. Is that so? Many people were indeed sorted today. The Sorting Hat began to hesitate, the Sorting Hat began to murmur, but I am the Sorting Hat, I was made by the 4 founders, and I will not make mistakes. Do you believe it when you say it? Ye Ting rolled his eyes. Nothing is eternal, no matter how powerful a person is, there are times when they fail. Although the 4 founders are amazing, they all lost to the god of death in the end. Hogwarts has been renovated many times over the years. Why do you think you can always make no mistakes? It seems to be the case. The Sorting Hat was almost convinced. That's it, Ye Ting comforted, but fortunately, there are not many people waiting for the sorting next. After today's task is completed, you can go back and ask Dumbledore to support you. You don't even have this little benefit. Hearing this, the Sorting Hat felt that it was underestimated by the little wizard in front of it, and said with all its might, how is it possible? As the relic appointed by the founder to guide the successive headmasters, my status in Hogwarts is very high. Dumbledore listens to me and obeys me. It's just a care, he won't refuse me. After that, it announced the result of the sorting loudly as if to drive people away. Ravenclaw. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief and applauded enthusiastically. Even the serious Professor McGonagall showed a relieved smile. The reason is simple. Ye Ting's sorting process was too long, even longer than Harry Potter. Now, when the moment of successful sorting came, everyone's applause was more like a relief. If this was really sorted until the middle of the night, would they still be able to have a good meal? The long table of Ravenclaw College was even more cheering, warmly welcoming Ye Ting to join. When he walked into the ranks of Ravenclaw, cheers came one after another. Many Ravenclaw seniors were smiling, thinking that Ye Ting's arrival could finally change the situation of more yin than yang in the college. Ye Ting saw Zhang Qiu waving to him at a glance, and Penelope, not far away, also smiled at him. This is good about Hogwarts, there is no rule of arranging seats according to grade. Ye Ting walked forward and sat next to Zhang Qiu. As Ye Ting said before, he was in the back row, and there were not many freshmen behind him. When Blaise Zabini was sorted into Slytherin, the whole sorting ceremony was successfully completed. The headmaster Albus Dumbledore, who was sitting in the guest of honor seat, stood up. He was wearing a moon-white robe embroidered with exquisite red round gold wefts, and the phoenix pattern embroidered with unicorn fur was lifelike. The headmaster had a kind smile on his face. Under the semicircular glasses, his deep eyes revealed the light of wisdom. His nose was high, his hair and beard were already silver white, and the years had left deep marks on his face. The old man looked around, opened his arms to the students, and said with a smile. Welcome, dear children. Welcome to Hogwarts and start the journey of the new school year. Before the banquet begins, I want to say one thing. Fools. Crybaby. Scum. Twist. Thank you all for coming. After that, he sat down again. The students looked at each other, with question marks on their faces. I understand every word of the principal's words, why can't I understand them together? Some little wizards nodded thoughtfully, as if they understood the mystery of the principal's words. Others couldn't believe it. Could it be that someone really understood it? So, in order not to make themselves look too stupid, many little wizards also began to nod and agree in a pretentious manner, and even began to applaud, as if they really understood the principal's deep meaning. As more and more people applauded, the remaining little wizards all followed the crowd and applauded. Now, even the professors in the guest of honor seats were moved. After a while, the applause slowly died down. The table suddenly presented a dazzling array of delicacies. Roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steaks, boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, fried potatoes, braised potatoes, curry potatoes, potato pancakes. At first glance, the dishes were dazzling, but in fact, the styles were very simple, that is, roasting, smoking, pickling, frying, braising and other cooking methods, and various meats and potatoes, which were the main ingredients. However, even so, these dishes were much more tempting than the British dishes that Ye Ting had eaten in the Muggle world. After a whole day of train bumps and a long sorting ceremony, the students were already hungry at this moment. Facing the delicacies in front of them, they all turned into dry food lovers and ate heartily. Lynette didn't like potatoes, so Ye Ting filled a plate full of meat for her. Zhang Qiu took a bite of the curry potato on the fork and asked in a low voice, "What happened just now? Why did it take so long?" "I don't know," Ye Ting shrugged, "maybe the Sorting Hat has Alzheimer's disease." The girl with red and golden curly hair beside Zhang Qiu revealed, "Qiu was very worried about you just now. Qiu kept talking to me about you before. I have never seen her so concerned about any boy." "Marietta." Zhang Qiu's cheeks flushed and glared at her. The girl quickly waved her hand and shut up tactfully. As they ate, the dishes on the table had been replaced. The previous meat and potatoes were removed and replaced by various desserts. Sweet apple tarts, crispy and soft eclairs, fragrant and tempting chocolate sponge cakes, crispy and soft fried jam donuts, wine-soaked jam pudding with a strong aroma of wine. And fresh strawberries, chewy jelly, cool and smooth ice cream, and those ice cream assassins that people were afraid of in the store. Zhang Qiu looked at the table full of desserts eagerly, and was very conflicted. "I really want to eat, but I still have to control my weight." Yiting thought for a while and handed her a piece of pudding. "Pudding is cold and has no calories, so eat it boldly." Zhang Qiu picked up the fork half believingly, "Really? So eating ice cream won't make you fat?" Yiting nodded while eating, looking serious. "If you eat like this every day, you will be skinny." Before long, most of the little wizards were satisfied, even a little full. Only then did everyone have time to chat. "To be honest, I was going to Eton, but I chose Hogwarts in the end. I am so happy with this decision. Of course, my mom might be a little disappointed." A curly-haired boy said loudly at the Hufflepuff table. He seemed to be not the only one who claimed to have similar experiences. At the Ravenclaw table alone, Ye Ting found no less than 3 little wizards who missed Eton. This is because there are fewer boys in Ravenclaw. I believe there must be more such people in Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. The number of students lost to Hogwarts every year at Eton is just like the number of Lafayette in 1982. Everyone ate and talked, and the relationship quickly became closer. Finally, when the desserts were swept away, Professor Dumbledore stood up again. The whole audience was silent in an instant, and everyone's eyes were focused on him. "Before you all get sleepy, I have a few important things to remind you of." Dumbledore's voice echoed in the hall with the help of magic. "Please note that the forest on campus is a forbidden area and senior students should always be alert and don't forget this." Hearing this, Ye Ting raised his eyebrows. He would not take it seriously. As the saying goes, if you haven't been to the Forbidden Forest, you haven't really experienced Hogwarts. He needs to purchase from the Forbidden Forest to study potions himself, and he also wants to raise a few magical animals to see if he can get a collection reward. The second thing, Mr. Filch specifically asked me to remind everyone that magic is strictly prohibited in the corridor. I hope everyone can be self-disciplined. Ye Ting noticed that when he said this, Dumbledore glanced at the Weasley twins. The third thing is that the second week of this semester will be the second week of the semester for the selection of Quidditch players from each college. Students who are interested in joining the Quidditch team, please go to Madam Hooch to sign up. As soon as the news of the Quidditch selection came out, the captains of each college became excited. They have begun to plan how to recruit soldiers and show their skills in the new semester. Ye Ting could see that Zhang Qiu beside him looked eager to try. The last point, and the most important point. Dumbledore's voice suddenly became serious, and his eyes swept over everyone one by one. "I must give you a serious warning. If you don't want to encounter accidents, pain, or even death, then you must never step into the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. There is an absolute restricted area." Ye Ting sneered, and this sounded like a deliberate cover-up. He was simply saying, "Go find it. I put all the treasures there. At least that's what the Gryffindors think." Dumbledore said a lot of things in a fluent manner. Finally, he changed the subject and smiled mysteriously. "Of course, there is one last thing to announce. This year, our Hogwarts faculty team has welcomed a new member. Let us welcome Ye Ting whispered, the next victim. Zhang Qiu and Marietta couldn't help laughing when they heard it. Professor Quirrell. He will be the new professor of our Defense Against the Dark Arts course in the new year. The applause sounded sparsely, with a bit of perfunctory. Dumbledore had finished what he wanted to say, and then announced loudly, before everyone goes back to the dormitory to rest, let's sing the school song together. The smiles of the faculty and staff seemed to become a little stiff at this moment. Dumbledore waved the wand in his hand gently, and a golden ribbon flew out from the tip of the wand, dancing above the dining table, like a smart golden snake, winding out lyrics shining with golden light. Everyone can choose their favorite tune. Dumbledore said with a smile, are you ready? Start. In an instant, the whole auditorium rang with loud singing. Hogwarts, Hogwarts. You are the temple of knowledge and the cradle of wisdom. No matter old or young, smart or ordinary. We are eager for knowledge and fill the harbor of our hearts. At this moment, our hearts are a little empty. Pursuing the light of truth and dispelling all confusion. Please give us the forgotten wisdom. Guide us forward and illuminate the direction. We will do our best and forge ahead bravely. Until the end of our lives, dust to dust, earth to earth. Everyone sang the school song in a scattered manner, with various styles intertwined, pop, rock, country, electronic music, folk, jazz, even singing and dancing, rap. In the end, everyone shut up, only the twin brothers of the Weasley family continued to sing affectionately along with the slow melody of Funeral March. Dumbledore used his wand to conduct the last few bars for the two of them, and when they finished singing, his applause was the loudest. This school song is free, but it is really ugly. Ye Ting sighed silently. He even suspected that the Sorting Hat had damaged its musical cells because of years of listening to this tone-deaf school song, and could no longer compose any decent songs. This won't do. Ye Ting made up his mind, next semester, I have to let these country wizards see the real charm of music. Dumbledore didn't know that Ye Ting had a package plan yet. He was wiping away tears of emotion. Music. He stood up and sighed, its charm far exceeds everything we do. Then he said the closing words of this banquet, now, it's time for everyone to return to their dormitories and enjoy a quiet night. All the students stood up in unison, and the prefects shuttled through the crowd to maintain order. First-year students, follow me. Senior Penelope shouted loudly, raising her arm to signal the first-year eagles to gather around her. Ye Ting moved slowly with the flow of people, but before the team left the hall, there was a commotion from Slytherin. At the same time, Ye Ting heard a sharp, harsh, and pretentious voice calling him. Ye Ting! Ye Ting! Your incident has been exposed, don't even think about running away. Ye Ting turned his head and saw Malfoy's face with an arrogant smile. And behind Malfoy followed Professor Snape. No matter from which angle you look at it, this Slytherin professor exudes a gloomy temperament. His eyes are cold and empty, his hooked nose is exaggeratedly bent, his black hair is greasy and sticks to his scalp, as if oil will drip out at any time, and his walking posture is like gliding on the ground, reminiscent of a dark old bat. The black cloak with a white background dragging on the ground looks like it hasn't been washed for half a year, and it exudes an indescribable smell. With Snape as a backer, Malfoy's arrogance is even stronger, and he said provocatively, Ye Ting, do you think you are good at fighting? What's the use of fighting? You need power and background to get involved. The sky is clear, the rain has stopped, and this guy thinks he is good again. As expected, this guy's ambition is just to be a small scoundrel. He doesn't dare to confront him head-on, but he is quite good at using the power of others to bully others. He relied on his followers on the train, and now he relies on the professor. Professor Snape, that's him. Malfoy's sharp voice echoed in the hall, attracting everyone's attention. The surrounding wizards stopped to watch, and some wizards who were keen on gossip did not even return to the dormitory, just to watch the excitement. In Gryffindor, Hermione and Neville heard Malfoy's shouts, immediately understood what happened, and hurried over here. It's him, he maliciously attacked classmates on the train, and used magic to electrocute me. Malfoy relentlessly accused Ye Ting of his crimes, his tone full of pride, and those who didn't know would think he was enjoying it. Professor Snape narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at Ye Ting with his dark pupils, and said lazily, "Is that what happened?" Faced with Snape's questioning, Ye Ting was calm and shrugged lightly, and asked, "Is there any evidence to prove that I did it?" "Of course." Malfoy puffed out his chest and pointed to a place on his neck. "Look, I was electrocuted here." Goyle and Crabbe both witnessed it. Ye Ting smiled contemptuously and approached Malfoy, as if he wanted to see the so-called evidence with his own eyes. Looking at Ye Ting's increasingly close face, Malfoy immediately recalled the experience of being electrocuted, and instinctively trembled all over. But he quickly reminded himself that Professor Snape and many classmates were present, and he must not show any fear. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Malfoy shouted fiercely, "If you hadn't attacked me by surprise, I would have defeated you long ago." "Oh. Is this what you call a wound?" However, Ye Ting didn't care about his provocation, but laughed at his wound. "Oh. Is this what you call evidence? You said I electrocuted you." "I said it was a kiss mark. I saw it with my own eyes on the train. Crabbe was very intimate with you and left a strawberry mark on your neck. Neville and the others can testify." Neville finally squeezed to the front of the crowd, and became the focus of everyone with Ye Ting's words. Being stared at by so many people, he was a little at a loss. Thinking of Ye Ting's care for him before, a surge of courage surged in his heart. "Yes. I can testify." Neville said loudly, "I saw Crabbe and Malfoy being very intimate on the train. The two of them hugged each other tightly, and Goyle was still slapping Malfoy's butt." Hermione also stood up. She has always been a city child, but at this moment, in order to prevent Ye Ting from being expelled, she gritted her teeth and said that she saw it too. As soon as this was said, the young wizards were immediately in an uproar. Such a big news broke out on the first day of school, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Malfoy's face was ashen, and he was so angry that he jumped up and down. "You are maliciously spreading rumors. It's all nonsense." At this time, a witch who looked like a lion dog suddenly rushed out of the crowd, covered her face with her hands, and sobbed and accused. "Draco, I finally understand why you have always been so cold to me. It turns out that you only have Crabbe and Goyle in your heart. You are always like shadows, I should have noticed it earlier. Pansy, please don't listen to their nonsense." Malfoy's voice trembled with anger, and he almost gritted his teeth to squeeze out this sentence. But it was not over yet. In the end, it was Zhang Qiu who delivered a fatal blow. "That Malfoy is just a thief crying catch thief. He also openly insulted Ye Ting and Granger as mudbloods. Oh my God. He really went too far. Did he really say that? This is unbelievable." The onlookers were even more shocked. Only Hermione was still confused. "I wanted to ask you in the car," she whispered to Ye Ting, "why did you?" That was the most insulting word Malfoy could think of for muggles, Ye Ting explained. "It's like someone saying, chink to me, or neck to Lee Jordan." Hermione suddenly felt that she was too simple to cooperate with Ye Ting's fabricated rumors. She regretted why she didn't add a sentence about Malfoy sticking out his tongue. "Enough." Professor Snape interrupted them coldly, and his eyes looking at Malfoy had obviously become cold. This name evoked his painful experience in the past. Malfoy's attitude has proved that Zhang Qiu's words are true. He didn't want to care about this matter anymore. At this moment, the crowd automatically separated a passage, and the head girl Penelope Clearwater led the short Professor Flitwick to hurry over. When Ye Ting looked at her, she blinked at Ye Ting. No wonder she disappeared after Snape came. It turned out that she went to ask for help. Professor Flitwick was also a person who protected his shortcomings. He said to Snape bluntly, "Professor Snape, are you interrogating my students?" If there is no solid evidence, please do not arbitrarily frame them. Seeing Professor Flitwick, Snape's face flashed a relieved expression, as if the toilet cubicle he had been waiting for a long time was finally empty. He immediately gave up the task. In this case, this place is left to you. As he said, his figure disappeared in the crowd. Malfoy was stunned. Did his backer, Dean Snape, abandon him just like that? Looking at the gradually receding figure, he felt mixed emotions and wanted to shout out loudly. Professor Snape, Professor Snape. How can I live without you? Professor Snape. Professor. Professor. Take me away. Professor. Without the protection of Professor Snape and the presence of the other professor, he had no courage to stay any longer, so he hurriedly fled the scene. Before leaving, he subconsciously looked back at Ye Ting. Then he met Ye Ting's nuclear-kind eyes. At that moment, Malfoy shuddered and felt that he was being stared at by the god of death. With the end of this farce, the little wizards who had no more melons to eat were finally able to return to their dormitories with peace of mind. Ye Ting said goodbye to Hermione and Neville who came to help, and Zhang Qiu also left with other senior wizards. Professor Flitwick also left. Before leaving, the short professor stood on tiptoe and patted Ye Ting's waist. Don't worry, kid, Hogwarts won't protect that kind of guy. He seemed very satisfied with Ye Ting's behavior. Next time you meet someone who says that, you can punch him boldly, just don't go too far. Ye Ting nodded, he liked such a professor. Next, Ye Ting and other freshmen followed Penelope to line up and return to the dormitory. Because he had made a big splash on the train and had just played a prank on Malfoy of Slytherin, Ye Ting had become the focus of Ravenclaw freshmen. Especially the female classmates, they surrounded him and asked curious questions, making him a little overwhelmed. The group walked out of the hall and climbed the marble stairs. The young wizards looked around with their eyes wide open. On both sides of the corridor, the people in the portraits pointed at them and whispered to them as they passed by. Everyone, be careful of those spiral staircases, Penelope warned, don't go in the wrong direction, and don't get too close to the edge. She paused and continued to introduce, the ever-changing staircases at Hogwarts were designed by the founder of our college, Rowena Ravenclaw. Ye Ting couldn't help but sighed when she heard this, so, Senior Ravenclaw should be the strongest witch among the 4 founders. Why do you say that? Hearing this, the other young wizards looked sideways, and even Penelope cast a curious look. Could it be that Ye Ting knew some unknown inside story? Ye Ting touched his chin pretending to be deep. Think about it, Ravenclaw designed the school's stairs so complicated, but she was not killed by the other 3 founders. Doesn't this show that she is very powerful? The little wizards laughed. Penelope agreed with Ye Ting's words, this speculation is somewhat reasonable. I don't know how many little wizards want to kill the designer of this staircase every year. While talking and laughing, they have come to a tower of the castle. A spiral staircase came into view. It looked steep and long, as if it could reach the sky, and it would make people dizzy when it turned to the back. The freshmen climbed up all the way and reached the end for a long time. A wooden door without a handle appeared in front of them. The door was extremely simple, just a bare wooden board, without a handle or a keyhole, only an eagle-shaped bronze door knocker inlaid on it. A few senior students who walked fast were standing in front of the door, thinking hard. Penelope said easily, it's easy to enter the Ravenclaw common room. We don't have those complicated hidden entrances like other colleges. We only have a door with a magic eagle-shaped bronze door knocker, which is clear at a glance. Moreover, we never use passwords. You only need to answer a question to the door knocker. Those who answer correctly can enter the common room even if they are from the outer courtyard. Her words revealed an unconcealable pride. Unfortunately, for nearly 1,000 years, no one except our Ravenclaw students has been able to pass this seemingly simple level. Does this mean that the IQ of other colleges is a bit, not good enough? Ye Ting secretly complained. Is this the pride of Ravenclaw? The other little wizards were worried at this moment. For 1,000 years, no outsider could enter. How difficult is the door knocker problem? Oh, don't worry. Penelope seemed to have noticed their concerns and waved her hand lightly. It's not surprising if you see a dozen or 20 people gathered at the door to think about the door knocker. This is actually a good opportunity for communication. Maybe you can make a few new friends here, or learn some different ways of thinking from other Ravenclaw students, which are all very valuable things. Of course, if you forget to bring your Quidditch sportswear one day and are in a hurry to get in and out, you may find this door knocker a bit annoying. No, she added at last. Then, she stretched out her left hand and knocked on the door lightly. The eagle's beak on the door knocker opened in response, and a gentle voice like music came out slowly. I am the black son of a white father. I am a wingless bird, but I can fly straight up. When I came into the world, people around me cried, but once I was born, I disappeared into the air and everything. Who am I? Oh, this question is quite interesting. Penelope said to a boy standing in front of the door, no wonder you are all stumped, Roger. Roger touched his head awkwardly. Yes, answering questions is much more difficult than Quidditch. So, who wants to try to answer this question? Don't be shy, freshman. Penelope looked at the freshman encouragingly. All the students who can be selected into Ravenclaw are a little proud, and no one wants to admit defeat, so all the freshmen fell into deep thought. After waiting for a while, seeing that no one came forward, Ye Ting took a step calmly. Senior, can I try? Of course. Penelope stepped aside and made room for Ye Ting. Ye Ting came to the eagle ring and said, You are Smoke. Great, the voice exclaimed. As soon as the voice fell, the door of the lounge opened. Well done. Penelope patted Ye Ting's shoulder excitedly. Ye Ting's intelligence and agility impressed her. Among the freshmen in previous years, there were very few who could even answer the questions, let alone give answers as quickly as Ye Ting. Ravenclaw wizards have a natural reverence for wisdom, and Penelope is no exception. At this moment, her appreciation for Ye Ting increased a little. In her eyes, Ye Ting has another advantage besides being handsome and good at fighting. When everyone finally stepped into the common room of Ravenclaw, it seemed as if they had come to a blue library. This lounge presents a magnificent circular layout, with bookshelves neatly arranged on the walls, and each bookshelf is densely filled with various books. All these precious books were generously donated by generations of Ravenclaw students. One of the reasons why Ye Ting chose Ravenclaw is that it has a rich collection of books. Although the library of Hogwarts has a large collection of books, there are still many books that are not in the library and can be found in the Ravenclaw common room. Between the bookshelves, there are elegantly shaped arched windows, and the curtains are blue and bronze silk, exuding a sense of nobility and elegance. During the day, Ravenclaw students can look through these windows and look at the rolling mountains, feeling the grandeur and beauty of nature. The dome ceiling of the lounge is painted with stars by magic, which echoes the star pattern on the dark blue carpet below, as if the entire starry sky has been moved into the room. The room is furnished with tables, chairs and bookshelves to facilitate students' communication and learning. In the niche opposite the door stands a white marble statue, which is the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw. This is the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw. She had a faint smile on her face, she was intelligent, beautiful, but also had a hint of majesty. Above her head, there was an exquisite marble ring with small words engraved on it, extraordinary intelligence is the greatest wealth of mankind. There were not many people in the lounge, only a few senior students were reading or communicating quietly. They did not show too much enthusiasm for the new students, but this was not indifference, but the calmness and restraint unique to Ravenclaw. When all the freshmen entered the lounge, Penelope stood up and gave a short and enthusiastic welcome speech to the freshmen. Welcome all the little wizards again, welcome to our common room. This is your future home. Our emblem is a soaring eagle, which symbolizes our pursuit, to climb the peak of wisdom that no one can reach. She paused and continued, I am not exaggerating. This place really gathers the smartest witches and wizards. Our founder, the great Lady Rowena Ravenclaw, is the embodiment of wisdom. She has given us a unique quality, self. Maybe some people will think we are weird or even narrow-minded. But remember that geniuses are often lonely, and their pace is always different from that of ordinary people. Penelope's voice gradually became louder. In Ravenclaw, we encourage you to wear the clothes you like, believe in the truth you pursue, and speak your mind boldly. We will not exclude those who are different. On the contrary, we appreciate and respect every unique individual. These words resonated with everyone present, including Ye Ting, who applauded her. Adolescents have a kind of second-year spirit in their hearts, they long to be recognized and to be different. Penelope's words undoubtedly deepened their sense of self-identity. Sometimes, a person's character is shaped by this repeated emphasis, and then forms the style of the entire college. Amidst the applause and cheers, Penelope breathed a sigh of relief. She smiled and led the freshmen to the door behind the Ravenclaw statue. Behind the door were two passages leading to the dormitories, the left side was the male dormitory, and the right side was the female dormitory. After a whole day of tossing and turning, Yiting finally arrived at the dormitory. The dormitory was very spacious, and the decoration style was exactly the same as the hall. The sky blue decorations dotted it, making it look fresh and peaceful. The 4 beds were equipped with 4 curtains respectively, and the bronze flannel curtains hung from the curtains, adding a bit of mystery and elegance. As early as when Penelope gave a speech, Lynette had already slipped into the dormitory in advance. There were too few boys in Ravenclaw, and this year's freshmen barely filled up a male dormitory. At this moment, Lynette was sitting proudly on the bed, squinting her eyes and taking a nap. Not far away, 3 owls huddled together tremblingly, obviously acquiescing to Lynette's status as the boss of the dormitory pet world. Everyone washed up, put on soft pajamas, and prepared to fall asleep. Lynette lay in Yiting's arms and looked out the window. Outside the window, the moonlight sprinkled on the sparkling black lake, and the forbidden forest looked particularly mysterious in the night. Yiting fell asleep quickly, and Lynette also got into the bed and snuggled up to his hand. Her tail gently curled around Yiting's arm, making a satisfied purring sound. The dividing line of the dormitory. Have you ever seen Hogwarts at 5 in the morning? Ye Ting has seen it. At 5 in the morning, when the sky was just getting light, Lynette got up and started the wake-up service, licking Ye Ting's face constantly. Don't make trouble, Lynette. Ye Ting mumbled in a daze, and his eyes closed quickly as soon as they opened. I'm so sleepy, let me sleep a little longer, and I'll play with you later. After that, he lay on his side on the bed, pulled the quilt, and covered his head completely. Lynette blinked her big purple eyes. You said you would wake me up at 5 in the morning last night. Since the gentle way of waking me up didn't work for her master, she could only use a heavy punch. Lynette climbed onto Ye Ting's belly and stepped on it gently with her little paws, as if testing the elasticity. After preparing for a while, Lynette bent her body, bent her knees, and then jumped suddenly, using Ye Ting's belly as a trampoline. What are you doing, ouch? After being tossed around by the cat, Ye Ting should have woken up no matter how sleepy he was. Ye Ting didn't wake up his roommate. After a simple wash, he changed into the Hogwarts uniform, put on a baseball cap, and left the dormitory. The reason why he asked Lynette to wake him up so early was because he wanted to get familiar with the roads of Hogwarts. Finding the way in this ancient magic school is really a big test for their freshmen. There are as many as 142 stairs in Hogwarts, like a huge maze. To make matters worse, the stairs would occasionally move out of position, as would some of the floors. There is a corridor that seems to be twisted somewhere. When you finally reach the end, you will find that the ceiling is covered with carpet, and the stone slab under your feet is the real ceiling. Some stairs seem to have their own life and will. They will lead to different places at specific times, more punctual than your period. Sometimes when you are halfway up the stairs, a step will suddenly disappear, and you have to remember where you should jump over. Once your memory is biased or your jump is wrong, you will fall instantly. Although the magic of Hogwarts will ensure that the little wizards land safely, it also means that you have to start from the first floor again. This is the real-life version of, if you are a man, go to the 100th floor. In addition to these tricky stairs and floors, Hogwarts also hides many weird doors. If you ask them to open them politely or fail to find the trick to open them accurately, they will stubbornly close and refuse you to enter. Some doors are not even real doors at all. After trying hard to open them, you will only see solid walls. What's worse is that when you are wondering if there is any secret behind a door, ghosts will suddenly jump out of the wall and pass through your body lightly, giving you a double psychological and physical shock. Ravenclaw's ghost Lady Helena always has a stern face and looks like she doesn't want to be approached by strangers. If you encounter the Bloody Baron, the cold atmosphere can freeze you. In such an environment, asking for directions? Forget it. Ye Ting once tried to locate his position by remembering the characteristics, attractions, and landmarks of each place. But how easy is it? In Hogwarts, attractions and landmarks will also change. The characters in the portraits will visit each other, and even the armor will walk freely. Asking for directions from the portraits is also useless. They often only give you a dizzying series of instructions: just turn back, left, down, left again, then right, left, up, left again, and finally right again, and you will be there. After hearing this, you may be even more lost. After some twists and turns, Ye Ting sincerely believes that if any student still does not arrive at the auditorium an hour after breakfast, the school should immediately organize a search and rescue operation. Another big trouble is Peeves, who is always elusive and enjoys playing tricks on people. If he is targeted, he will pester you and tease you until you are late. What is even more annoying is that for decades, some students have always used Peeves' harassment as an excuse for being late. This old-fashioned reason is now completely unacceptable to teachers. In short, the real Hogwarts is several orders of magnitude more complicated than the Hogwarts Legacy game that Ye Ting played before. What's worse is that he has neither a small map nor a teleportation point. Even with Lisa's intelligence, Ye Ting is still dizzy and it is hard to imagine what life the little wizards in Hogwarts are living. Ye Ting is already thinking about how to get the Marauder's map in the hands of the twins. The Marauder's map has collection value, but more importantly, it is equivalent to the small map in the upper right corner. Lynette followed Ye Ting all the way, yawning, waiting for him to go to the auditorium for dinner. She was tired of walking all the way. If she didn't go to eat, she decided to go back to the dormitory to eat cat food to save time. At this moment, Lynette's ears suddenly folded back and turned into airplane ears. Ye Ting noticed her abnormality and asked, "Did you find anything?" Lynette made a vigilant meow. Ye Ting followed her gaze and was surprised to find a cat hidden under a picture frame. This is a skinny cat with a medium-wide head, a square-shaped mouth, a sharp chin, and a straight line with the upper lip and nose. The ears are big and furry, the eyes are like deep lakes, the tail is long and flexible, and the dark gray hair covers the whole body. This is a Maine Coon cat. But normal Maine Coons are tall and furry, but this cat is very thin, with a gloomy temperament, and the bulging eyes stare straight at Ye Ting, or more accurately, at Lynette. This is the pet of the administrator Filch, Mrs. Norris. In the mouths of seniors, Filch and Mrs. Norris are simply one of the three evils of Hogwarts. Filch is fierce, and Mrs. Norris is his right-hand man, often helping him to search for students' violations. Ye Ting wanted Lynette to pay special attention to her, but Lynette slowly walked over and meowed at Mrs. Norris. The two cats meowed at each other. The tone was like a quarrel. Then Ye Ting saw that Lynette slapped Mrs. Norris in the face. Even though Mrs. Norris was a Maine Coon cat, she could not resist the power of the Eye of God, and was immediately knocked to the ground. Then she was scared and simply lay on the ground, exposing her belly to show her submission. In this way, Ye Ting witnessed the whole process of Lynette recruiting a younger brother. "No, when I was not around, you always played like this." For the first time, Ye Ting discovered that Lynette, who usually acted cute in front of him, had such a domineering side. Then, Lynette meowed at her new younger brother again. Mrs. Loris got up when she heard the sound and walked towards a corridor without saying a word. Lynette turned back and meowed, jumped back into Ye Ting's arms, blinking her purple eyes, urging him to catch up. What is this for? Although Ye Ting was confused, he had to follow Mrs. Norris at Lynette's insistence. After passing through several remote corridors, they finally arrived at their destination, the auditorium on the first floor. Ye Ting suddenly realized that Lynette had brought him here for breakfast. He was a little amused. It seemed that he had made Lynette wait so long that he even asked for help for a meal. But since he had already arrived here, he just went with the flow and finished his exploration work. To express his gratitude, Ye Ting took out a small dried fish from his hat and handed it to Mrs. Norris. Mrs. Norris did not dare to accept it, but looked at Lynette tentatively. Until she nodded, she happily left with the dried fish in her mouth. Great little cat, you have to approve others' gifts. At this time, many students were enjoying breakfast in the auditorium, and Hermione was among them. She arrived early and had already finished her meal. She was now concentrating on reading the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration for review. That's right. Reading the same book is previewing for other young wizards, but for Hermione it is reviewing. She is really working hard. Ye Ting sat down next to Hermione with ease, picked up a croissant and took a bite, and greeted her, "Good morning." "Good morning." Hermione replied without even raising her head. "Haven't you memorized the textbook?" Ye Ting asked curiously, "Why are you working so hard so early in the morning?" "Yes." Hermione raised her head and looked at Ye Ting seriously. "Today is the first transfiguration class. I heard that the professors are very strict and will check our preparation on the spot. I think we should preview the textbook again, so that we can deepen our understanding and avoid mistakes in class. It's not that exaggerated." Ye Ting frowned slightly. If the professors at Hogwarts were so strict, the British magic world would not have fallen to what it is today. "By the way, who told you these words?" Ye Ting asked casually. "My roommate Lavender Brown told me last night." Hermione took a sip of milk and tilted her head. "What's wrong?" Ye Ting sighed in her heart. This little girl has been isolated after just one night at school. And she herself is still unaware. What a poor kid. School bullying is a sensitive and thorny issue. And bullying students in an isolated way is not uncommon in cases of school bullying. Although Gryffindor always claims to be united and friendly, Ravenclaw claims to welcome weirdos, and Slytherin is full of noble pure blood and quality, but in this regard, Hufflepuff is actually the best. Ye Ting guessed that Hermione probably said something she shouldn't have said last night. Ye Ting knew what she would say without having to guess. "I have memorized all the textbooks, what about you?" "I tried a lot of magic in the summer vacation, and they all worked. I saw this in A History of Hogwarts." Ye Ting even thought that he could write a Hermione quotes in the future, collecting her gold, and then take it out for public execution when she grows up. But now, he doesn't intend to expose all this. After all, in the eyes of many children, these potential signs of bullying are often regarded as normal phenomena. Let's wait for Hermione to slowly notice it herself. "Okay, then you keep working hard." Ye Ting continued to enjoy his breakfast. Hermione glanced at Ye Ting and asked curiously, "Aren't you going to preview it?" "I have read it once before going to school, that's enough." Ye Ting swallowed the food in his mouth and said, "I prefer practical operation. Instead of spending time reading books, it's better to try it yourself." Hermione immediately asked after hearing this, "Then how did you try it?" "Of course it was successful." Ye Ting smiled and snapped his fingers, and the red ring on his finger shone slightly. The knife and fork in his hand instantly turned into a pair of chopsticks. Hermione was autistic at that time. She also tried transfiguration during the holidays, but she found that the difficulty of transfiguration was far beyond the ordinary spells. She had learned several spells in the standard spells, elementary. But she tried so many times in Transfiguration, and she couldn't even get started. Ye Ting not only completed the transformation easily, but also cast spells without a wand. The gap is really... It seems that if I want to stand out in Hogwarts and win the first place, I must work harder. Hermione read the book more diligently. Seeing that Hermione ignored her, Ye Ting also enjoyed himself and focused on the food. Although today's breakfast was not as luxurious as yesterday's dinner, it was also unique and far exceeded his usual stereotype of British food. Presumably, the house elves in the Hogwarts kitchen had learned a lot from other magic schools. Look at the dazzling array of delicacies on the table, the charred German long grilled sausages, the runny fried eggs, the perfectly toasted bread slices, the sizzling bacon. In addition, there were as many as 6 kinds of sauces spread on the bread alone. Ye Ting tasted them one by one, especially the grilled sausage, which was tender and juicy, with spicy black pepper. It was so delicious that it made people satisfied. He and Lynette praised it highly. As the little wizards came to the auditorium one after another, many of them started to chat. Not far away, a group of little girls gathered together, talking excitedly about something, and pointed at him from time to time. "Hey, look, that person is the freshman who spent the longest time in the sorting ceremony last night. Where is he? Point it out to me. The one sitting over there, isn't he super handsome? Oh my God, he's so handsome. Look at his eating posture, that's called chopsticks, it's so elegant. Don't be a fangirl, okay? Am I the only one who thinks the kitten next to him is super cute?" Ye Ting knew that all these whispers were directed at him. After all, who else could be more suitable for the title of most handsome freshman than him? But this also made him more cautious. Boys should also protect themselves when they are outside. Who knows if there will be a little witch who is obsessed with love and secretly give him a love potion. About half an hour later, Ye Ting's 3 roommates finally stepped into the hall. Anthony Goldstein, Michael Corner, Terry Boot, and himself are the only 4 boys in Ravenclaw this year. They originally planned to sit with Ye Ting, but when they saw Ye Ting and Hermione sitting side by side, the 3 of them showed ambiguous smiles on their faces. Ye Ting waved to them from a distance, and had no intention of going over. How can a stinky man be as interesting as a little lowly? Another 10 minutes passed. Hermione gently closed the History of Magic in her hand, looked up at Ye Ting, asked, "The class will start in 10 minutes, are you still going to stay here and be in a daze?" Ye Ting's first class at Hogwarts was History of Magic, and Ravenclaw happened to be in the class with Gryffindor. When Professor Binns' pearly white figure penetrated the blackboard and floated into the classroom, everyone was startled. Professor Binns is a ghost. Professor Binns looks very, very old, even older than Dumbledore. There are many versions of why Professor Binns, a ghost, can be a professor on campus. The official statement is, one morning, Professor Binns accidentally left his body in the armchair in the staff lounge on his way to the classroom, while his soul went to the classroom to teach as usual. Since then, his life seems to have been frozen at that moment, repeating the same teaching content day after day, as if time has stopped in front of him. However, Professor Binns knew nothing about this, and he still sticks to his position in education and continues to shine. As the only ghost professor at Hogwarts, Professor Binns's professionalism is really admirable. He never cares about compensation, fame and fortune, and sticks to the podium 365 days a year. To be honest, there is no other professor like this even if you search the wizarding world. When they were students, the young wizards, regardless of their wealth, status, pure blood or mixed blood, all hated Professor Binns's History of Magic and wanted to change teachers as soon as possible. But it was different when they grew up. Some of them became school directors and immediately fell in love with this old ghost. This may be the growth of life. When you are ignorant, you slander Binns, when you are mature, you appreciate Binns, and when you pay wages, you want everyone to become Binns. But the good employees in the minds of school directors are not the good teachers in the minds of students. Professor Binns's class is like a pool of dead water without ripples, so dull that it makes people drowsy. It is no exaggeration to say that even those MCs who preside over funerals are more emotional than him. The Dementors in Azkaban are more energetic than him when they suck away the souls of prisoners. From the first budding of life underwater, to the giant beasts of the Stone Age, to the first time humans walked upright. Professor Binns used his low and monotonous voice to narrate the history of magic like chanting. For the students of Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, this sound was just like the buzzing of an old vacuum cleaner, which had an excellent hypnotic effect. The whole class was drowsy, occasionally waking up, hurriedly writing down a name or date, and then quickly falling into a state of half-sleep and half-wakefulness. 3 minutes after the class started, Neville, who was determined to study hard, was defeated by sleepiness and fell asleep on his desk. Without the company of his beloved Leaf, his sleep quality was greatly reduced. Harry was a different style. His head moved like a chicken pecking at rice. Those who didn't know thought he was so fascinated by what he heard and agreed with the professor. Padma Patil tried to grab her braids to wake up, but her heavy eyelids still declared her failure, and she staggered on the table. As for Ye Ting, he wished he could draw Walnut's Eye of God, rescue Professor Binns immediately, and send him to the afterlife. He didn't know what the reward for collecting ghosts would be. Half an hour into the class, almost all the students of Ravenclaw and Gryffindor fell asleep. Hermione was probably the only student who was awake, but in order to force herself to be alert, she moved her chair away and stood up to listen to the class and take notes. Finally, the bell rang, and Ye Ting felt an unprecedented relief. The second class today was Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class, which Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff took together. Hermione's Transfiguration class was in the next period, so the two separated quickly. When Ye Ting came to the classroom slowly, he found that there were many little wizards from Ravenclaw. As expected of the school's top students, some of them had even taken out their textbooks to prepare for the exam. In comparison, the little wizards from Hufflepuff were much more relaxed. Of course, there were exceptions. Ye Ting looked at the first row, where the gifted girl with glasses, Susan Bones, was sitting reading a book. But there were no students around her. The reason was simple: a cat was squatting on the table next to her. It was an extremely beautiful black and white tabby cat, with gorgeous fur and elegant body. But the most attractive thing was not the glasses-like pattern around its eyes, but the unique temperament it exuded. In those cold eyes, it seemed as if a person's soul was hidden. Such a cat appeared in the Transfiguration classroom. Who was the other party's identity? Just as Ye Ting was about to find a seat, Lynette, who had been following him, moved faster than him, jumped out in a flash, jumped directly in front of the tabby cat, and meowed provocatively. Lynette hadn't seen Professor McGonagall turn into a cat at first, so she thought it was another pet in the castle. Since they were both pets, they had to compete to see who was the boss. However, the tabby cat just glanced at it lightly and ignored it. This really irritated Lynette. She claimed to be the overlord of the pet world in Hogwarts, and now she had 4 younger brothers under her command. How could someone dare to ignore it? How could she tolerate this? If she could tolerate this, how could she survive in the world and be the boss in the future? She was ready to give the other party a cat punch. Then she was picked up by Ye Ting. "Oh, my cat ancestor, why do you have to provoke her when you can't provoke anyone else? Aren't you afraid that she will make trouble for your master in class?" Holding Lynette, who was struggling and had an attitude of, let me fight it, Ye Ting hurriedly found a seat behind Susan to sit down, fearing that she would cause any more trouble. However, the brief scene just now attracted other little wizards. What a proud cat! Padma's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had no resistance to the intimate interaction of the two cats, and even took out snacks to try to lure the tabby cat. Class time was about to start, but Professor McGonagall had not yet appeared in the classroom. Padma teased the cat while whispering to Lisa Dupin, "I didn't expect that Professor McGonagall, who looked so serious, would be late." As soon as the voice fell, the tabby cat suddenly trembled and turned into a witch in an emerald green robe. "You don't have to worry about this, Miss Patil," she said seriously. Padma and her friends were stunned. Other students also cast shocked eyes, and the same thought came to their minds: is this the legendary transfiguration? Even Lynette in Yiting's arms showed a shocked expression of the cat. She looked at McGonagall and then at Ye Ting. She actually found another creature of the same kind as her master, who could transform into a biped. Professor McGonagall looked around with a stern look, then walked to the podium, put her hands behind her back, and announced in an extremely serious voice: "Transfiguration is the most complex and dangerous magic of the courses you will learn at Hogwarts. You should be grateful that it is now forbidden to use transfiguration to punish students." But dash. She deliberately glanced at Padma Patil, and her tone became more serious. "Anyone who makes trouble in my class will be asked to leave and will never be allowed to step into this classroom again. I have warned you, so please respect yourself." Everyone straightened their backs unconsciously, not even daring to breathe. "Okay, students, let's start the class." Professor McGonagall started with a show of force. She waved her wand lightly, and the podium turned into a pink pig, and then returned to its original state amid the exclamations of the little wizards. This move immediately ignited the interest of the little wizards, but what awaited them next was a lot of boring theoretical knowledge. "So, can anyone tell me what 3 conditions are necessary to successfully transform an object?" In the classroom, the young wizards were eager to try and raise their hands one after another, and the Ravenclaw students were particularly active. The Hufflepuffs were much worse, with almost no students raising their hands. "Ye Ting, you answer." Professor McGonagall called him. Ye Ting's cat just now really impressed her. "I am," Ye Ting replied, "that is, imagination, abracadabra, and motion." "Absolutely correct, 2 points for Ravenclaw." Professor McGonagall nodded with satisfaction and continued to explain. "In transfiguration, imagination is crucial. We must clearly construct the transformed form in our minds. When beginners recite spells, they must be clear and accurate. Any mistakes or pauses may cause the transformation to fail." She paused and emphasized, at the same time, accurate gestures are also essential. Don't swing or turn the wand when it is not necessary, otherwise the transformation will definitely fail. The students took out their quills and quickly recorded the professor's explanation. The whole classroom was filled with the rustling sound of writing. Finally, after finishing the theoretical knowledge, Professor McGonagall picked up a match and gently pointed with her wand. The match instantly turned into a thin needle in her hand. The little wizards were amazed and applauded. "Now, it's time for you to show your talents." Professor McGonagall began to distribute matches to the little wizards. "Your task is to turn this match into a needle before the get-out-of-class ends. Whoever succeeds can win 5 points for his own school." In the classroom, the little wizards began to challenge the transformation of the match with excitement. Seeing Professor McGonagall's relaxed demonstration, they all rubbed their hands, thinking that it was easy to do, but when they really started, they found that it was quite difficult. The little wizards of Hufflepuff performed terribly. They either forgot the spell or couldn't remember the waving action of the wand. Even if they remembered both, the match didn't move at all, and even the color didn't change. After the little badger who claimed to have missed Eton College yesterday tried several times and failed, he began to become anxious and wanted to break the wand. Of course, it was to break other people's wands. "Ernie, lend me your wand." "No, the wand is like my girlfriend, how can I lend it to anyone?" Ernie, sitting in the last row, refused without even looking up. "Justin, are you willing to lend your girlfriend to someone else to play with?" "Of course I'd love to," Justin replied casually. Ernie didn't expect Justin to say such a thing. He rolled his eyes. "Then I still refuse, because you don't have a girlfriend." "But I really have a wand. Besides, I still have to continue to turn matches." "Then you can turn." Justin was a little speechless. "I saw you sitting there in a daze for almost 5 minutes, this time is enough for me to fail 7 times. I'm just looking for the feeling." Ernie scratched his head awkwardly. Susan was much more patient than Justin. She challenged 42 times and failed every time. But she was not discouraged. She swung her wand again and landed on the match, but the match burned and almost burned his wand. However, the performance of the Ravenclaw Eagles in this regard was not much better than that of the Badgers. Many people misunderstood that being sorted into Ravenclaw means superior IQ. But in fact, many students meet the characteristics of multiple colleges when they are sorted. Except for a few gifted wizards, such as Ye Ting, most people are ordinary people, and the difference in IQ is not obvious. Those studious Ravenclaw students only previewed the theoretical knowledge in advance, but their performance in actual operations was not outstanding. Padma held the wand and pointed at the match with her eyes wide open. But the match seemed to be integrated with the table and did not move at all. Terry Boot poked the match hard, and the match broke with a sound. He did not dare to ask for another match, and glanced at Professor McGonagall guiltily. Seeing that she did not notice, he pretended to continue fiddling with the half-match as if nothing had happened. Michael Corner thought he was smart and found out about Professor McGonagall's teaching habits in advance, so he secretly brought a needle to make up for it and successfully disguised the transformation. However, his cleverness did not escape Professor McGonagall's eyes, and he was exposed on the spot. He was embarrassed and was pulled to the corner to stand in punishment, and 5 points were deducted from the college. After many failed attempts, Susan felt a little frustrated and decided to change her mood. She turned around and saw Ye Ting leisurely playing with the cat. She couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why don't you do it? It has to be left to others." Ye Ting shrugged, "It's not good to scare others." "Hee, come on, don't be shy," Susan said with a smile, looking at Ye Ting expectantly. Ye Ting felt that this girl regarded him as one of the same kind and felt that he was holding on. "Well, okay, since you said so." Professor McGonagall's eyes seemed to be attracted by Susan's words and turned to this side. Ye Ting picked up the wand helplessly and pointed it at the match on the table. "Oh, I'm so stupid, really." Susan looked at Ye Ting, feeling melancholy in her heart, and the words of comfort were like a mouthful of phlegm stuck in her throat, and she couldn't say it at all. In front of her, a cold steel needle was lying quietly on the table. The steel needle was extremely sharp, and the tail was engraved with exquisite patterns. Excellent transfiguration. Professor McGonagall walked over quickly, and her eyes hidden behind her glasses showed satisfaction when she observed the details of the steel needle. The more complex the object of transfiguration, the more difficult it is to transform, and she knew this very well. "Mr. Ye Ting, your talent for transfiguration is really amazing." Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses and asked curiously, "Is this your first attempt at transfiguration?" "Actually, I have tried it several times at home, Professor McGonagall." Ye Ting said lightly, "But after listening to your explanation, I think I can add some of my own ideas to the original basis." "Good attempt," Professor McGonagall smiled with satisfaction. "For your excellent transfiguration, Ravenclaw will add 5 points. "Thank you very much, Professor." "Can you tell me how long it took you to complete the transfiguration for the first time?" Professor McGonagall couldn't help but ask curiously. "About a day or so." In order not to scare the professor, Ye Ting did not say that he succeeded the first time. "I tried a lot of spells at that time, so the specific time was not recorded." "Okay, then do you mind showing us your transfiguration again?" "Of course, no problem." Ye Ting smiled and nodded, which was exactly what he wanted. If you want to be a good student and win the favor of the professor, you must show your value. In this way, the professors will turn a blind eye to some of his out-of-line behaviors. However, if you change into a steel needle. Can I try to change into something else? Changing a needle is too simple. What he wants is to do it in one step and establish his own prestige. Of course, but please do it within your ability, Mr. Yi. Professor McGonagall reminded. Understood. Ye Ting stood up, waved his wand lightly, and aimed at the podium that Professor McGonagall had used. In an instant, the wooden podium changed rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it turned into an office computer chair with rollers, armrests, and backrests. What is that? Is that a chair? I've never seen one before, and it seems to have wheels underneath. A movable chair. How interesting. Computer chairs are a product unique to Muggles, and most of the young wizards have never seen one, and they all felt amazed. Wonderful transformation. Professor McGonagall smiled with satisfaction. This young man's talent in transfiguration even surpassed Cedric. After all, Cedric couldn't complete such a large-scale transfiguration in his first year. He is indeed a genius who has comprehended magic on his own without even a wand. But the strange thing is that Gryffindor College is famous for transfiguration, and she and Dumbledore are both from here, but why do the geniuses of transfiguration go to other colleges? However, Gryffindor College is obviously the best college for transfiguration, but why are all the geniuses of transfiguration in other colleges? Cedric, Ye Ting, they are all like this. How come they were not sorted into Gryffindor by the old guy's sorting hat? What a pity. Professor McGonagall, who was overjoyed, was very dissatisfied, and the fairness of the sorting hat was also questioned. She even felt that the Hogwarts sorting system needed to be reformed. Based on the judgment of the sorting hat, a more complete judgment process should be established to avoid similar mistakes from happening again. Education reform in Hogwarts is imminent. Professor McGonagall gave Yiting 5 points again, and then went to inspect in boredom. Then, Susan came up curiously, looking at Yiting, her eyes full of admiration and curiosity. How did you do it? She couldn't help asking. What did you do? Transfiguration, of course. The girl with glasses said a little frustrated, why didn't my matchstick react at all? The beautiful girl's glaring attack was somewhat useful to Yiting, but it was useless to a matchstick. Facing Susan's helplessness, Yiting chuckled, don't be discouraged, maybe you are not concentrating enough, or there are some small problems in the operation. Come, show me how you do it. Susan immediately followed suit after hearing this. No, that's not right, there is something wrong with your movements. You don't need to rotate the wand here, just point the tip of the wand firmly at the matchstick. The last word of the spell is pronounced Z, not S, and you need to pronounce it clearly, don't be vague. Okay, that's it, Susan. I said you can do it. After being corrected by Yiting for the details, Susan mustered up her courage again. This time, her wand pointed steadily at the matchstick, and she recited the spell with full concentration. Sure enough, the match changed. The wooden handle instantly turned into a metallic texture, and the other end also shrank sharply and became thinner. Although it failed to completely transform into a thin needle, it had completed 90% of the transformation. Compared with other little wizards who had no results, it was rare. This scene immediately attracted the attention of Professor McGonagall. She came over and looked at Susan's results with satisfaction. Susan Bones, you are the second one to complete the task, add 2 points for Hufflepuff. Susan's oval face flushed, and her eyes were a little wet with excitement. This was the first time she was praised by the professor in class. Professor McGonagall turned to Yiting again. Yiting, you can enthusiastically help your classmates complete the transfiguration, I will give Ravenclaw another point. She encouraged, keep up this team spirit and keep up the good work. After Professor McGonagall left, Yiting found that Susan's eyes were slightly wet and sparkling. Never. No one has ever recognized me like this. She choked up and gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes beside Yiting. Mom always thinks I'm too ordinary, and Aunt Amelia also said that I'm destined to be just an ordinary wizard. This is the first time that I've been affirmed in magic, and it's all because of you, Yiting. Looking at the little tearful person in front of him, Yiting felt a surge of tenderness in his heart and gently rubbed her hair. In fact, you are not without talent, on the contrary, Susan, you are very good. This transfiguration is the best proof. You didn't perform well in the past just because you lacked confidence. Remember, one of the keys to using magic is a firm belief. Yiting began to share his summary of the magic rules of this world. Only if you firmly believe that you can cast magic and believe that you can do it, can magic be successfully released. The character of Susan Bones in the original book is not very eye-catching. From the 1st grade to the 5th grade, her academic and practical performance seemed mediocre. In the 5th grade, she was even bullied by the Malfoy trio at school. But since joining the DA, she soon became different. In just one semester, she transformed from a victim to a rebel. Later, she participated in the final battle and survived. Not only that, her blood also flows with powerful magic power. Her Aunt Amelia Bones is a powerful wizard. In the original book, Voldemort even wanted to assassinate her in person. Facing the Dark Lord, Aunt Amelia Bones also held on for several rounds before unfortunately dying. From these experiences, Susan is at least not a problem in talent. Ye Ting saw that what Susan lacked was not magical talent, but the confidence in her own abilities. And confidence often comes from the praise and encouragement of others. From her words, Ye Ting could hear that the Bones family had high expectations for Susan when she was a child, and was very disappointed with Susan who did not meet expectations. It is understandable that this happened. In the First Wizard War, many members of the Bones family died at the hands of Voldemort and the Death Eaters. The decline of the family has made the new generation of members shoulder heavier expectations and responsibilities. The same thing happened to Neville. When they were children, they failed to show amazing talents and thus failed to win the recognition of their elders. The suppression of their elders gradually made them begin to lack confidence, and the use of magic requires confidence the most. The less confident they are, the more unfamiliar they are with the use of magic, and the less encouragement they get, so they fall into a vicious circle. To break this cycle, we must start with encouragement and recognition. Susan certainly didn't understand this. She said to the boy with emotion, "No, Ye Ting, I can master transfiguration so quickly, all because of your help. Without you, I can't do anything." So. At this point, her cheeks flushed slightly. "In the future, can I continue to ask you for advice on magic?" "Of course." Ye Ting agreed without hesitation. Ye Ting does not reject such a little fangirl. Although Susan is still young and weak in character, she is old enough. After receiving Ye Ting's approval, Susan burst into laughter, her red face like a ripe apple, so cute that people couldn't help but take a bite. At this moment, Anthony Goldstein on the side finally couldn't hold back. "Susan, how long are you going to occupy Ye Ting?" He shouted anxiously, "It's my turn soon. I must make this damn matchstick change before the get out of class is over." Under Ye Ting's guidance, his 3 roommates finally succeeded in making some changes to the matchsticks before the get out of class ended. Anthony barely changed the shape of the matchstick. Terry Boot successfully turned part of the matchstick into iron. As for Michael Corner, he made the fuse of the match disappear, and then he couldn't make it change at all. However, they were all quite satisfied with the results. It's better to have some changes than nothing. In fact, until the end of the class, most of the little wizards couldn't make any changes to the matchsticks. Professor McGonagall was not disappointed by this. She never thought that the little wizards would learn it completely in one class. After assigning a 6-foot-long paper on the theory of transfiguration as homework, she announced the end of the get out of class. After leaving the transfiguration classroom, Ye Ting couldn't wait to go to the library. The library of Hogwarts is located on the 2nd floor of the castle. The rich collection of magic books here is the best in Europe and can be called a treasure of the magic world. From light-hearted leisure readings to unfathomable forbidden magic, it can be said that there is everything. The first time Ye Ting came to the library, he was deeply shocked by the vast sea of books in front of him. There are hundreds of bookshelves in the library, nearly 100 narrow passages, and each bookshelf has thousands of magic books. It is 10 times more spectacular than the Ravenclaw common room. Here, you can find all the magic you want to learn. For Ye Ting, who has the wisdom of the Rose Witch, this is almost heaven. He even thinks that in addition to potential collections, this library is the most valuable place in Hogwarts. The little wizard who does not come to the library is destined to spend a relatively unsuccessful 7 years. The moment he stepped into the library, a solemn and quiet atmosphere came to his face, making Ye Ting unconsciously lighten his steps and lower his voice, for fear of breaking the tranquility. It is definitely not because a librarian is staring at him. Mrs. Pants, the librarian, was thin and had a slightly bad temper. She held a feather duster in her hand and looked serious, like a vulture ready to pounce on food at any time, guarding this pure land of knowledge. After observation, Ye Ting found that the feather duster in the other party's hand was not just an ordinary cleaning tool, but it was actually attached with a variety of spells. It was attached with a variety of spells, which could not only easily brush away dust, but also eliminate graffiti on books, and it could also have a deterrent effect on those restless magic books. Ye Ting saw with his own eyes that Mrs. Pants just waved the feather duster casually, and a monster book of monsters that wanted to make trouble immediately stopped, lying on the ground obediently, allowing Mrs. Pants to tie it up with ropes and put it in this or that posture. Hogwarts, a castle that has been passed down for thousands of years, is indeed worthy of its reputation, and there are treasures everywhere. Even the most inconspicuous items may contain amazing magical power. The key is whether you have a pair of eyes that can discover these beauties. Ye Ting's Hogwarts collection list +1. Very good, this will be my home from now on. Ye Ting lingered here for more than 2 hours, and got a general understanding of what books there were. Finally, he chose an introduction to charms analysis and walked towards the study area. There were neatly arranged tables, and many figures were already sitting there studying hard. Looking around, most of them were Ravenclaw's eagles. After all, Ravenclaw is a college named after wisdom, and excellent grades can best demonstrate their talents. Although this standard of measuring wisdom may be slightly one-sided, it is undeniable that the students of the Eagle Academy have already formed a trend of involution, and the library has become their second classroom. In sharp contrast, are the little badgers of Hufflepuff. They prefer to stay away from the busyness of the library, taste the fragrance of afternoon tea in the warm common room, enjoy the snacks made by the house elves, and choose a life of lying down and letting things go. Gryffindor students rarely set foot in the library. They were busy adventuring around the castle, and many of them had already set their sights on the abandoned corridor on the 4th floor. As for Slytherin students, they were more willing to build their own network of contacts than to study. After all, for many of them, if they failed in their studies, they would have to go home and inherit the manor and family business. Then, won't you, the test-takers, have to work for them obediently? Ye Ting quickly found Hermione and Susan in the corner. Perhaps because they had communicated with each other at the beginning of the school year, the two of them were acquaintances. Now they were studying at the same table. Hermione frowned slightly, obviously thinking about a complex problem. Susan bit her quill and wrote attentively, looking diligent. Ye Ting was very surprised that Susan was here. Based on his first impression of Susan, this child was not a top-notch girl who was keen on academics, nor was she a particularly strong-willed girl. Why would she be in the library on the first day of school? Driven by curiosity, Ye Ting decided to go forward and take a look. Susan was writing today's transfiguration homework. As soon as he approached, the little girl hurriedly covered her parchment, her little face blushed. Don't look at this. But Ye Ting's memory was so good that he just took a quick glance and remembered the scene before the homework was blocked. Well, Ye Ting finally understood why Susan did this. This article she wrote is not so much a paper as a flattery to Ye Ting. The whole article is full of, Ye Ting guided me to complete this spell, Ye Ting told me how to proceed, Ye Ting's analysis made me suddenly enlightened, and a lot of disgusting flattery to Ye Ting. No wonder Susan is so shy and dare not show it to him. Ye Ting did not intend to embarrass his little fangirl, so he turned his eyes to Hermione. Who knew that Hermione's reaction was exactly the same as Susan's, and she also covered the homework in a panic. Go away, Ye Ting, you are not allowed to look. Hermione's attitude is much tougher than Susan. Hey, the little girl is quite fierce. For such a diehard, Ye Ting will use a heavy punch. He recalled the fragment he had just seen hastily and recited in a low voice. Dear Professor Dumbledore, hello. I am an ordinary freshman of Gryffindor College. I have some things to report to you. Hermione was immediately panicked, and threw herself on the table, pressing her chin tightly on the parchment, and shouted anxiously, "Don't read it. You are not allowed to read it." Ye Ting sat on the chair, and a hint of teasing flashed across his face. "Hermione, are you writing a letter to the principal to complain about Professor Binns?" As soon as this was said, even Susan next to him couldn't help but come over. Hermione's eyes flashed, her cheeks flushed, and she snorted. "What's wrong? Is it not possible? I am also thinking about everyone's learning. In such a history of magic class, can we learn anything substantial? If you have to write a letter for this, then you may have to write a lot of letters." Ye Ting pointed out with a smile. "Why?" Hermione looked up and looked at him in confusion, frowning slightly. "You mean, Professor Dumbledore won't pay attention to 1 or 2 letters of complaint?" "No, I mean," Ye Ting sighed, "you will have many professors to complain about in the future. At least half of the teaching staff at Hogwarts are unqualified. Can't you stand Professor Binns?" Seeing the 2 little witches looking at each other in disbelief, Ye Ting just shook his head and said nothing more. Professor Quirrell, the villain, is needless to say. Ms. Hooch in the flying class can't even use a levitation spell. Once a little wizard gets into trouble, she can't do anything except send him to the school infirmary. Professor Trelawney in the divination class is an old liar most of the time, and only occasionally when her talent is stimulated will she be right once or twice. Hagrid, the future professor of the magical creature protection class, always likes to teach some dangerous animals, which seriously threatens the safety of the little wizards. Naive girls, you will understand in the future. Ye Ting took out the parchment and began to concentrate on completing his homework. Although the homework at Hogwarts sounds high-end, and students are required to write several foot-long papers at any time, what is the reality? The professors are not strict about these papers. To put it bluntly, they just ask students to write book reviews and the like. Come to think of it, you can't really ask a group of 11-year-old wizards to write advanced papers. Their basic education level is not as good as that of Muggle children of the same age. This kind of pediatric task is a piece of cake for Ye Ting, who has actually written a graduation thesis. He finished an article in a few minutes. It's a pity that there is no ChatGPT in this era, otherwise he can save even this little effort. After completing the homework, Ye Ting took out a single book borrowed from the library, and took out an automatic feather pen to start copying. Originally, Ye Ting also considered using copy in pairs on the books in the library, so that he could get copies in batches quickly, conveniently and economically. But this idea was quickly overturned. How could those who made books not think of this simple copying method? Therefore, most books will be cast with the anti-copying spell during the binding process to avoid this kind of thing. Therefore, if Ye Ting wants a book, his only choice is to copy it. But as he copied, Ye Ting became impatient. The principle of the automatic feather pen is to automatically record text according to the user's thoughts. In other words, if Ye Ting wants to copy the book, it is equivalent to silently reading the book in his mind. But with Ye Ting's talent, silently reading the book is basically the same as memorizing it, so why copy it specially? What's more, this efficiency is too low. Even if Ye Ting reads 10 lines at a glance and reads fast, he can only copy 1 or 2 books in one night. And the number of books in the library is counted in thousands. With this efficiency, it will take Ye Ting forever to read the library. These automatic feather pens are almost bought in vain. Afterwards, Ye Ting planned to throw away these quills. But then he thought, why not make use of them? It just so happened that Ye Ting had a new idea about the system recently. So, after leaving the library, Ye Ting piled up a dozen automatic quills together, and after thinking about it, he piled up all the ink and ordinary quills he bought. Since he wanted to make use of them, he might as well give it a try and take a big gamble. Will bulk collection produce different effects? Collect. Ye Ting stretched out his hands. With a flash of light, the pile of quills and ink in front of him disappeared. The system's rewards followed. It was a black, simple-looking typewriter with a pair of pink wings floating next to it. This is the Paradise Magic Typewriter. Ye Ting recognized it at a glance. It was a prop from the Paradise of the Past in a certain Bing Bing Bang. In the game, the Magic Typewriter is actually the embodiment of the Paradise of the Past's log system, which automatically records everything that happened in the Paradise of the Past. In reality, its function is to record everything that happens in a designated space. This ability does not seem to be as omnipotent as in the game. But Ye Ting noticed another way to use it. What if I use it to record the contents of the books in the library? After all, the contents of the books are also part of the space of the library. Unfortunately, the library is closed now, so he had to go back to the dormitory to try. When he returned to the dormitory, the 3 roommates had already fallen asleep. Ye Ting ignored them, but turned on the typewriter and made a request. Typewriter, help me record the contents of all the books in this dormitory. Got it, cute human, the typewriter made a pink fairy voice, I'll help you record it right away. Next, Ye Ting watched with his own eyes, the contents of the first-year Transfiguration textbook appeared on the typewriter paper line by line, and the printing speed was so fast that it was even comparable to the Muggle photocopies. It's just that the noise of the clacking was a bit uncomfortable. Ye Ting had already heard Michael turn over and was almost woken up. Drowsy, sleep peacefully. Ye Ting's reaction was so fast that he immediately cast a hypnotic spell to put Michael back to sleep. Then, he cast a hypnotic spell on Anthony and Terry. Then he realized the problem. In this case, I should have silenced the typewriter, right? He slapped his thigh. He was careless, or his reflexes were too fast, and his body made a choice before his brain. It can be seen what position the 3 roommates held in his subconscious. I'm sorry, everyone, you should sleep a little longer. Ye Ting touched his nose, and then cast silent on the typewriter. The crisp typing sound disappeared immediately. Within 5 minutes, Ye Ting picked up the typewriter and found that he had already printed out a whole book of Beginner's Transfiguration Guide, and now he had started to print standard spells. That's it. Ye Ting stopped the typewriter. The experiment was over, and he had already understood what he should understand, and typing further would only waste paper and ink. 5 minutes for 1 book, an hour for 12 books, if I stay in the library for 1 night, I can type at least 40 books. Ye Ting calculated, if I hide the typewriter and put it in the library, and let it type automatically, it is not impossible for it to type all day long. Even if I don't take such extreme measures, it is not impossible to copy all the books in the library within 7 years with the time every night. Thinking of this, Ye Ting was finally satisfied and could sleep peacefully. The next morning, when Ye Ting arrived at the auditorium, he saw his roommate Michael Connor waving at him mysteriously. Hey! Come here. Ye Ting walked over and saw his 3 roommates gathered together, all sleepy, and asked knowingly, What's wrong, why haven't you woken up yet? I don't know. Michael yawned, I slept too deeply last night, I almost couldn't get up this morning, and I'm still a little sleepy now. Anthony also sighed, I don't know why, I feel that my sleep has never been so good. Then you have to thank me. Ye Ting smiled secretly in his heart. Okay, let's talk about business. Terry Boot reminded. Yes, business. Anthony slapped his thigh and showed a gossipy expression. Ye Ting, tell me the truth, did you go on a date last night? With Miss Granger from Gryffindor. Michael said. We fell asleep and you didn't even come back to the dormitory. Terry Boot added. Ye Ting was very upset. What on earth were these little wizards thinking? He was only 11 years old, and his hair hadn't even started to grow. Some girls at this age hadn't even developed yet, so how could they fall in love? But then again, think about those elementary school students who fell in love early in their previous lives. At the age of 11, they were at least quite mature in their thinking. Although it might be a little early in terms of law and physiology, it was not completely impossible. Yeah, what's wrong? Ye Ting spread his hands and admitted it openly. Choosing between spending a night in the library and dating, he decisively chose the latter. After all, this would make Ye Ting look more respectable. Terry Boot was full of admiration. It's amazing, it's just the beginning of the school year. Anthony also came up eagerly. Ye Ting, you have to teach us a few tricks. Actually, it's not difficult to date a girl. Ye Ting smiled slightly, looking confident. The key is to master the skills and know how to please her, so that it can be done easily. Then can you show us a live demonstration? Michael suggested. This kind of thing. Ye Ting looked disdainful, and then turned to look at Susan, who was talking to Hannah at the Hufflepuff table next door. Susan, do you want to go to the library together tonight? Hermione and I will go. Okay. Susan turned her head and showed a bright smile on her face. Ye Ting raised his eyebrows at the three roommates. Do you understand? This is the technique. The three shook their heads. They were all dumbfounded. It was obvious that Ye Ting dated Hermione yesterday. Why did he change someone today? And it was 1-2. You have to take the initiative and be bold in this matter. Ye Ting said with the tone of an experienced person. For things like this between men and women, someone has to speak first. As long as you bravely take the first step, you may get unexpected surprises. Terry looked embarrassed, but what if you are rejected? Michael and Anthony also nodded in agreement. Just thinking about this kind of thing made them feel ashamed. Rejected? Ye Ting looked at the three people as if they were looking at maggots. That means you are not handsome enough. Anyway, I have never been rejected. Hearing this, the three people made contemptuous gestures to Ye Ting. This morning, the little wizards of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were very excited because they were about to have the long-awaited defense against the dark arts class. When Ye Ting stepped into the defense against the dark arts classroom, he almost suspected that he had gone to the wrong place. Rather than saying that this is a classroom, it is better to say that it is a haunted house. The windows are blocked by thick curtains, and the dim firelight sways on the walls, as if ghosts or monsters will jump out of the dark at any time. What is even more unbearable is that as soon as you step into the room, a pungent smell of garlic hits you in the face. Due to the long absence of sunlight, the humidity here seems to be able to erode people's bones. The humid air makes this strange smell even stronger, which is simply suffocating. Susan was already sitting in the classroom before them. She is different now. It seems that because of Ye Ting's encouragement, Susan has changed her original personality and become more active, no longer playing badly with other badgers. Now she comes to class early for every class and actively sits in the first row. Since Ravenclaw often attends classes with Hufflepuff, she never forgets to save a seat for Ye Ting. Seeing Susan waving, Ye Ting and his roommates walked over and sat down next to her. As soon as Michael sat down, he covered his nose and complained, "What kind of hell is this place? Why don't you open the window to get some fresh air? It's really stinking." Susan turned her head to look at the window and explained helplessly, "These windows are nailed tightly with wooden boards, and the curtains are so tight that they can't be opened at all." Ye Ting, however, sat calmly in his seat as if nothing had happened, took out a book, Introduction to Charms Analysis, from his school bag, and began to read it with relish. He knew Quirrell's background well, and he could not learn anything useful in the defense against the dark arts class this year. Or, in the next 7 years, if anyone could learn anything real in this class, that would be hell. So, he would rather spend his time on things that interest him. But other young wizards were not as calm as him. Justin from Hufflepuff was impatient, and in a fit of rage, he picked up a stool and was about to smash the wooden board on the window. Don't do it. Don't open the window." Professor Quirrell rushed into the classroom in a hurry and stopped Justin, who was about to attack, in time. With his appearance, the smell of garlic in the classroom became stronger, as if hundreds of people who had eaten garlic were breathing at the same time, which was unbearable. "Professor, what are you talking about?" Megan Jones asked loudly, "Can you speak English?" Professor Quirrell blushed and tried to make his pronunciation clearer. I speak English, authentic London accent. Unfortunately, his words were still stumbling, with a strong accent and a hint of curry, making people mistakenly think that he had just come from India. Seeing that Justin was still unwilling to give up, he waved his arms and gestured anxiously. I was hurt by a vampire, and now I can't blow the wind, and I can't see the light. Hearing this, Justin was so scared that he hurriedly dropped his stool and hid in the last row, fearing that Quirrell would suddenly turn into a vampire and pounce on him. Professor Quirrell saw this and hurriedly waved his hands to explain, "No. It's okay, don't panic. I did special treatment on the wound, I won't become a vampire, don't worry. The female vampire didn't bite me." He began to stammer and recount his thrilling encounter with the vampire in Romania. It was September, and the weather was still hot enough to make people breathless. In addition, being in a fully enclosed classroom was like being in a sauna, and everyone felt stuffy and unbearable. Professor Quirrell was soon sweating profusely, but he always wrapped himself tightly in the thick scarf. Roger Malone couldn't help but ask curiously, "Professor, it's so hot today, why are you still wearing a scarf? Aren't you afraid of getting prickly heat?" Professor Quirrell wiped the sweat from his forehead and said mysteriously, "This scarf can't be taken off. It is a precious gift given to me by an African prince. It helped me get rid of the entanglement of the resurrected zombies." However, Susan noticed the printed words on the scarf, Fabrique_N_France, made in France. "Well, France is a big African country, so you can say it's from Africa." Padma Patil couldn't hide her curiosity and interrupted, "Professor, how did you defeat the resurrected zombies? Can you tell us about it?" Professor Quirrell hesitated and tried to change the subject. "Well, the weather in England, is as unbearable as ever. I prefer winter, when, at least it won't be so hot." "Professor Quirrell, are you lying?" Lisa Dupin pointed out mercilessly. Professor Quirrell's cheeks flushed slightly, and he hurriedly defended himself. "I just a little, can't remember clearly, how can this be, can it be considered a lie? Can the professor's words be false?" Then he spoke a series of difficult Indian accents, such as oblivion and infery, which made the whole class laugh. The classroom was filled with a happy atmosphere. After finally dealing with these difficult little wizards, Professor Quirrell finally started his course. However, his teaching method was really shocking. He just mechanically read aloud from the Defense Against the Dark Arts textbook. The young wizards were shocked to find that the so-called Defense Against the Dark Arts class had turned into a reading class. "I can teach this level of class." When a brave young wizard asked Professor Quirrell to demonstrate the spell himself, he raised his right hand, looking pitiful, saying that he had injured his arm to fight the dragon and could not cast the spell. This obvious excuse was like an insult to everyone's IQ. For a while, the contemptuous eyes in the classroom shot at Quirrell like a sword. Everyone felt that if such a person could be a professor, there must be someone behind him. Later, Quirrell simply didn't want to read the book and asked the students to recite it themselves. He also set a scope and threatened to memorize the spell in the next class. "Professor Quirrell is so useless," Susan complained indignantly after class, "I feel like I didn't learn anything." Anthony revealed mysteriously, "I heard from seniors that Professor Snape has always wanted to apply to teach the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, but the principal won't let him." "Humph, the principal is really an old fool." Michael echoed indignantly, "Instead of letting a loser like Quirrell waste our youth, it's better to let Snape, the gloomy old bat, teach. At least he gives people the impression of being a smart and capable wizard." Hearing this, everyone agreed. But Ye Ting believes that they will not think so on Friday. The second class today is the Charms class, and the Little Eagles will take it with the Gryffindors. But when they arrived at the Charms classroom, no Gryffindors were there. Until 5 minutes before class, the classroom door was suddenly pushed open, and a large group of Gryffindor wizards filed in. The wizard robes they wore were covered in dust, their faces were covered in dust stains, and they exuded an indescribable odor. Very much like a dung ball. Yiting grabbed Hermione and asked curiously, "Did you have a fight with Slytherin?" The scene in front of him forced him to guess so. The young wizards in the entire Lion Courtyard were in a mess, obviously experiencing an extraordinary event. "Oh, don't mention it." Hermione waved her hands irritably. "We just finished a herbology class, and we were fertilizing the herbs throughout the class. As a result, Seamus blew up the bucket of fertilizer." Ye Ting? He could understand the previous words, but Seamus's operation of blowing up the fertilizer bucket was really incredible to him. He had always thought that herbs in the magical world were made from byproducts of magical creatures such as dragon manure. Could it be that they would also import ammonium nitrate from Muggles? He looked around and couldn't help asking, "Where's Neville? Why didn't he come?" "He's in the school infirmary," Hermione explained. Ye Ting was speechless. A herbology class could cause such a big commotion. Not only did the fertilizer bucket explode, but a little wizard was also sent to the school infirmary, and the others were also in a mess. These little wizards from Gryffindor are really talents. "Hey, Hermione, the herbology class at Hogwarts. Are those herbs the same as the herbs we usually understand?" Ye Ting continued to ask tentatively. Hermione sighed softly, "Although it's not quite the same as what I've seen before, it should be the kind of herbs you imagine." "Oh, then I'm relieved." Ye Ting breathed a sigh of relief. However, Hermione's mood at this time was quite complicated. She already regretted that she didn't go to Ravenclaw with Ye Ting when they were sorted, but insisted on staying in Gryffindor, which he thought was the best. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to suffer this. The bell for the spells class rang soon. Professor Flitwick stood on a high stool to make sure that he could be seen by every little wizard in the classroom. He looked around and showed a helpless expression. "Originally, our spells class should start with the most basic spells, but seeing your current state." Professor Flitwick shook his head. "I decided to teach you some more practical spells so that you can use them immediately. The state of the little wizards at this moment is indeed terrible. Needless to say, the little wizards in Gryffindor are all covered in dust, and the little wizards in Ravenclaw are filled with an indescribable smell of garlic. If he doesn't take action, he might faint first." "Okay," Professor Flitwick cleared his throat, "can anyone tell me what the spell for the cleansing spell is? And what does it do?" Hermione raised her arms high and turned to look at Ye Ting provocatively. Just now, she had made up her mind. Since she couldn't transfer to another house, she would change the house. She planned to turn her grief and anger into strength, starting with herself, to make Gryffindor what she wanted it to be. And now, let's start by adding points to the house. Ye Ting blinked and didn't argue with her. He did want to leave a good impression on the professors, but he had a more advanced method. "Very good, Miss Granger." Professor Flitwick smiled and pointed out Hermione's name. Hermione stood up quickly and said in a clear voice, "The spell of the cleansing spell is cleansing up. Its purpose is to sweep away those things that we think are garbage according to our wishes." "Very good, 1 point for Gryffindor." Professor Flitwick seemed very interested and continued, "Miss Granger explained it very well. The cleansing spell can remove the debris in our eyes. As long as you can use it skillfully, the annoying stains and smells on your body will disappear without a trace. Like this," the professor said while demonstrating. "Cleansing up." A breeze suddenly surged around Parvati Patil, who was sitting in the front row, as if an invisible whirlwind surrounded her. After the wind stopped, Parvati looked brand new, all the dirt on her body disappeared, her wizard robes were brand new, and even the indescribable smell before disappeared. Parvati was full of surprise, and the other little wizards of Gryffindor looked at Professor Flitwick with expectant eyes, hoping that Professor Flitwick could do the same to them. Obviously, Professor Flitwick didn't intend to do this. He warned earnestly, "The cleaning spell is indeed magical, but it also contains considerable risks. If your definition of garbage is not clear enough, this spell may not only fail to work, but may even bring unexpected troubles. He looked around to make sure that every student was listening carefully, especially when you're cleaning your own dirt, you must be very clear about what you want to remove. Remember, when casting the spell, the target must be clear and accurate. In order to deepen the students' understanding, Professor Flitwick gave another example of a spell that went out of control. A witch tried to use the cleansing spell to remove the hair on her legs, but the power of the spell was too strong and swept away all the hair on her body, including her hair. After hearing this example, all the young wizards, both men and women, were horrified, and some of them also gave up some bold ideas. There was no way, not only witches love beauty, but British wizards are also often troubled by baldness. After talking about the example of failed spells, Professor Flitwick patiently and carefully explained the key points of the cleansing spell. Okay, that's it for the theoretical explanation. Professor Flitwick announced, next, we will enter the practical part. Oh. No, no, no. Mr. Weasley, put down your wand. The professor suddenly shouted. Ye Ting turned his head and looked. Ron pointed his wand at Harry and kept urging Harry to take out his wand. Obviously, he couldn't wait to get rid of those annoying traces of fertilizer on his body. Listen, everyone, Professor Flitwick said with an extremely serious look, until you can master the cleansing spell, you must not use this magic on people, understand? As soon as he finished speaking, Professor Flitwick waved his wand. A box flew out of the desk, flew between each little wizard, and then sprinkled a small pile of sand in front of each person's desk. Now, your goal is to use the cleansing spell to remove the sand. Start, children. Professor Flitwick announced. Clean up. Clean up. The sound of spells rang out in the classroom. Ye Ting looked around, and no one had successfully cast the spell yet. Clean up. Hermione chanted the spell softly, and with a slight wave of her wand, the sand on the table disappeared instantly. Great, Miss Granger. Professor Flitwick said happily, Gryffindor gets 2 points for this. Hermione's face flushed slightly, she glanced at Ye Ting secretly, and raised her chin higher. Ye Ting smiled faintly and said nothing. He looked at the sand in front of him, without chanting a spell, or even taking out a wand, but just snapped his fingers lightly. The next moment, the sand on the table disappeared without a trace. Oh my God! What did I see? Professor Flitwick exclaimed, a wonderful silent and wandless spell. Professor Flitwick seemed to be about to faint with excitement. Ravenclaw really picked up a treasure this year. He looked at Ye Ting, his eyes full of unprecedented admiration. He had heard before that Ye Ting made a big splash in the Transfiguration class, but he didn't expect him to be so good at spells. It can be said that Ye Ting's outstanding performance and talent far surpassed other little wizards. He couldn't help but think that Ravenclaw had always been suppressed by Slytherin and Gryffindor, and this year finally had hope of a comeback. 5 points for Ravenclaw. Professor Flitwick announced excitedly. At this moment, all the young wizards present stopped their wands. What did they see? A boy of their age had already mastered the skill of casting spells silently and without a wand. This skill is difficult for even many experienced wizards to master. Some young wizards who have just entered the magical world don't understand what's going on, but their classmates will immediately help them. Can you really cast any spell silently and without a wand? Hermione looked at Ye Ting in shock. How can it be so magical? Ye Ting spread his hands, I can only do this for the simplest magic. Of course, he would not tell you the wonderful use of the Eye of God. Even so, it's still very impressive. Hermione exclaimed sincerely, at least, you've walked ahead of me. Boom! The two were whispering to each other when a deafening explosion suddenly sounded in the classroom. Ye Ting reacted quickly, waved his hand, and a transparent shield immediately blocked them, isolating the splashing smoke and shock waves. Hermione looked at Ye Ting in astonishment. Didn't we agree that only the simplest magic can be cast silently and without a wand? Barrier spell is not that simple. Well, as a wizard, it's normal that I just practiced, barrier spell. Ye Ting touched his head awkwardly. Hermione bit her lip and swore secretly, "If I believe you again, I'll be a fool." The two turned their heads and saw a little wizard from Gryffindor standing there awkwardly, his face covered in black and grey, and the tip of the wand in his hand was blooming. Obviously, he was the initiator of the explosion just now. The sudden explosion was as powerful as a firecracker. Ye Ting recognized the young wizard at a glance. It was Seamus Finnegan who accidentally blew up the fertilizer bucket in the herbology class. He felt that if Seamus focused on wizard duels, he might shine. Imagine that when dueling with him, no matter what spell he recited, it might end up as the effect of the explosion spell. Are you afraid? 1 hour and 20 minutes passed in a flash. At 12 o'clock, the bell for the end of the spell class rang. Through this class, Ye Ting had an intuitive understanding of the level of this class of young wizards. Until the end of the get out of class, only a few young wizards could reduce the sand on the table, while most of the young wizards' spells were completely ineffective. The afternoon herbology class seemed relaxed and enjoyable. At least none of them would be like Seamus who blew up the fertilizer bucket. Although Lisa's talent in herbology is not as good as her attainments in magic, the knowledge of the first grade is easy to understand after all, and Ye Ting can cope with it with ease with her intelligence. In addition, Ye Ting has strengthened himself after collecting the werewolf, and his physical fitness is much better than that of the generally weak little wizards. Therefore, he successfully impressed Professor Sprout in class. The professor praised him highly and praised him as born to learn herbology. However, Ye Ting felt that this praise was not worth being happy about, and always felt that he was born to be a saint of civil engineering. After a few days of performance, Ye Ting's excellence has been unanimously recognized by Hogwarts teachers and students. Now everyone knows that there are two academic masters in this freshman class, Hermione Granger from Gryffindor and Ye Ting from Ravenclaw. These two people are simply answering machines in the classroom. No matter what questions the teacher throws out, they can answer fluently, and the classroom tasks are also easy to handle, and the homework is very perfect. With their support, the scores of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw soared like a rocket, and Hufflepuff and Slytherin could only watch them being left behind. However, there are also differences between top students. Hermione is very self-aware of this. On the surface, the two are actually similar, but as the little wizard who spends the most time with Ye Ting, only Hermione knows that this person's genius is not comparable to that of ordinary people. When the two were in the library, Hermione never saw Ye Ting preview or review his homework. He never took more than half an hour to finish his homework. The rest of the time he was either fiddling with a strange typewriter or flipping through those miscellaneous books. On Thursday night, he even missed the library and didn't know where he went to fool around. This kind of free-spirited learning attitude can still have such an outstanding performance, which really amazed her. In the Transfiguration class, he showed his skills in transforming large objects. Needless to say, Ye Ting's various silent and wandless spells were even more desperate. Hermione knew very well that she could perform so well now because of her hard work and good memory. But facing the existence of Ye Ting, who was so gifted, she still felt deeply frustrated. If she wanted to catch up with Ye Ting, she had to study harder. In fact, Hermione still had some misunderstandings about Ye Ting. In her opinion, Ye Ting only knew how to read miscellaneous books, but she didn't know that Ye Ting's learning progress had long surpassed the stage of following the rules. Lisa's wisdom allowed Ye Ting to get to the core of the learning process and master everything. For him, simply following the textbooks was far from enough. He needed to learn a wide range of magic and broaden his knowledge so that he could learn by analogy and make further progress on the road of magic. By the way, Ye Ting didn't go out to fool around on Thursday night, but went to find the Room of Requirement. The Room of Requirement, also known as the coming and going room, is said to appear and disappear from time to time, and only appears in front of those who really need it. When it appears, it can always arrange the appropriate space according to the needs of the person seeking help. In addition, there is a special house in the Room of Requirement, which stores all the things that have been lost in the castle or hidden by the little wizard since the founding of Hogwarts for thousands of years. At the same time, the Room of Requirement was also cast with a powerful, unmappable magic, so that the Room of Requirement itself and the people inside could not appear on any map, even the Marauder's map. If he could find it, Ye Ting would not only have a relatively private room where he could conduct certain research without worrying too much about the inquiring eyes of others. At the same time, the treasure house could also provide Ye Ting with a large number of potential collections. Since he first entered school, Ye Ting had always wanted to do this. It happened that there was no class on Thursday afternoon in the first week of Ravenclaw, so he set out from the dormitory early in the afternoon. After leaving the dormitory, Ye Ting found a corner and let Lynette lie on his shoulder to activate the combat skill, mysterious hidden barrier body skill. In an instant, Ye Ting was led by Lynette into the shadows. At this moment, from the perspective of normal people, their figures could no longer be seen. At the same time, Ye Ting felt that his body was surrounded by wind elements, and the whole person seemed to become as light as a swallow, and his speed of movement was significantly faster. With the help of Lynette, he entered the posture of mysterious body thief. He did this to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, it was not yet 4 p.m., and the castle was crowded with people. He did not want to run into Filch, ghosts or other troublemakers. Although it was not yet curfew time, he would have to explain himself if he was seen, which would attract unnecessary attention. In this way, after hiding his body, Ye Ting ran to the 8th floor of the castle in one breath, and patiently searched for more than 10 minutes, and finally found the tapestry depicting the troll beating the stupid Barnabas with a stick. He stood opposite the tapestry and walked back and forth along the wall 3 times. Then, a miracle happened, a shiny door appeared out of thin air on the wall. Ye Ting pulled the door open suddenly, and then quickly closed the door. He looked out through the crack in the door, and he immediately judged that the interior space of this Room of Requirement was obviously not in the same plane as Hogwarts. It just temporarily connected a suitable room to Hogwarts according to the needs of the user. The spatial knowledge here is still very profound for Ye Ting. He can only simply judge that the principle is completely different from the space created by the untraceable extension spell, commonly used by modern wizards. Then, he looked around, and sure enough, the room he wanted appeared in front of him. This place is like an office and a laboratory. The 4 walls are full of bookshelves, which are filled with various books and scrolls. The back of each book is engraved with spells in different languages. There are all kinds of strange bottles and jars on the table, as well as crucibles, stoves and other complete experimental equipment. It can be said that all of Ye Ting's needs for spell and potion research are met by this room. It really deserves to be the Room of Requirement. Ye Ting exclaimed sincerely. He flipped through the books on the bookshelf and carefully looked at the experimental equipment. It was indeed very complete. Suddenly, an almost crazy idea popped up in his mind. He wanted to test the limits of this Room of Requirement. Perhaps I should try to see how much this house can satisfy my requirements. Ye Ting already had a plan in mind, so he stood up immediately. I want a strategic missile silo, and an intercontinental strategic missile with a nuclear warhead. He muttered in his heart, no matter which country it is, whether it is Dongfeng, Baiyang or Minuteman. As soon as the voice fell, the whole house suddenly shook violently. The tables, chairs, books and equipment in front of him all disappeared, and the whole space was reshaped by an invisible force. The vibration lasted for half a minute before it gradually subsided. However, half a minute later, the vibration subsided, but the expected nuclear silo and nuclear missile did not appear, and the room was empty, as if everything was just Ye Ting's illusion. Ye Ting couldn't help but feel disappointed. Judging from the violent reaction just now, although the room is magical, it also has its limits. Okay, let's change to something simpler. He coughed lightly. Give me a fighter jet, F-14 or Su-27, whatever you like, anyone will do. As soon as the voice fell, the room shook again, and it was more violent than before. Ye Ting stumbled and almost fell, but fortunately a pillar appeared in front of him in time, allowing him to hold on to keep his balance. But unfortunately, the response of the room of requirement was limited to this, and there was still no trace of the fighter jet he had been thinking about. Ye Ting frowned. Is it impossible to do even this? He tried to lower the request again. Then, how about giving me a Type 59 main battle tank? The room shook again, and the familiar 5 pairs of wheels did not appear. Or, a mortar will do, I don't mind the old antiques from World War II. He said almost pleadingly. How about an AK? A box gun is also fine. If it doesn't work, give me a bayonet, right? But no matter how he compromised, the room of requirement never gave him the response he expected. He originally thought that the room of requirement was stuck and didn't respond, so he deliberately repeated a bayonet several times, but the result was still disappointing. No matter how violently the room shook, it was still empty. Ye Ting finally couldn't help it and cursed, "What a treasure, you can't even make a bayonet. How dare you call it the room of requirement?" However, the room didn't respond at all. Only Lynette lazily turned over at Ye Ting's feet and glanced at him, not understanding who the owner was talking to. Ye Ting thought for a moment and had a new guess. Could it be that this room of requirement is only good at making items related to wizards? He was moved and tentatively said, "Then, give me a set of light armor and a matchlock gun to see." This time, the room of requirement responded quickly. A European matchlock gun appeared in front of him out of thin air, but the light armor was still nowhere to be seen. "Okay, then how about a full set of plate armor for me?" He continued to test. Then, a bright full-body armor appeared, and its shape was almost the same as those walking armors in Hogwarts. Next, Ye Ting's interest was completely ignited, and he couldn't wait to ask the room of requirement to produce 3 more books: The Theory of Relativity, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, and Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. At the same time, he also asked for 2 flying brooms, a sweeping 7 stars and a Nimbus 2000. In the blink of an eye, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and Sweeping 7 Stars all appeared in front of him. However, The Theory of Relativity and Nimbus 2000 did not appear. Ye Ting threw the book and flying broom aside, frowned slightly, and fell into deep thought. Ye Ting had previously speculated that the room of requirement might not be able to create items that were too advanced. However, the experiment just now overturned his idea. Just think about it, compared to the light armor, the matchlock gun must be more advanced, but now, he does have a matchlock gun from the Renaissance in front of him, but the light armor has not yet appeared. Obviously, the law of the creation of the room of requirement has nothing to do with the age or technological content of the items. Then he guessed that the room of requirement could not create items from the Muggle world. But the appearance of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes overturned this speculation. This novel was written by Muggles, published by Muggle Publishing House, and is a best-selling novel in the Muggle world. It can be said that it is a pure Muggle item that cannot be pure. After eliminating so many irrelevant options, Ye Ting finally came to a conclusion. After this series of tests, Ye Ting came to a conclusion. The magic of the room of requirement is limited to reproducing those things that have appeared in Hogwarts Castle. This inference is actually not difficult to understand. Although the room of requirement, as a part of Hogwarts, contains a certain spirituality, it is not a living being after all, and cannot travel around and gain knowledge like humans. Therefore, it naturally cannot create things that it has never seen with its own eyes. In other words, the knowledge of the room of requirement depends entirely on what the students of Hogwarts have brought in. This also reasonably explains why it can create European plate armor, but knows nothing about the Eastern Ming armor. Similarly, it is not surprising that students bring a best-selling, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, into school, but they are unlikely to bring advanced academic papers from the Muggle world, such as The Theory of Relativity, into Hogwarts. It is not difficult to understand why the old model of the 7-star flying broom can be found here, but the latest Nimbus 2000 cannot be found. However, Ye Ting estimates that by the end of this semester, the Nimbus 2000 should also appear in the inventory of the room of requirement. After roughly exploring the scope of the room of requirement, Ye Ting finally began the real purpose of his trip, treasure hunting. He closed his eyes and said to himself, "I want a place to hide things." The next moment, the world was spinning. When Ye Ting opened his eyes again, he was surprised to find that he was in a magnificent hall. The room was as spacious as a cathedral. A few beams of soft light came through the towering windows. Between the beams of light, a city made up of various objects came into view. Ye Ting could see that these were all objects hidden by generations of Hogwarts students. On both sides of the streets, the hills of shabby furniture were crumbling, as if they would collapse at any time. These furniture may be evidence hidden by students to cover up their magic mistakes, or they may be waste secretly hidden by house elves to maintain the cleanliness and decency of the castle. Thousands of books were scattered all over the ground, including banned secrets, graffitied classics, and even stolen orphans. Winged slingshots and wolf-tooth flying saucers hovered feebly in the air, and spoiled potions were still flowing in some shabby bottles. In addition, there were various hats, jewelry, cloaks, and something that looked like a dragon eggshell. Several tightly plugged bottles flashed with strange lights, while several rusty spears and a blood-stained axe lay quietly in the corner. This was the waste dump in the room of requirement. These abandoned items had been lying here quietly for centuries, with no one paying attention to them. I think no one would touch them in 100 years. However, for Ye Ting, they were priceless treasures. Although the previous treasure hunting trip in Diagon Alley failed, Ye Ting also figured out some rules of the Great Collector system. To obtain advanced rewards, the collection must consider two directions, the preciousness of the item and the special meaning behind it. The first point is simple. The rarer and more precious the item is, the richer the reward will be after collecting it. Just like the opal necklace, its rewards are far better than other miscellaneous magic amulets. The special meaning is a bit complicated, and it may come from many aspects. For example, if an item once belonged to a great wizard, then it carries the extraordinary significance of the great man, or the first wand or broomstick of a young wizard. These also contain important growth marks. Furthermore, even if it is a prop used by a minor character in the original plot, as long as it occupies a place in the story, it also has special significance. The storage room in front of him stores all the lost or hidden items of Hogwarts over the past 1,000 years. It can be said that there are many antiques with a long history. Considering that a large number of great wizards in the UK and even the European continent have come from Hogwarts over the past 1,000 years, it is possible to find a lot of their relics here. In the following time, Ye Ting began his treasure hunt. He picked up a wolf-tooth flying saucer and threw it lightly. The flying saucer flew out with a beep and hit a pile of forbidden objects. In an instant, the pile of forbidden objects collapsed like a landslide, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lynette curiously approached a rusty sword and tried to step on it to play. However, the seemingly solid sword broke under her feet and almost hit her feet. Lynette jumped away in fear, but soon her attention was attracted by a winged slingshot. She jumped happily on the pile of debris and played, catching butterflies. The man and the cat touched here and there, trying the debris here and there, picking out the things that looked valuable. Unfortunately, almost everything here was garbage that was not worth collecting in the eyes of the system. He got an unexpected harvest from a pile of broken flying brooms. When he chose to collect a broom that was almost broken, the system finally responded. Congratulations to the host for collecting the flying broom, sweeping 1 star, and rewarded, initial wings. For a long time, wizards' flying brooms were made by individual wizards until 1926, when the three brothers Bob, Bill and Barnaby Ullerton changed all this. The Sweep Broom Company they founded ushered in a new era for racing brooms. And their first product, the Sweep 1 Star, was the first generation of this revolution. This broom was mass-produced for the first time and quickly became popular throughout the magic world. As the earliest racing broom and a pioneer of mass production, the Sweep 1 Star undoubtedly has a very high collection value. As for the initial wings, it is actually the wind wings that Amber gave to the traveler. This is a very sophisticated alchemical device. It is very small when folded and can be hidden under the cloak. After unfolding, the wind wings function as a glider, but it is much more convenient and maneuverable than a glider. For Ye Ting, although this is not a treasure, it can at least give him an extra layer of safety when riding a flying broom. Unfortunately, the other flying brooms also look very old, but perhaps because they are too badly damaged, they are all regarded as garbage by the system. However, the feedback they gave after being swallowed by the system was quite good, such as comfortable cushion, swift balance foot pedal, chance acceleration vitality broomstick, etc. All of them are broom accessories, and there are also affixes. Isn't this encouraging him to modify the broom? Take them all, and then modify the Nimbus 2000 and the one-star sweep broom. In addition, the winged slingshot that Lynette pounced on also triggered the collection conditions, bringing Ye Ting a 3-star weapon, slingshot. In the world of Teyvat, this bow can be regarded as a high-quality alchemical weapon, but in Ye Ting's hands, it is purely useless. Bows and arrows are not as useful as magic. However, Ye Ting still happily accepted the reward. He hid the wings of wind under his cloak, put away the slingshot, and continued to walk forward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for collecting Celestina Warbeck's banjo, and reward is the tune of the Big Dream. Ding! Congratulations to the host for collecting the 5-legged monster skeleton, and reward is the dust-proof potion formula. Ding! Congratulations to the host for collecting the House Elf's menu, and reward is the full menu of the Wanmin Hall. In this collection room, Ye Ting buried his head in searching for 5 or 6 hours, and he didn't even have time to eat dinner. Although he had a lot of harvest, most of them were miscellaneous things. After being collected, they were swallowed by the system, and in the end, they could only return some materials, such as stone amber, floating crystal core, and nectar. And the few valuable collections were all rewarded with alchemical formulas, recipes, and even music scores. For Ye Ting, these things are not very helpful, but at least they are better than nothing. In short, as the search deepened, Ye Ting's face became more and more ugly. Until he picked up a small box filled with glittering silver powder. Ding! Congratulations to the host for collecting Floop powder for the first time, and you will be rewarded with a teleportation anchor manufacturing blueprint. Seeing this, Ye Ting was shocked. Is this anchor the kind of teleportation anchor on the continent of Teyvat? He couldn't wait to open the blueprint and quickly confirmed its authenticity. The blueprint not only detailed the method of making a real anchor, but also included a simplified version of the temporary anchor manufacturing blueprint. This is a good thing. Ye Ting said excitedly. With this gain, he felt that all his efforts tonight were worth it. The function of the anchor is exactly the same as in the game. As long as an anchor is installed at home, he can cast a spell to teleport home at any time no matter where he is. This is much more convenient than the traditional way of travel in the wizarding world, Floop powder and port key. If you want to use Floop powder, you can only start from a fireplace connected to the Flo network and go to another fireplace connected to the Flo network. As for the port key, you have to touch it to teleport to the corresponding place. It's not like a teleportation anchor, which can be used anytime and anywhere. The best part is that using the teleportation anchor point to transfer can break through Hogwarts' blockade of apparition. As long as Ye Ting can place an anchor point outside the school and one inside the school, wouldn't he be able to sneak out of the school at any time? Unfortunately, he got the blueprint too late. As a daily necessity for every family in the magic world, Floop powder is not a difficult magic item to get. If he had bought some in Diagon Alley, he would probably have an anchor point at home now. Looking at the time, curfew will be in half an hour. Ye Ting left the room of requirement with Lynette in his arms with regret. On Friday morning, the first-year students of Gryffindor and Slytherin finally had their first potions class. Professor Snape did not show any mercy to these freshmen. He taught them a good lesson and let them feel the cruelty of the adult world in advance. At lunchtime, Harry's experience spread throughout Hogwarts. Snape seemed to be specially concerned about him, asking questions one after another. Harry was slightly careless when answering, and he didn't have time to look at Snape, so he was considered to be sleeping in class, and Gryffindor was deducted 5 points. When Harry looked at Snape, he was accused of glaring at the professor with bad intentions, and another 5 points were deducted. So Harry carefully maintained eye contact with Snape, but didn't dare to look at him directly, which was also accused of disrespecting teachers, and another 5 points were deducted. To make matters worse, Harry accidentally broke the glass bottle containing the potion, and now he was deducted another 5 points for damaging public property. However, just 1 minute later, Malfoy followed Harry's footsteps, but was given 5 more points. This reason is also weird, because Malfoy assisted Professor Snape to destroy the defective experimental equipment, thus preventing a potential teaching accident. However, the same thing from Hermione's mouth has become a different taste. It was me, I was the first, it was obviously me, whether it was raising my hand or answering a question, why did Professor Snape only let Harry answer and ignored me? Hermione complained to Ye Ting angrily at the dinner table. He only let Harry answer, this is simply blatant favoritism. Due to the appearance of Ye Ting, Hermione was hanging out with him and Susan all day long. The person she was most familiar with in Gryffindor was Neville, but she had an average relationship with Harry. So she didn't realize there was anything fishy about it. After hearing this, Ting rolled his eyes helplessly. Harry might not agree with her conclusion. Professor Snape is like this. You'd better not be so active in his class. But if I don't answer the questions, how can I give Gryffindor extra points? Hermione muttered. You've already added a lot of points, haven't you? Ye Ting actually wanted to say that if she didn't get deducted points in Snape's class, she should be happy, and she still wanted to get extra points. In short, except for Hermione, other freshmen finally understood what kind of terrible man Snape was. Hearing this news, countless young eagles trembled with fear, and Ye Ting's roommates were even more frightened, and some even dared not go to class. Their worries were not unreasonable. You know, Ye Ting confronted Professor Snape on the first day of school. If Professor Flitwick hadn't arrived in time, who knows what would happen next. Now that Snape is taking care of Harry Potter so much, wouldn't Ye Ting be unable to escape? They were Ye Ting's roommates. Snape targeted Ye Ting, so wouldn't they also become potential targets? This set of rhetoric was well reasoned and convincing. In short, when Ye Ting left the dormitory to go to class, they were still lingering in the dormitory. In the afternoon, it was Ravenclaw and Rahapatch's turn to have the potion class, and the classroom was in a basement. This place was indeed the old bat's territory, and the decoration style of the whole room was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. There were large and small glass jars hanging on the walls, with all kinds of strange animal specimens soaked in them. The air was filled with the smell of formalin, making people feel like they were in a morgue. And those human skeleton models hanging on the wall were even more creepy. Their empty eye sockets were particularly terrifying. Whenever a little wizard approached, these skeletons would suddenly make a strange hee-hee laugh, which made people shudder. In a corner of the classroom, there was a mummy, wrapped tightly in cloth strips, revealing only a shrunken face. The inscription on the body actually had the 3 characters, daily necessities, written on it. Professor, what's the matter with that mummy? Padma raised her hand tremblingly before class to ask. Professor Snape didn't get angry this time, but was surprisingly patient, explaining. This was a professor of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class a few years ago. He borrowed my territory to make potions, but his craftsmanship was not good and he ruined the potion. After he drank the bottle of failed work, he turned into this mummy. Potions, are they really that scary? Hannah asked with lingering fear. No, it's not that dangerous. Snape dragged out the sound and laughed sarcastically, as long as you are not the idiots I often meet. For smart people, brewing potions is still quite safe. After saying this, many students were secretly worried in their hearts. They were still very self-aware of their IQ. Of course. Snape continued to grin, revealing a strange smile, I promise that even if you are stupid, you will not become a mummy. But whether you will lie in the school hospital is not up to me. It all depends on how much smarter you are than the troll. As soon as he said this, the whole classroom fell into silence. Snape squinted his eyes and looked around, then picked up the roster and started to call the roll. When he read the name, Ye Ting, his voice was deliberately dragged out, and he glanced at Ye Ting coldly. After the first night of school, he remembered this name. In the following days, he heard this name again and again, and many professors praised him for his intelligence. And he, Severus Snape, hated this kind of little wizard who wanted to show off the most. Just then, the wooden door was pushed open with a bang. Ye Ting's roommates Michael, Anthony and others appeared at the door panting, and it was obvious that they were late. Michael stammered to explain, "Sorry. Sorry, Professor, we are lost." Snape interrupted him coldly, "I thought that creatures with higher IQs than trolls could at least find their own classrooms. It seems that I overestimated you Ravenclaw students. Perhaps I should suggest to the headmaster to raise the admission standards." There was silence all around, no one dared to speak, only the crackling sound of burning torches echoed in the air. Michael and the other two stood there awkwardly, neither leaving nor staying. This stupid look made Snape even angrier. "Why are you standing there like an idiot? Hurry up and find a seat. Don't stand there like an idiot, you are lowering the class of the whole classroom." Amidst the whispers, Snape suddenly turned his eyes to Ye Ting. "Mr. Yi, why don't you help your roommates find the way? Does their lateness show your excellence? Because of you, Ravenclaw will lose 1 point." Ye Ting and Susan exchanged glances, both of them were very helpless. As soon as the class started, Snape showed strong aggressiveness. He waved his robe and strode back to the podium, his voice hoarse and low. "You are here to learn potion preparation, this ancient, precise and rigorous craft. I ask you to concentrate on every class and don't let me down." As soon as the voice fell, Lisa Dupin asked curiously, "Professor, what is potion?" Snape's mouth curled up a weird smile and said slowly, "It is the secret language of broken internal organs, the chant of coagulated blood, the dance of entangled tentacles, the groan of twisted plants, the elegy of shriveled limbs, the cry of broken brains, and the temptation of scarlet fruits. It interprets the ups and downs of life in the interweaving of red and white, and returns to the silent eternity in the fusion of yellow and brown. This is an extremely gorgeous and intoxicating art." Listening to this dreamlike description, Ye Ting unconsciously licked his lips with the tip of his tongue. Somehow, the aroma of spicy hot pot and hot pot appeared in his mind, and his stomach started to growl. Snape had just finished his opening remarks when he turned his eyes to Ye Ting. "Mr. Yi," he suddenly challenged, "tell me, what potion will be made by boiling scurvy, lovage and sneezeweed together?" "Confusion potion." Even though he was suddenly attacked, Ye Ting still stood up calmly and answered calmly, "This medicine will make people impulsive and reckless." This answer is perfect. If it were another professor, Ravenclaw College might have added 5 points for this. Unfortunately, Severus Snape's cold face still had no expression, as if this answer was not worth mentioning to him. "Okay, let me ask you again." He continued to press, "What is the use of salamander blood in potions? How do we usually use it? It is a precious ingredient used to enhance the effect of potions." Ye Ting blurted out, "Salamander blood can greatly enhance the effects of other potions and is an indispensable catalyst in potions." Snape nodded slightly, but there was still not much approval on his face. "If I need you to find white fresh water, where would you go to find it?" White fresh water is mainly produced in Dacia, the United States and Mexico. Ye Ting answered without thinking, "So, I might buy a ticket to East Asia or North America first." Isn't this the same as someone asking you where you can collect mulberries, and you say you can buy them in the supermarket? As soon as he said this, several little Ravenclaw wizards couldn't help laughing. But Snape glanced over and they immediately shut up. Ye Ting shrugged and added, "Of course, if you have to look for it nearby, Dictami generally grows on hills, flat bushes, or under grasslands and sparse woods." Reading from the book. Snape snorted and finally made such an evaluation. Whether Ye Ting is reading from the book or has real knowledge, Professor Snape must abide by the rules of Hogwarts. Answering questions correctly will get extra points. Snape still has this integrity. Of course, this is also related to Ye Ting being a Ravenclaw student. If it were Harry. 1 point for Ravenclaw. Snape said reluctantly, and the tone was like cutting his flesh. The eyes of the surrounding Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students looking at Ye Ting changed, with surprise and respect, as if they were looking at a great god. These questions and answers were beyond their knowledge. If they were called by Snape, they would be lucky not to be scolded. It is unthinkable that Ye Ting could make Snape speechless. But Ye Ting could do it easily, which is really admirable. However, Ye Ting and the little wizards were not happy for too long, and Snape added slowly, "Don't forget to add, Professor, when answering questions in the future. Mr. Yi, you are disrespectful to the teacher, and you will be deducted 2 points." Ye Ting shrugged helplessly and sat down. "Why don't you write down all these key points?" Snape's voice suddenly rose. "Do you think you have already learned it? You are the worst class I have ever taught." The sound of notes rustled in the classroom immediately, and the students buried their heads in memorizing, fearing that they would miss a word. Then, Snape walked to the podium and said in a low voice, "Today, I will teach you how to mix a potion that can treat scabies. I really can't think of a simpler potion than this. If any of you still fail, I really want to suggest that the headmaster think carefully about whether he has invited some trolls in." These words made everyone hold their breath and P*******k up their ears, fearing that they would miss some details that would cause the potion to fail and be identified as a troll. Snape waved his wand lightly, and a large number of fonts immediately appeared on the blackboard, recording in detail the steps of making the potion. "Oh, by the way," he deliberately dragged out the tone, with a hint of sarcasm on his face, "the book, Magic Potions and Liquids, in your hand." He deliberately paused for a moment before continuing. "It was written by the famous wizard Arsene Jigger and is also the textbook designated by the Ministry of Magic. But I have to say that some of the content in that book, although I don't want to offend, is indeed outdated 50 years ago. So," he raised his voice, "if my experimental steps are different from what is written in the book, don't make a fuss. Just do what I say." A Hufflepuff badger muttered, "Then what's the point of buying these textbooks?" Ye Ting recognized his name as Wayne Hopkins. Professor Snape turned his sharp eyes to Wayne, and he was not angry. Instead, he calmly explained, "The knowledge in the textbook is accurate, but the science of potions is constantly improving. Many operating steps have been updated, and we must keep up with the times." When it comes to potions, Snape's temperament instantly changed. He walked to the podium and emphasized seriously, "I repeat again, potions is not only a precise science, but also a rigorous craft. Here, there is no so-called textbook, only reference books." He paused and continued, "Don't think that potions are some kind of unchanging antique. Except for those who have been changed over time, the principles of the test and the brewing methods are changing with each passing day. I won't teach you a lot of theories in class. You have to work hard to learn the basics after class. My task," he pointed to the blackboard next to him filled with various materials, "is to guide you in practice and teach you the best brewing techniques I think." The white chalk handwriting on the blackboard is clearly visible: dry nettles, venomous snake teeth, horned slugs, porcupine quills. The materials and steps to be used are written on this blackboard, and everything you need is in the storage cabinet. As soon as Snape finished speaking, the door of the storage cabinet bounced open with a bang, as if it had heard a call. He reminded again, "Be careful when brewing potions. If you make a mistake, these potions will not only fail to cure the disease, but will make you full of boils." At this point, Snape's thin lips curled up into a weird smile, "So, be sure to follow the steps strictly. I don't want to see you in the hospital this weekend. Okay, don't just stand there, 2 people in a group, hurry up and do it." As soon as the class started, Snape showed strong aggressiveness. He waved his robe and strode back to the podium, his voice hoarse and low. You are here to learn potion preparation, this ancient, precise and rigorous craft. I ask you to concentrate on every class and don't let me down. As soon as the voice fell, Lisa Dupin asked curiously, Professor, what is potion? Snape's mouth curled up a weird smile and said slowly. It is the secret language of broken internal organs, the chant of coagulated blood, the dance of entangled tentacles, the groan of twisted plants, the elegy of shriveled limbs, the cry of broken brains, and the temptation of scarlet fruits. It interprets the ups and downs of life in the interweaving of red and white, and returns to the silent eternity in the fusion of yellow and brown. This is an extremely gorgeous and intoxicating art. Listening to this dreamlike description, Ye Ting unconsciously licked his lips with the tip of his tongue. Somehow, the aroma of spicy hot pot and hot pot appeared in his mind, and his stomach started to growl. Snape had just finished his opening remarks when he turned his eyes to Ye Ting. Mr. Yi. He suddenly challenged, tell me, what potion will be made by boiling scurvy, lovage and sneezeweed together? Confusion potion. Even though he was suddenly attacked, Ye Ting still stood up calmly and answered calmly, this medicine will make people impulsive and reckless. This answer is perfect. If it were another professor, Ravenclaw College might have added 5 points for this. Unfortunately, Severus Snape's cold face still had no expression, as if this answer was not worth mentioning to him. Okay, let me ask you again. He continued to press, what is the use of salamander blood in potions? How do we usually use it? It is a precious ingredient used to enhance the effect of potions. Ye Ting blurted out, salamander blood can greatly enhance the effects of other potions and is an indispensable catalyst in potions. Snape nodded slightly, but there was still not much approval on his face. If I need you to find white fresh water, where would you go to find it? White fresh water is mainly produced in Dacia, the United States and Mexico. Ye Ting answered without thinking, so, I might buy a ticket to East Asia or North America first. Isn't this the same as someone asking you where you can collect mulberries, and you say you can buy them in the supermarket? As soon as he said this, several little Ravenclaw wizards couldn't help laughing. But Snape glanced over and they immediately shut up. Ye Ting shrugged and added, of course, if you have to look for it nearby, dictami generally grows on hills, flat bushes, or under grasslands and sparse woods. Reading from the book. Snape snorted and finally made such an evaluation. Whether Ye Ting is reading from the book or has real knowledge, Professor Snape must abide by the rules of Hogwarts. Answering questions correctly will get extra points. Snape still has this integrity. Of course, this is also related to Ye Ting being a Ravenclaw student. If it were Harry. 1 point for Ravenclaw. Snape said reluctantly, and the tone was like cutting his flesh. The eyes of the surrounding Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students looking at Ye Ting changed, with surprise and respect, as if they were looking at a great god. These questions and answers were beyond their knowledge. If they were called by Snape, they would be lucky not to be scolded. It is unthinkable that Ye Ting could make Snape speechless. But Ye Ting could do it easily, which is really admirable. However, Ye Ting and the little wizards were not happy for too long, and Snape added slowly, don't forget to add, Professor, when answering questions in the future. Mr. Yi, you are disrespectful to the teacher, and you will be deducted 2 points. Ye Ting shrugged helplessly and sat down. Why don't you write down all these key points? Snape's voice suddenly rose, do you think you have already learned it? You are the worst class I have ever taught. The sound of notes rustled in the classroom immediately, and the students buried their heads in memorizing, fearing that they would miss a word. Then, Snape walked to the podium and said in a low voice, today, I will teach you how to mix a potion that can treat scabies. I really can't think of a simpler potion than this. If any of you still fail, I really want to suggest that the headmaster think carefully about whether he has invited some trolls in. These words made everyone hold their breath and P*******k up their ears, fearing that they would miss some details that would cause the potion to fail and be identified as a troll. Snape waved his wand lightly, and a large number of fonts immediately appeared on the blackboard, recording in detail the steps of making the potion. Oh, by the way, he deliberately dragged out the tone, with a hint of sarcasm on his face, the book, Magic Potions and Liquids, in your hand. He deliberately paused for a moment before continuing. It was written by the famous wizard Arsene Jigger and is also the textbook designated by the Ministry of Magic. But I have to say that some of the content in that book, although I don't want to offend, is indeed outdated 50 years ago. So, he raised his voice, if my experimental steps are different from what is written in the book, don't make a fuss. Just do what I say. A Hufflepuff badger muttered, then what's the point of buying these textbooks? Ye Ting recognized his name as Wayne Hopkins. Professor Snape turned his sharp eyes to Wayne, and he was not angry. Instead, he calmly explained, the knowledge in the textbook is accurate, but the science of potions is constantly improving. Many operating steps have been updated, and we must keep up with the times. When it comes to potions, Snape's temperament instantly changed. He walked to the podium and emphasized seriously. I repeat again, potions is not only a precise science, but also a rigorous craft. Here, there is no so-called textbook, only reference books. He paused and continued, don't think that potions are some kind of unchanging antique. Except for those who have been changed over time, the principles of the test and the brewing methods are changing with each passing day. I won't teach you a lot of theories in class. You have to work hard to learn the basics after class. My task, he pointed to the blackboard next to him filled with various materials, is to guide you in practice and teach you the best brewing techniques I think. The white chalk handwriting on the blackboard is clearly visible, dry nettles, venomous snake teeth, horned slugs, porcupine quills. The materials and steps to be used are written on this blackboard, and everything you need is in the storage cabinet. As soon as Snape finished speaking, the door of the storage cabinet bounced open with a bang, as if it had heard a call. He reminded again, be careful when brewing potions. If you make a mistake, these potions will not only fail to cure the disease, but will make you full of boils. At this point, Snape's thin lips curled up into a weird smile, so, be sure to follow the steps strictly. I don't want to see you in the hospital this weekend. Okay, don't just stand there, 2 people in a group, hurry up and do it. Snape gave the order, and the whole classroom immediately became busy. Students rushed to the storage cabinet to get the materials, and then started to cook soup in pairs. Ye Ting and Susan were in the same group. Susan was very talented in transfiguration, but she seemed a little flustered in the potion class. After a burst of smoke and fire, she accidentally turned into a big clown face, and her efforts only exchanged for a crucible of green waste. This potion is much more difficult than transfiguration. Susan stared at the green liquid in the crucible with a bitter face, and her eyebrows were twisted into a Chuan character. As for Ye Ting, he started to study potions in depth during the holidays. With Lisa's talent in this area, a mere scabies potion would not be difficult for him. However, it seems that because he lost face by not failing Ye Ting just now, Snape targeted him again. Mr. Yi, why do you use this non-standard crucible? Are you trying to attract attention? When Ye Ting's potion was halfway through, Snape came up and mocked him as if he had caught something. Ye Ting's equipment is indeed different, a black crucible of unknown material, beakers and flasks not made of crystal but engraved with precise scales, and a scale with scales written on it. These equipment are very different from the retro equipment of other little wizards present. Facing Snape's provocation, Ye Ting stood up and met those cold eyes fearlessly. Professor Snape, I think we need to discuss the use of these experimental instruments of mine. The other party was obviously looking for trouble, but Ye Ting did not intend to indulge him. With Lisa's talent as a backing, he had enough confidence to deal with Snape's challenge. All my experimental equipment is different because they are all Muggle products. He picked up a beaker and said seriously, I personally think that Muggle products have gone further than us in this standardized device that does not require alchemical enchantment. He gently shook the beaker in his hand and continued, as you said, potion science is a discipline that requires precision and rigor, and in this regard, Muggles do much better than wizards. Each one is marked with precise scales, which is much better than our crystal bottles of different sizes and no measurement. Muggle test tubes and beakers, each one is made exactly the same, accurate to milliliters, which can greatly improve the accuracy of preparing potions. As he said, he pointed to the balance next to him. Look at this, we wizards are still using that old-fashioned brass balance, which is good enough if it can reach 1 gram. But what about the pan balance used by muggles in experiments? The accuracy can reach 0.1 grams. Just in terms of weighing medicinal materials, I am already 10 times more accurate than others. If I change to a more advanced mechanical analytical balance, the accuracy can reach 1 milligram, which is a direct increase of 100 times. Finally, let's talk about the crucible issue that you are most concerned about. Ye Ting paused for a moment, giving Snape some time to digest his previous words, and then continued to talk. The pewter crucibles that freshmen are required to use, to be honest, have a low melting point and are not corrosion resistant. They are cheap and have no other advantages. Even muggles have eliminated this kind of thing. The problem of low melting point can be solved by lowering the temperature and sacrificing the boiling speed, but poor corrosion resistance is a big problem. This is why you have always emphasized that the last medicinal material, porcupine quills, must be added after the crucible is off the fire. Because porcupine quills and the medicinal liquid being boiled are both acidic, once dissolved, they will mix into a highly corrosive mixed acid. This mixed acid reacts actively at high temperatures and can easily melt through the bottom of the pewter crucible. Crash! As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening roar suddenly sounded, and the whole classroom was shaking. Ye Ting reacted quickly, grabbed Susan's arm, pulled her behind him, and hid beside the crucible. The girl only felt her wrist being tightly grasped, and then her chest sank, the 2 water balls were pressed into round cakes, and the whole person was pressed to the ground by Ye Ting. She was originally panicking, but at this moment she felt an inexplicable sense of security in her heart. After a while, the 2 stood up. It turned out that Justin and Ernie's crucible next door had exploded violently, the potion in the pot splashed everywhere, and the ground and walls were instantly burned with burnt holes. The classroom was filled with a pungent smell, which was disgusting. Justin's left half of the body was splashed with magic potion, and half of his face quickly broke out with dense scabies, which looked painful. Ernie suffered on the right half, and the 2 of them were a perfect match, one on the left and one on the right. It seems that there are unlucky people who failed for convenience. Ye Ting watched this scene with gloating. A bunch of idiots. Snape came over with a gloomy face, waved his wand, and the potion spilled on the ground was cleaned up instantly. At this moment, Snape was almost furious. He watched the precious potion flow into his storage cabinet, and his beloved treasure collection was emitting white smoke. Snape was so distressed that he almost bled. These precious medicinal materials were his favorites. Professor Snape, although the accident just now was caused by Finch-Fletchley and Macmillan's improper operation, the real reason was actually the material limitations of the pewter crucible itself. Ye Ting took the opportunity to interrupt. As he spoke, he opened the lid of his crucible and threw all the porcupine quills that had been processed long ago into it. But my graphite crucible is different. Ye Ting smiled proudly. This crucible is a masterpiece of modern Muggle materials science. It is made of natural flake graphite. The price is about the same as that of a pewter crucible, but its performance is far superior to that of a pewter crucible. This graphite crucible is not only extremely corrosion resistant and can withstand temperatures of more than 3000 degrees, but its thermal conductivity is far superior to that of a metal pewter crucible. When using it to brew potions, the step of leaving the fire in the middle can be completely omitted without worrying about any danger. In fact, Ye Ting didn't say one more thing, that is, the graphite crucible also has special conductivity. This crucible does not require traditional flame heating, but can be heated by electromagnetic induction like an induction cooker. Compared with traditional flame heating, electromagnetic induction heating is not only more uniform, but also faster. Most importantly, it is more convenient for Ye Ting. He only needs to use Fingertip Thunderstorm to easily complete the heating process of the crucible. It can be said that the graphite crucible is perfectly suited for the Rose Witch and can be regarded as Lisa's selected product. Snape looked down at the black crucible in front of him and found that everything was just as Ye Ting said. The light green liquid was boiling fiercely in the graphite crucible, but the inner wall of the crucible was still as new, without any change. Moreover, since the heating was never interrupted during the brewing process, the temperature of this potion was almost just right. At this moment, in Ye Ting's crucible, the light blue potion was taking shape at an astonishing speed. The entire brewing process took less than a quarter of the theoretical time taken by other little wizards. When the materials in the crucible were finally boiled into an amber transparent liquid, Snape finally nodded slightly. He knew that Ye Ting's potion had been successfully brewed, and its completion even surpassed many professional potion masters. This shows that his new experimental equipment is feasible. Those two idiots just now, Snape turned around and shouted coldly, "You should be glad that Mr. Yi successfully brewed the potion. Give that idiot the potion brewed by Ye Ting," he continued to order. "With his injuries, there is no need to go to the school infirmary." Hearing Snape's order, Justin and Ernie's two roommates immediately came forward. After obtaining Ye Ting's consent, they carefully took some potion with a glass bottle. The effect was immediate. Almost as soon as the two drank the bottle of boiled potion, the redness and swelling on their bodies gradually subsided. Due to Mr. Ye's wonderful performance, Ravenclaw will be awarded 5 points. Snape announced the reward for Ye Ting gloomily, and then hurried away. Next, Snape seemed to vent all the anger he had suffered from Ye Ting on other young wizards. He paced slowly between the tables, pointing and commenting on the work of each student, mercilessly. Several potions had already been scrapped under such low pressure. When his eyes fell on the pot of strange blue mixture of Lisa Dupin and Mandy Blow, a sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Do you two think this pot of potion is drinkable? Do you want to try a new taste?" Then, he turned to Oliver and Roger's work and commented coldly, "If you drink this pot of potion, let alone cure hemorrhoids, I'm afraid it will make people grow more hemorrhoids." Almost every student's work was found out by Snape, and then he suffered a lot of sarcasm. Until he walked to the first row, his eyes were fixed on the pot of crystal clear light yellow liquid in front of Susan. His brows were slightly wrinkled, as if he wanted to find flaws in this perfect work, but couldn't find any. "Not bad," he admitted reluctantly. "Miss Bones, for your sake, I'll give Hufflepuff 2 points." "Great!" Susan cheered softly and gave Ye Ting a hug with a ball. "Thanks to your guidance. That's the result of your willingness to learn." Ye Ting remained calm on the surface, but he was a little happy in his heart. It's better to have more of this kind of benefits. The potion class was finally over. But the news that Snape was speechless in the classroom by the little wizard spread rapidly in Hogwarts like the golden snidget. By dinner time, almost everyone knew about it. Walking in the corridors of the campus, you can hear the excited discussions of students everywhere. "Have you heard, Song Xian? I mean about Snape. What did you hear?" Professor Snape was speechless by a Ravenclaw student during class. "Did you know?" "What?" Professor Snape was scolded by a Ravenclaw wizard today, and he didn't dare to say a word back. "Have you heard?" "I heard." Professor Snape was scolded into autism. The Ravenclaw wizard scolded Snape into autism, and the news spread rapidly in Hogwarts like wildfire. As the core figure of this storm, Ye Ting naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. He is known as Professor Snape's biggest nemesis. On the first day of school, Ye Ting almost fell into the hands of Professor Snape. Many people were secretly watching the show, waiting for him to fall. But who would have thought that not only did he not fall, but he made Professor Snape suffer a setback. He is really the most ruthless person in Hogwarts. That night, he received special treatment after entering the hall. From the door to the Ravenclaw table, he seemed to walk on a star-studded avenue. The classmates stood up and rushed to shake hands with him. That posture was like welcoming a triumphant hero. When he walked past the Gryffindor table, Lee Jordan's eyes lit up and pulled him to his side. The Weasley twins also came over. They enthusiastically stuffed a glass of pumpkin juice into Ye Ting's mouth and raised their glasses to shout, "Cheers to the hero of Hogwarts, Ye Ting." He taught Professor Snape, the head of the 3 evils of Hogwarts, a lesson. The twins' cheers came one after another, attracting the attention of the surrounding little wizards. People who didn't know thought they had broken into the lair of the Death Eaters. At the Gryffindor table, every face was filled with a long-lost smile. Over the years, they have been bullied by Professor Snape. 7 years, do you know how they have been through these 7 years? Watching Slytherin step on their heads and win the House Cup for 7 consecutive years, it was all because of Snape's unconditional favoritism. Ye Ting was fed several sips of pumpkin juice by everyone, and it took a lot of effort to recover. He smiled bitterly and said, "These are all rumors you spread, right?" George patted Ye Ting on the shoulder and laughed, "Oh, brother, don't worry about those rumors. The important thing is that everyone is happy now." Fred also said, "That's right, finally someone can dampen the old bat's arrogance, this is a good thing that makes people happy." Then, the two said a few good words to Ye Ting, which made him feel a little wrong. In the original book, the twins were not of this character. He was secretly alert, wondering if they were going to play a prank on him. But soon, the other party revealed his purpose. That. "Ye Ting, I heard that you used some Muggle-made potion equipment in the potion class." George hesitated. "It's about the same price as the crucible we use, but the performance is much better, and it can also reduce the time of boiling potion." "That's true." Ye Ting nodded, "but it's called a graphite crucible. Not only is the thermal conductivity stronger than the pewter crucible, but it can also withstand higher temperatures. In other words, the potion that could only be simmered over a low fire can be boiled over a high fire with a graphite crucible, and the time can be compressed several times." Yes, that's it." Fred looked at him expectantly. "Can you lend it to us?" "Well, I need to think about it." Ye Ting thought for a while and asked, "What do you need this for?" He frowned. "As far as I know, all the potions taught by Snape can be made with pewter crucibles, so there is no need to change to graphite crucibles." "This is because..." Fred glanced at George. The twins nodded at the same time. "This is because we need to do some research in private." Fred said, "You may have heard that the two of us often play pranks in Hogwarts. Recently, we have become interested in prank products." George continued, "You should know Zonko's joke shop." Of course, Ye Ting nodded. "I heard that it is a small shop selling toys and prank props. The Muggle world actually has similar prank props." "I'm glad you understand." At this point, Fred lowered his voice. "We now want to study how these joke props are made. Imagine, if we can make these props ourselves, hee." George's eyes flashed with longing. "Maybe we can even sell them to other classmates." Fred also looked forward to it. "Yes, maybe we can develop our own joke props in the future." Ye Ting knew that their dream came true in the end. In the original book, they did open a joke shop of their own, and it was much more popular than Zonko's joke shop. "Then, I guess you are in trouble." Ye Ting thought for a moment and suddenly laughed, "And it is related to brewing potions." "That's right." George slapped his thigh. "We want to try to make the burping candy from Zonko's joke shop. We guess that the burping effect comes from a burping potion, but we have tried many times and failed." As he said, he took out a candy from his pocket and threw it into his mouth, and his face immediately wrinkled. "It's really too bitter." Burp. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to burp non-stop, and each burp was crisp and loud. Fred also ate a candy, but he tried for a long time and only managed to hold back a very small burp. "That's it," he nodded to Ye Ting, "the sugar we made either tasted too strong of potion or was too ineffective." Ye Ting understood after hearing this. To develop new products, it really requires constant attempts and adjustments. "You've made a lot of progress, don't lose heart." "You're right, hiccup, buddy." George patted Ye Ting's shoulder, happy that he understood, but the only hiccup, problem is, hiccup, the potion takes too long to boil, and each new, hiccup, formula. Seeing that George couldn't speak clearly because of the hiccups, Ye Ting didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and had no choice but to take out his wand and point it at George. Stop the hiccups. The spell worked immediately, and George's hiccups stopped abruptly. I feel much better, thank you. George breathed a sigh of relief. You can actually do this spell, Fred was shocked. I remember that this spell is not learned until the 4th grade. The 4th grade textbook, I've learned it. Ye Ting shrugged. Awesome, you are worthy of being a Ravenclaw student. The twins praised in unison. Let's get back to the point, George continued. Anyway, using a pewter crucible to boil hiccup potion takes a whole day, which is too slow for us to study hiccup candy. Fred took over the conversation, so when we heard that your crucible can save several times the time, we thought about borrowing it from you. If you agree, then we owe you a favor. If you need help in the future, we will never be stingy. George vowed. It seems that you want to borrow it for a long time. Ye Ting heard, shook his head in embarrassment. Sorry, if this is the reason, I may not be able to lend you the crucible, I also need it myself. Ye Ting himself has a lot of potion research projects, how could he lend the crucible to others? Is that so? Sorry to bother you. Seeing the twins' disappointed look, Ye Ting's heart moved, and suddenly remembered the teleportation anchor map he got last night. He looked at the twins again, and he had already made up his mind. He smiled and said, actually, I bought this cauldron in the Muggle world. If you need it, I can buy it for you this weekend. He glanced at the twins, as long as you have a way to leave Hogwarts. As soon as he said this, Fred and George's eyes lit up again. Of course, we certainly have a way to get you out of Hogwarts. Fred said eagerly, I know there are several secret passages in Hogwarts that can lead directly to Hogsmeade. That's no problem. Ye Ting nodded, then I'll help you go there this weekend. Great. You are our savior. Thank you, buddy. The two happily high-fived each other and thanked each other repeatedly. Nothing, we traded with each other. Ye Ting waved his hand, smiled calmly, and then said, you said that you owed me a favor for this matter, does that still count? Of course it counts. Fred patted his chest and promised. Everyone knows that we brothers are the most loyal. George also said solemnly. Ye Ting smiled slightly and took the opportunity to put forward his request, that's right, I also need your help. I need some very precious magic materials, which are currently only in Professor Snape's medicine cabinet. It was not until then that Ye Ting revealed his true purpose. I plan to secretly go to the potions classroom tonight to get some, but I am not sure I can avoid Snape. As he said, he looked at the twins, I heard that you know Hogwarts very well, even better than Professor Dumbledore. So, can you do me this favor? Fred burst into laughter when he heard this, and almost choked. George smiled and said, Ye Ting, you are exaggerating. If we stay in Hogwarts for a few more years, we may reach this level, but we don't dare to claim it now. Fred blinked and said, we are still learning humbly. However, it is more than enough for us to help you sneak into the potions classroom. George changed the subject and was full of confidence. So, what should I do? Ye Ting looked at the two expectantly. Fred pointed upstairs, at 12 o'clock tonight, you go to the statue at the end of the corridor on the 8th floor. You just need to move the statue and you can find a hidden entrance. George explained. A secret passage? Ye Ting was stunned. He did have a lot of information about the secret passage in Hogwarts in his memory, but he didn't have any impression of this. It was probably opened by Ravenclaw for the convenience of eating midnight snacks. Fred guessed. In short, you just need to get in and we will meet below. George finally reminded. The PY transaction between the two parties was thus reached. Then, they separated. I didn't expect that you have made so many friends in just 1 week at Hogwarts. When Ye Ting returned to the long table of Ravenclaw, Zhang Qiu said with some envy. As a huxia, although she had many suitors, she didn't make many friends. Although racial discrimination is not serious in the wizarding world, subtle barriers still exist. By the way, the reason why racial discrimination is not serious in the wizarding world is that everyone discriminates based on blood. In the face of the conflict between purebloods and muckbloods, race is just that. If I say that we just met, do you believe it? Then they are really interesting people. Zhang Qiu laughed dryly twice. This may be the unique enthusiasm of the Weasley family. As long as they are of the same taste, they can quickly get closer. For the whole night that followed, Ye Ting behaved as usual. Enjoyed dinner as usual, went to the library to read until closing time as usual, and went back to the dormitory to sleep as usual, as if the conversation with the Weasley brothers had never happened. Until, at 11:50 p.m., he opened his eyes in bed. At this moment, Ye Ting's roommates have fallen asleep, and the whole dormitory is immersed in the silence of the night. Only Linnet's eyes are shining. Ye Ting got up from the bed, put on his cloak in a hurry, and after fixing his nightcap, he walked to the door with the cat. Just as he was about to open the door, he thought about it, went back to his roommate, took out a bottle of life and death water from his hat, that was his work when he practiced potions before school started, and applied some, gently applying a few drops in front of each roommate's nose. Next, the evaporated life and death water will be absorbed into their bodies, and this amount can ensure that they will sleep soundly all night without waking up. In this way, Ye Ting does not need to worry that his roommates will wake up and look for him after he leaves, thus exposing his whereabouts. Some things are better to be done more carefully. The statue on the 8th floor. With the help of the light of the rose lantern, Ye Ting soon appeared at the end of the corridor on time. He looked at the stone guard in front of him who was twice as tall as him, and couldn't help but fall into silence. It seems that Fred and George are really strong, otherwise how could they move such a big stone sculpture? He tried to push the statue hard, but it only moved slightly. Ye Ting gave up this unmagical behavior with a wry smile. Get out of the way. He raised his wand and pointed it at the stone guard. In an instant, the statue seemed to have gained life and slowly moved to the left, revealing a wall behind that looked extremely solid. However, Ye Ting could sense that this wall was not real, but a specific illusion, exactly the same as the principal of King's Station. So, Ye Ting went in. Normally, if you walk from the 1st floor to the 8th floor step by step, it will take more than 10 minutes even if it goes smoothly. But the secret passage greatly saved Ye Ting's time. In just 5 minutes, he reached his destination. At the end of the secret passage, a wooden picture frame was firmly blocked there. Ye Ting pushed with his hand and jumped out of the secret passage. Looking up, he saw a painting depicting a sumptuous meal hanging on the wall not far away. Ye Ting remembered that behind the painting was the kitchen of Hogwarts. Hey, kid, don't forget to move me back. A slightly unhappy voice sounded behind Ye Ting. It was the person in the frame, and he was obviously used to it. Also, dim the damn light. Ah, sorry. Ye Ting hurriedly adjusted the magic output, and the light of the rose lantern gradually converged, illuminating only the 1-meter range around him. Less than 2 minutes after restoring the oil painting to its original position, Ye Ting saw 2 mosaic figures running from a distance. Then, the mosaic disappeared, and the Weasley twins appeared in his sight, one with empty hands and the other holding a jar. You just used the disillusionment charm. Ye Ting recognized their magic at a glance. This magic is not true invisibility, but it simulates the surrounding environment through magic, making people blend into the background, just like a chameleon, so it will present a mosaic outline. Yes. The twins answered in unison. We practiced hard for a whole holiday. Fred said proudly. So, how is the experience of this secret passage? George asked. You haven't walked through it yet? Ye Ting looked at the Weasley brothers in astonishment. He seemed to be treated as a guinea pig. Hey, we don't need this. After all, only you Ravenclaws live in the tower. Fred quickly explained, if you are hungry in the future, you can go down through this secret passage to have a midnight snack. This is our exclusive secret. George smiled and looked quite proud. Look at the dust in front of the statue. I bet that this secret passage has been covered in dust for a long time and no one has used it. Okay, what should we do next? Ye Ting asked. Just walk directly to the door of the potions classroom. No hurry. Fred suddenly lowered his voice and said mysteriously, come on, let me show you something exciting. For some reason, Ye Ting felt that Fred was inexplicably wretched at this moment. The three of them gathered together, and Fred carefully took out his big treasure from his black robe. It was an old, square parchment with a yellowed surface. It looked very old and empty. George kept it a secret. This is not an ordinary parchment, but a magical item that can lead us to open the door to a new world. Hearing this, Ye Ting had roughly guessed what this parchment was. Fred cleared his throat and raised his wand to point at the parchment. I solemnly swear that I will not do bad things. As soon as the voice fell, the ink on the originally blank parchment quickly extended like a silk thread, and a map composed of text appeared in front of everyone. This map not only covers the entire Hogwarts castle, but also includes the lawn outside, the Quidditch field, and even touches a small part of the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The most amazing thing is that the map is also densely covered with various names, some gathered together, and some are still moving, and each name represents a living person in the castle. It can be said that this is almost comparable to the small map in the game. It is worthy of being a live point map. The twins are very satisfied with Ye Ting's eyes. Such a magical map, where did you get it from? Ye Ting asked. Talking about this, George seemed to be lost in memories. Remember when we were in the first grade, we were young, carefree, and a little naive. Ye Ting narrowed his eyes and looked at Fred and George up and down, secretly wondering if they were naive. Hee, don't look at us like that, at least we are much more naive than you. George defended. When we were in the first grade, we didn't shock Slytherin on the train, nor did we spray Snape in front of him until he became autistic. That's not your rumor. Ye Ting reminded George. Oh, it's the same anyway. George waved his hand and continued to recall. At that time, there was a little friction between us and Filch. We put a big dung egg in the corridor, and the old guy was very angry because of it. What happened later? Ye Ting asked. Then, he took us to his office and was going to teach us a lesson. Fred added, you know, the usual punishment, detention, trophy swiping, etc. George added, but in his office, we noticed a drawer of a filing cabinet with the words, confiscated supplies, highly dangerous written on it. So. Ye Ting also laughed. So, what would you do? Fred said with a smirk. George used the same trick again and threw a dung bomb to attract Filch's attention. And I took the opportunity to open the drawer and saw this treasure at a glance. To be honest, this matter is not that bad, George chuckled and said, we guess that old guy Filch has never used this parchment. Maybe he doesn't even know how to use it. However, he must have realized the value of this thing, otherwise he would not have confiscated it. So, this map is a relic of a student? Ye Ting asked knowingly. That's about it. Fred nodded. The important thing is that this map not only marks all the secret passages in the castle, but also shows the location of everyone in the castle in real time. Look, for example, now, George pointed to a name on the map and said, Filch is wandering on the 5th floor, and his stupid cat is following him. Meow. Hearing this word, Lynette meowed in dissatisfaction. Mrs. Norris is her little brother. Fred then noticed Lynette beside Ye Ting and asked curiously, you brought the cat with you when you go out at night? Lynette's senses are much sharper than ours. Taking her with you when you go out at night can help you avoid a lot of trouble. Ye Ting touched the cat's head. Besides, she is also very helpful for night travel. Then, he pointed to the jar in George's hand. Speaking of which, besides this map, what else did you bring? George smiled mysteriously. This is a gift we prepared by ourselves. Gift? Ye Ting looked at the jar again, and he could vaguely smell a strange smell from it, but it was not the smell of dung eggs. You made it by yourself? Who are you going to give it to? Fred patted Ye Ting's shoulder. We just think that we can't lose to the juniors in the first grade when it comes to teasing old bats. So as the teacher's most beloved students, George proudly declared, we have the responsibility to give the professor some special encouragement when he encounters difficulties. This is to express our deep gratitude, appreciation and feelings to the professor. Fred and George looked very proud. If Ye Ting hadn't known that Professor Snape had deducted 10 points from them yesterday, he would have almost believed their lies. After carefully confirming on the Marauder's map that there was no one around the potions classroom, the three of them walked forward cautiously. As they walked, they couldn't help but tease each other. Be careful, George, don't forget to cover your face. Got it, Fred. Besides, don't we know the disillusionment charm? That thing is useless. Do you really think the old bat can't detect it? Also, don't call my name when you are wandering at night. Seeing the twins almost staged a brotherly love drama in the dungeon, Ye Ting's mouth curled up slightly, and silently opened the jar to be given to Snape. It was a large jar of red paint. This is a special paint that we made by ourselves. How is the craftsmanship? Fred proudly showed off their masterpiece. It's a mixture of half a can of red ink and the flobberworm slime donated by Hagrid. Professor Snape can't remove it within a week. George patted his chest confidently. So, are they going to just splash paint, or are they going to do a graffiti? Ye Ting thought secretly. Oh, we have to hurry. Fred stared at the Marauder's map in his hand, his expression slightly nervous. Professor Snape is almost on the 3rd floor. The three of them acted quickly and soon arrived at the door of the potions classroom. Allaho, open. Ye Ting waved his wand lightly, and the door of the classroom opened. A chilly breath hit me. The potions classroom was eerie even in the daytime, and in the dead of night, the atmosphere was even more like a haunted house. The old bat is now on the 2nd floor. Fred continued to provide real-time intelligence. We have to complete the task within 2 minutes. George sighed regretfully. It seems that there is no time to draw. I brought a pen with me. Ye Ting, how are you? Fred turned to Ye Ting, who had already walked to the locker. Can you fix the lock of the locker door? No problem. Ye Ting nodded, full of confidence. During class today, a pot of failed potion was accidentally poured on the locker, dirtying a lot of medicinal materials. Snape will definitely transfer those precious materials to a temporary locker before repairing this cabinet. And the magic lock of that temporary locker dash. He paused and gently pointed his wand at the cabinet. It's much worse than the original one. As Ye Ting fiddled with the cabinet door twice, the cabinet opened with a creak. Ye Ting couldn't wait to start searching. Let me see, hairy crab shells, fairy wings, two-horned beast bone meal, and moonstone. He took off his nightcap and carefully put these rare materials into the cap one by one. These are the key materials for making teleportation anchors, and they are the most difficult to obtain. As a system reward, the blueprint Ye Ting received was modified according to the rules of the Harry Potter world, which means that all the required materials can be obtained in the Harry Potter world. However, the manufacturing process of the teleportation anchor is extremely complicated, and the required materials are also quite rare. When Ye Ting first got this blueprint, he was worried about how to collect all these materials. Until he got the promise of the twins, he naturally thought of Snape. Since the old bat likes to go against him so much, it is reasonable for him to take a little revenge. After an unknown amount of time, Fred's alarm finally came. The old bat has reached the 1st floor and is about to enter the basement. We have to evacuate quickly. George quickly splashed the last bit of red paint on the blackboard, and then looked at Ye Ting. Let's go. It will be too late if we don't leave now. However, Ye Ting still maintained a leisurely attitude. I only have a little more to do, and it will be done soon. He was still filling his hat with feldspar, one of the most important materials required for teleportation anchors, used to store magic power. Not only is the demand high, but it is also extremely difficult to obtain. He planned to take this opportunity to get more from Snape. Then hurry up. After you're done, go to the portrait of the red-nosed witch in the corridor to find us. There is also a secret passage there. After leaving a word, Fred and George cast the disillusionment spell on themselves, and then left the classroom in a flash, not daring to stay. As Snape's footsteps got closer and closer, Fred and George hurriedly hid in the corner of the corridor, not daring to breathe. Just like they said, this inferior, disillusionment charm, they cast could only fool a character like Filch, and was not good enough in front of Snape. The reason why they still used the disillusionment charm was not to hide themselves, but to make them believe that they were indeed hiding. Now, they could only stare at the Marauder's map in their hands and pay close attention to the movements of Snape and Ye Ting. George and Fred could see that Snape's name on the map slowly moved down, past the stairs, walked along the corridor, and then turned, getting closer and closer to the potions classroom. But Ye Ting's name remained in the classroom, motionless. Damn, what treasure is he looking for? Why is it taking so long? Fred couldn't help but complain in a low voice. This won't work. He will be discovered sooner or later, and then he will have to be detained for the whole weekend. George saw it and was anxious. They didn't want to see the new friend they brought out being punished because of greed. Finally, in their anxious waiting, Ye Ting's name finally began to move on the map. However, Snape's name was about to come to the corridor where the potions classroom was located. Damn it, if he goes out now, he will definitely be blocked by the old bat in the corridor. Fred was completely panicked at this moment. We have to help him. George immediately had an idea. I can go to the next corridor to make some noise and attract Snape's attention. He was about to take action, and Fred suddenly said again. No, wait, George, he moved, maybe he can escape from the classroom before being discovered by Snape. Wait, why did he run to another corner of the potions classroom again? How many treasures are there in this damn classroom? Being delayed like this, George completely lost the opportunity to make a noise. Ye Ting had not left the classroom yet, and Snape had already appeared in the corridor. Until then, Ye Ting on the map seemed to have come to his senses and finally left the potions classroom. However, he then walked out of the potions classroom directly and openly, not taking Snape seriously at all. Then, as expected, the two names bumped into each other in the corridor. Oh no! I'm afraid my junior can't escape this time. The twins lamented in unison. However, something jaw-dropping happened. On the Marauder's map, the two names just passed each other. At the same time, in the corridor, except for Snape's footsteps getting farther and farther away, they heard no other movement. It was as if the two people passing by each other didn't exist at all. How is this possible? Did Snape not see him, or did he turn a blind eye and let him go? The scene before them was simply incomprehensible to the twins. They had never seen such a thing before. Could it be? Fred glanced at George. There is some unspeakable secret between this freshman and Snape. No wonder Snape let him go easily on the first day of school. George seemed to have discovered something. No wonder he dared to openly challenge Snape in the potions class. But this is not right. George found a new problem. If there is really some special relationship between them, why did he go to such great lengths to ask us for help to sneak into Snape's classroom to steal materials? Can't he just ask Snape directly? I also remember that Junior Ye Ting seems to be an orphan. Fred also thought. Just when the two were thinking about it. On the Marauder's map, Snape's name passed by the potions classroom and left. And Ye Ting's name was approaching their position quickly. The two subconsciously looked up, but there was no one in the corridor, and there was no figure of Ye Ting. But on the map, Ye Ting's name was almost in front of them. What's going on? This strange phenomenon made the two even more confused. Until Ye Ting emerged from the void holding Lynette. No wonder you can pass by Snape without being noticed. George whispered, your disillusionment charm is so powerful. Tell us quickly, how did you do it? Fred asked eagerly. Is it the disillusionment charm? Yiting shook his head. That's Linnet's ability. He patted the cat in his arms. Linnet snorted in dissatisfaction, and then disappeared into the air under the gaze of the twins, and reappeared after a while. Merlin's fattest big pants. George couldn't help but sigh. Your cat turned out to be a magical creature. I said before that Linnet is a great help for night travel. Ye Ting scratched Linnet's belly. The cat turned over happily. It's amazing. Fred looked at the cat with burning eyes, as if he was looking at some rare treasure. Next time we go on a night tour, can I borrow your cat? You have to ask her about this kind of thing. Ye Ting said indifferently, she can make her own decisions about her own affairs. So, the two brothers looked at Linnet expectantly. Meow. Linnet didn't even look at them, and rubbed Ye Ting's chest like a spoiled child. I can't do anything about this. Ye Ting shrugged. Let's go, while Professor Snape hasn't come back, let's leave here quickly. The twins nodded, then took Ye Ting to open the door of the secret passage and walked in. Tonight's night tour was declared over. After breakfast the next day, Ye Ting, dressed neatly, took Linnet and came to the defense against the dark arts classroom to wait for the Weasley twins according to the agreement last night. Then he saw that not far away, the twin brothers of the Weasley family were standing at the corner of the stairs, waving their arms at him and calling out loudly, "Hey, Ye Ting, come here." Ye Ting walked over and was pulled down the stairs by them. You came early enough today. Fred smiled. After all, I have to go back to the Muggle world today. Ye Ting shrugged, it may take me a day or two. George noticed that Ye Ting's dress had changed, and pointed at his collar curiously. Did you change one of your buttons? The original button on Ye Ting's collar was replaced with a cyan gem. The style of this gem is exactly the same as the gem on Linnet's neck with a bow pendant, except that the metal frame outside has changed from a centrally symmetrical wave pattern to 3 pairs of small wings. Well, I got it recently, and I just remembered to wear it today. Is it here? As they said, the 3 of them had arrived at the staircase on the 3rd floor, and an ugly one-eyed witch statue came into view. George pointed at the statue and said mysteriously, it's here. The entrance is hidden behind the statue. The spell is, open quickly, Fred whispered to Ye Ting. Open quickly. Ye Ting looked around and confirmed that no one was paying attention. He whispered the secret word and tapped the statue with his wand. The one-eyed witch's hunchback slowly cracked, revealing a narrow passage that only one person could pass through. Yes, that's it. George nodded. The other end of the secret passage is connected to the Honeyduke's warehouse in Hogsmeade. You have to be careful when you come out, don't be discovered. Well, buddy, I wish you a safe journey. Fred patted Ye Ting on the shoulder. I'll give it to you when you come back. George also said. See you later. Ye Ting waved his hand, then leaned over and crawled into the hole, and then moved forward in the hole. Ye Ting slid down the tunnel like a stone slide, and it was only after about dozens of seconds that he felt the smell of moist soil. Finally, he slid to the bottom, staggered and stood firmly. Ye Ting looked around, it was pitch black. He chanted a spell and summoned the rose lantern, and the soft light instantly dispelled the darkness around him. He found himself in a narrow and low passage. He pondered for a moment, and then the whole person turned into a vigorous black cat. In this narrow passage, it is easier to move in the form of a cat. Linnet was very happy that her master turned back to the original form and rubbed the black cat hard, and then the 2 cats set off like this. This passage is winding and tortuous, as complicated and difficult to distinguish as a rabbit's tunnel. If it weren't in the state of a cat, Ye Ting could hardly imagine how embarrassed he would be in this narrow space. They walked for a long time, and about half an hour later, the passage began to extend upwards. After walking for less than 5 minutes, they finally came to a broken stone staircase, and the space around them became spacious. Ye Ting returned to his original form and took a long breath. The alley just now was too dark and narrow. Even if he passed through it in the form of a cat, he was covered with dust. So, he gently snapped his fingers, and the blue gem on his collar flashed. In an instant, a whirlwind rolled up in the room, and an inexplicable whirlwind suddenly rolled up in the room, sweeping away the dust on him and Linnet. This magical power came from his newly acquired God's Eye. God's Eye Aquarius. Sugar's Aquarius God's Eye was an unexpected surprise that Ye Ting got last night. The reason why the twins waited for Ye Ting to leave the potion class was because Ye Ting suddenly remembered that there was a potential collection hidden in the potion class classroom, the Half-Bloods, Advanced Potion Making. This book was actually a textbook used by Snape when he was young. 473. As a future potion master, Snape made his mark in potion science at a young age, and he improved many of the formulas given in the book. He also wrote down some of the spells he invented in the blank spaces of the book, such as, Invisible Sight, Hanging Golden Bell, Lock Tongue and Throat, and, Block Ears and Listen. After Snape became the professor of potions, he left the book in the storage cabinet. In the original book, Harry found this book in this storage cabinet, and his potion performance improved by leaps and bounds. It can be said that this book is a very important prop in the original book, and it has great potential as a collection. After getting this book, the system really gave feedback and rewarded Sugar's Eye of God. This Eye of God, like Lisa's Eye of God, contains many abilities that are common in the magic world. As an alchemist, Sugar is particularly good at biological alchemy. Her Eye of Flask is focused on alchemy and potion knowledge. Although Lisa's Eye of God also covers some of these abilities, she has brought Ye Ting a more comprehensive understanding of magic. Sucrosa's Eye of God, on the other hand, is a deep exploration of alchemy and potions. With the two combined, Ye Ting can proudly say that his talent in the field of potions has surpassed Professor Snape. This is the second Eye of God that Ye Ting has obtained, which is very helpful for his magic research. He couldn't help but start to look forward to it. If he could get Albedo's Eye of God again, what level would his alchemy and potion attainments reach? Perhaps it is not impossible to surpass the legendary alchemist Nicholas Flamel. After cleaning himself, Ye Ting started to climb up with Linnet. The stone steps meandered upwards and stretched to a place that could not be seen. After climbing about 300 or 400 steps, he finally saw a trap door. He guessed that behind this door was Honeyduck's warehouse. Ye Ting approached the trap door cautiously, listened carefully, and after confirming that there was no movement above, he carefully pushed open the door and peeked out secretly. Sure enough, there was a cellar-like place above the trap door, surrounded by wooden chairs and wooden boxes. He climbed out of the trap door and closed it gently. The door was integrated with the dusty floor, and it was hard to tell that there was such a door on the floor. Then, holding Linnet, he slowly climbed towards the wooden staircase leading upstairs. He could hear a lot of sounds coming from outside the stair door, various people talking, ringing bells, and opening doors. Just as Ye Ting wanted to go out, he suddenly heard a door open very close, and someone was about to go downstairs. "Get another box of jelly slugs, dear," a woman's voice came, "there's not much stock on the shelf." "Linnet," he reminded in a low voice. The white cat immediately understood, so he activated the combat skill, mysterious hidden barrier body technique, and took his master into the shadows. The door opened, and the owner of Honeydukes came down to move the boxes. Ye Ting seized the opportunity and went out through the open ground door. Outside the door was the Honeydukes candy store that the little wizards of Hogwarts loved the most. On the shelves, there were a variety of colorful candies, creamy yellow almond candy, as tempting as cream, pink coconut ice cream, crystal clear, honey-colored toffee, exuding a sweet aroma, a wide variety of chocolates, arranged in an orderly manner, and barrels of BB multi-flavored beans, which made people eager to try. Unfortunately, Hogwarts had just started school, and it was not the time for Hogsmeade Open Day, so the store seemed a little deserted. While others were opening the door, Ye Ting got out of Honeydukes and came to Hogsmeade. This was his first time in Hogsmeade. As the only existing pure wizard village in the UK, Hogsmeade Village is also a well-known attraction. Perhaps to deliberately create that kind of ancient and mysterious feeling, most of the buildings in the village are medieval cottages with white walls and black tiles. The height is not too high, and few are more than 3 floors. To put it nicely, such a design is called classical. To put it bluntly, it is conservative and unwilling to embrace modernization. But all this has nothing to do with Ye Ting, because he was just passing by here today. He went directly to the 3 broomsticks, borrowed the fireplace there, and came to the leaky cauldron through the flow powder, and then returned to London. During the whole process, Ye Ting was in the posture of Linnet's mysterious figure thief, so in the eyes of others, the fireplace suddenly turned green, and then suddenly returned to normal, as if it was haunted. The next task was very simple. Ye Ting bought a graphite crucible in the Muggle world. Considering that he might use it, he bought a dozen crucibles this time, as well as a batch of beakers, test tubes, and other experimental equipment. Since the Weasley twins thought of asking him to buy the graphite crucible after seeing the benefits of it, maybe other young wizards would also be willing to spend a few galleons to improve their potion grades. Whether it was the paper and ink needed for the Paradise typewriter, or the materials he usually consumed for potion and alchemy experiments, they were all golden galleons. Although he could exchange galleons for gold by collecting pounds, the pounds he had saved in the past few years were limited and could not withstand his consumption. The landlord's family did not have any surplus food. If he wanted to replenish the consumption in time, he could only ask the young wizards to do it. Then, he went to Diagon Alley again and bought the remaining materials for making the teleportation anchor point, preparing to go home to make the teleportation anchor point. Before going home, Ye Ting transformed himself into a mysterious strong man and returned to his loyal Nocturn Alley. This time, he bought a vanishing cabinet from Borgin and Burke. After going to the collection room of the Room of Requirement, Ye Ting suddenly remembered that there was still this thing in the castle that was worth collecting. Vanishing cabinets exist in pairs, and their functions are somewhat similar to portals. Entering one of the vanishing cabinets will allow you to exit the other one. The other end of this vanishing cabinet in Borgin and Burke's is at Hogwarts. However, since the vanishing cabinet at the other end was damaged, the vanishing cabinet in Borgin and Burke's became completely useless, so Ye Ting bought it at a very cheap price, just over 100 galleons, and bought it as a simple antique cabinet. But Ye Ting knew that this thing was not a waste, it could be repaired. In the original book, Draco Malfoy had repaired the vanishing cabinet, and then a group of Death Eaters used this secret passage to successfully bypass the castle's blockade of apparition, and sneak into Hogwarts, causing a big commotion and even indirectly leading to Dumbledore's death. Since Malfoy could do it in the original book, there was no reason why Ye Ting couldn't do it. The moment he bought the vanishing cabinet, the system popped up a prompt: this collection was incomplete, and he needed to find a matching partner to get the system reward. It seemed that he had to take the vanishing cabinet in the school as well. However, there was no rush for this matter, and he would slowly plan it after returning to school. Now, Ye Ting had a more important task: to complete the production of the teleportation anchor before the end of the weekend. In this way, he could set up anchors outside the school and realize free travel inside and outside the school. After getting started, Ye Ting found that the teleportation anchor was indeed a very complicated magic prop. It was more difficult to make it than he had imagined, and it took much longer than expected. Fortunately, Ye Ting obtained the Eye of God of Sugar, and his alchemy talent was greatly enhanced, which avoided the result of failure. Even so, he rushed to make the first batch of 5 teleportation anchors before Sunday night. The anchors were tall, about 2 meters high, and as thick as a bowl, which was quite similar to the image in the game. Such a large thing was too obvious to be arranged. So, Ye Ting had to carefully choose the location, placing one at home and the other near the leaky cauldron. To ensure safety, he also used magic to hide them underground or in pillars, and laid heavy reinforcement, expulsion and alarm magic around them. In his plan, he also planned to put a teleportation anchor in Hogwarts. As for the remaining 2, they were kept as backup to deal with emergencies. After everything was arranged, Ye Ting couldn't wait to try the effect of the teleportation anchor. How should I put it? The feeling of instant movement is much more comfortable than apparition. Teleportation can carry items that do not exceed its own weight capacity, and the magic power consumed is also negligible. However, this method is not perfect. The spell using the teleportation anchor takes about 10 seconds to brew. If it is interrupted during this period, the spell will fail. Therefore, in a fierce battle, this method is obviously not used for emergency transfer. This is exactly the same as the setting in the game. After getting everything done, Ye Ting finally returned to Hogwarts before the end of dinner and successfully had a hot meal. However, when he stepped into the hall, he found that most people had finished eating and left. There were not many little wizards left there, and he didn't meet any acquaintances. Ye Ting didn't care about it, and enjoyed the food with the hungry linnet. He didn't notice that at the Slytherin table, a little wizard suddenly left in a hurry after seeing him. After dinner, Ye Ting went straight to the Ravenclaw tower. In order to quickly create an anchor point, Ye Ting has greatly reduced his eating and sleeping time in the past 2 days. Now he doesn't want to think about anything, just want to go back to the soft 4-poster bed. Cover himself with a velvet quilt, and have a good sleep. Although fatigue has reduced Ye Ting's attention, Linnet still maintains a keen perception. When they were about to reach the stairs of the Ravenclaw tower, Linnet, who was walking in front, suddenly arched her back, stuck out her butt, and kept shaking her tail, posing an attacking posture. A warning sound came out of his mouth. Ye Ting, who had a good understanding with Linnet, immediately understood what she meant. He immediately looked in that direction and shouted loudly, "Who is it?" However, there was no movement in front, as if Linnet had made a mistake. But after Linnet's reminder, Ye Ting regained his vigilance. Relying on the detection ability given by Amber, he soon felt the faint breathing sound coming from that direction. Moreover, there was more than one person. "Don't hide it." Ye Ting snorted coldly and exaggerated deliberately, "Your breathing is as loud as a bellows, how can you hide it?" Ye Ting's fried fish was effective immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar sharp voice came from the corner, "Crab, didn't I tell you to hold your breath before?" Then a rough voice, "But if I hold my breath all the time, I will suffocate to death." "You are such a fool." Following this conversation, Malfoy, an old acquaintance of Ye Ting, walked out of the dark leisurely, and the smugness on his face was even more evident. "Hey, Ye Ting, you cowardly guy," Malfoy said in that drawling way, "I told you long ago that I would make you look good." In fact, he didn't say this. Whether on the train or after the sorting ceremony, every time, he ran away in embarrassment without even saying a harsh word. Crabbe and Goyle followed Malfoy like 2 loyal bodyguards. Behind them, there was a group of young wizards in Slytherin uniforms, including senior students. They rushed forward, forming an arc-shaped encirclement, blocking Ye Ting's way back to the dormitory. Malfoy 5.6 looked around and was obviously quite satisfied with the scene. He had so many young wizards around him, while the other party was alone. He was intoxicated by the feeling of leading everyone. "I don't know where you got the news and hid in advance." Malfoy raised his chin and said something incoherent, "You are indeed cunning enough to make us look for you for a whole weekend. But your little cleverness can't escape my eyes after all." At this point, he laughed triumphantly, with a look that saw through your tricks. "I have already calculated it, no matter where you hide, you have to go back to the dormitory to sleep at night. So we ambushed here early, this time, I want to see how you escape." "Draco, isn't this idea inspired by Daphne?" Malfoy's stupid follower felt that the boss had made a slip of the tongue and couldn't help but interrupt to remind him. "Shut up, Crabbe." Malfoy glared at the follower fiercely, and then cast his eyes on Ye Ting again. "It doesn't matter whose idea it is, anyway, you can't escape this time." "I didn't think." "Come on, don't make excuses." Ye Ting was interrupted rudely by Malfoy as soon as he opened his mouth. "I've always been generous," Malfoy said slowly with a smug smile on his face. "If you're willing to be my follower and let us beat you up, I might consider letting you go. How about it? Isn't this a good condition?" Listening to the other party's smug words, Ye Ting sighed. It sounds tempting, but I refuse. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, with a sneer on his face. Ye Ting, just like to say no to those who think they are right. The new book is on the shelves, how dare you reject me? Malfoy's face darkened instantly. He would never forget the humiliation of being scared to the point of almost peeing his pants when they first met. If you don't know how to appreciate it, we will give you an unforgettable night. Upon hearing this, the little wizards around exchanged a knowing look and then burst into laughter of gloating. No, 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 why only one night? A malicious voice came from the crowd. It should be every day, and we just need someone to be a target for practicing spells. Malfoy frowned slightly and did not comment on this proposal. To be honest, he never thought about it. He originally just wanted to teach Ye Ting a lesson and regain his lost face. He hoped to subdue Ye Ting as a younger brother, so that he could not only avenge his previous shame, but also have an extra good thug. Imagine that all the geniuses of Ravenclaw bowed to him. Wouldn't that mean that he had conquered the entire Ravenclaw? In addition to his position as a younger brother in Slytherin, the ambition to dominate Hogwarts seemed to be within reach. Ye Ting touched his chin. The scene in front of him suddenly made a word pop up in his mind. He looked at them with a strange expression. Do you want to bully me in school? When he was in the orphanage, he was the leader of the children. Since he was 5 years old, no one dared to embarrass him, even those older children. He was the only one who bullied others. Now someone actually wants to bully him. I have obviously retired from the underworld. He sighed, seeming a little helpless. I just want to live in peace with my classmates and spend my school life quietly. At this point, his expression finally became serious. A madman, a group of fools, leave now, no one will get hurt, otherwise, you will all die. Unfortunately, his warning did not attract enough attention. Oh, listen to what this guy is talking about. The little wizards of Slytherin burst into laughter, as if they had heard a big joke. No way, he doesn't think he's so great just because he knows a few magics, right? We have strength in numbers, and one person's spit can drown him. Yes, everyone come together, I don't believe he can handle it. They didn't take Ye Ting's words seriously at all, and even took the initiative to attack. Swoosh! A fluorescent green spark suddenly attacked. However, Ye Ting's senses were extremely sharp. As soon as the other party raised his hand, he caught this action, and with a slight turn of his body, he easily dodged the attack. Although it was not Malfoy himself, the spell did come from Malfoy. The wall hit by the spell was instantly corroded with a hole, which was obviously some kind of evil curse. I hate sneak attacks. Ye Ting's face gradually turned cold, and that good-looking face became dangerous. Just a change in expression made the hearts of the Slytherin wizards present tense, and an inexplicable sense of fear surged in their hearts. Malfoy was the first to bear the brunt, and he shuddered unconsciously. At this moment, he recalled the scene of his first meeting with Ye Ting, and the fear at that time came to his heart again. Humph, you were the first to provoke the matter, and you were the first to do it. Ye Ting sneered. I just wanted to live in peace with you as an ordinary wizard, but now it seems impossible. As soon as he finished speaking, the blue gem on his collar began to glow slightly. Malfoy was completely unaware of the real danger and was still immersed in his embarrassing reaction just now. In order to save face, he pretended to shout, Ye Ting, raise your wand, I don't want to win unfairly. To deal with trash like you. Ye Ting shook his head, I don't need a wand at all. As he said that, he reached into his pocket, took out a flask, and threw it at the Slytherins. This move surprised the Slytherins on the opposite side. What is he going to do? Want to hit us with the flask? Has he lost his mind, or is he panicking? Hey, isn't there any dangerous potion in it? A third-year wizard was alert to the potential danger, and he quickly waved his wand and shot a spell. Expelliarmus. It seems that this Slytherin is very good at dueling. Red sparks flew out and accurately hit the flask in the air, not giving it a chance to hit their own room. In this way, even if there is any dangerous potion in the flask, as long as it can't hit, it can't hurt them. He thought so, and the other wizards thought so. Just when they thought they had solved Ye Ting's means, they found that Ye in front of them Ting's mouth opened into an intriguing smile. At the same time, the flask hit by the spell exploded. What flew out from it was not the potion they imagined, but a translucent creature with wings and similar to a butterfly. That was Ye Ting's creation, named Wind Equals. Unlike other characters' ultimate moves. After binding the Eye of God, Ye Ting obtained the Elemental Burst, Forbidden Wind Spirit Creation 7-5 Isomorphic Type 2, which is not a spell in the traditional sense, but an alchemical secret. With only simple materials and infusion of magic power in a specific way, Ye Ting can summon a restless wind spirit and imprison it in the beaker. When you want to use the ultimate move, you just need to take out the beaker. As soon as the wind spirit broke free from the restraints of the beaker, it expanded rapidly, and in a blink of an eye, it expanded to more than 2 meters. It flapped its wings violently, and a gust of wind suddenly rolled up, spinning and condensing, turning into a violent vortex, as if to swallow everything around it. The suction force increased sharply, and the surrounding dust and debris were first sucked into the vortex. Then, except for Ye Ting and Lynette, everyone present felt a strong suction force, as if they were going to be pulled up from the ground. Malfoy screamed in fear and tightly grasped Goyle beside him. Goyle was grabbed by the neck by Malfoy, clenched his teeth, and held a corner of the wall with both hands, trying his best to keep his balance. Crabbe was blown to the ground by the strong wind and could not move. The other little wizards were also blown to the ground by the wind, and there was chaos. No matter how hard they tried to grab the edge of the wall, the gap in the floor, or support each other, the wind vortex created by the wind spirit was merciless and firmly dragged them to the core. Damn it! We must solve that thing first. Finally someone realized the key to the problem. The little wizards who didn't want to be sucked away raised their wands one after another. In an instant, colorful spells flew towards the wind spirit like meteors. At such a close distance, the little wizards could easily hit the target without aiming. However, they found desperately that most of the spells failed. The body of the wind spirit is made entirely of gas, and ordinary spells are useless to it. What's worse is that a fool actually used the acid spell. After this spell with a substance came into contact with the vortex, it blew the acid back to a wider range, as if it triggered a diffusion reaction. The little wizards at the front were unfortunately splashed by a few drops of acid, and a wailing sound suddenly sounded. There were also little wizards who tried to attack the culprit Ye Ting. However, with Ye Ting's eyesight and body skills inherited from Linny and Amber, he knew where the opponent was going to hit as soon as the little wizards raised their hands, and it was easy to dodge such slow spells. Even if the spells flew like meteors, none of them could touch the corners of his clothes. However, although this meaningless struggle posed no threat to Ye Ting, it was indeed annoying. It's time to end this farce. Ye Ting sighed and stretched out his right hand again. Tsan Lei! He shouted, and a ball of lightning shot out from his palm. However, this lightning did not aim at anyone, but went straight to the core of the wind spirit. Sizzle! As the purple thunderball touched the wind spirit, the two merged into one, and the entire wind spirit was instantly dyed purple. At the same time, the wind it blew naturally carried a trace of electricity. At this moment, Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle all felt a familiar feeling at the same time. The numbness and tingling feeling that made people's hands and feet weak instantly spread throughout the body, making them tremble involuntarily. However, it was not just the three of them who were shaking at this moment. The wind spirit dyed by the purple thunderball had already formed a huge electric field, and none of the little snakes in it were spared, and all experienced the same electrotherapy service. Instantly, more than a dozen people on the field began to twitch at the same time, their whole bodies were numb and they couldn't even stand steadily. They could only let the whirlpool of wind sweep them to the center. The closer they were to the center of the vortex, the stronger the electricity became, and the more powerless they were to resist. Since Malfoy stood at the front at the beginning, he was the first to be swept into the center of the vortex. Fortunately, Ye Ting deliberately reduced the power when using Song Lei, otherwise Malfoy, who was at the core, would be electrocuted even if he was not electrocuted to death. Soon, Ye Ting saw that in the center of the wind vortex, these little snakes were huddled together like a pile of monks, trembling at the same frequency, like puppets controlled by electric current. People who didn't know the situation might mistakenly think that they were all high. Even though the unstable wind spirit had disappeared, this state continued. Since the crowd was already shoulder to shoulder, the electricity circulated easily between everyone, and the consumption was greatly reduced. This means that they don't have to suffer for a while longer. As for Ye Ting, he quietly left the scene and went back to sleep after these people were sucked into a ball. Only this group of people were left there to continue to be electrocuted. Although he had left, his powerful image was like a brand, deeply imprinted in the hearts of everyone present. With just 2 magics, he defeated dozens of young wizards of the same age or even older than him. Even Dumbledore couldn't do such a result. At this moment, Ye Ting had become an evil star that could not be provoked in their hearts. On Monday morning, the sun shone through the window into the auditorium, and Ye Ting walked into the auditorium with a brisk pace. After a week, he had completely integrated into campus life and got up relatively early. Soon, he caught sight of Hermione and Neville. The two had obviously arrived at the hall earlier than him and were already sitting there. Ye Ting immediately chose to sit next to them. Seeing Ye Ting appear, Susan from Hufflepuff also hurried over. I heard that in last week's potion class, Neville exploded the crucible and was splashed with unfinished potions. His body was covered with boils and he had to spend the whole weekend in the school infirmary. Looking at Neville's haggard face at the moment, Ye Ting couldn't help but feel a little sympathy. Hermione was enjoying breakfast while flipping through the Transfiguration textbook attentively. At this time, there were not many students at the Gryffindor table, and she looked even more eye-catching when she was reading here. She looked like a Ravenclaw. 463, you know, Malfoy has been looking for you this weekend. After Ye Ting sat down, Hermione, who was immersed in the book, suddenly spoke. He gathered a group of people and seemed to want to harm you. This behavior is really too much. But don't worry, I have reported it to Professor McGonagall. Ah! Susan couldn't help screaming when she heard this, and hurriedly turned to the boy. I'm sorry, Ye Ting, Professor Sprout said that there have been animals stealing herbs in her greenhouse recently. I have been helping her take care of the greenhouse this weekend. I don't know about this at all. Are you okay? Don't worry, I'm fine. Ye Ting gently held Susan's hand and gave her a reassuring look. Look at my face, does it look like I've been injured? Susan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Then, Ye Ting turned to Hermione. Although he felt that there was no need to alarm the teacher for such a small matter, Hermione's concern was indeed touching. Thanks, Min. You're welcome. Hermione raised her chin. As long as you're okay. I don't want you to go to the school hospital because of this kind of thing. Every day at breakfast time, it's also the time for owls to deliver letters. Just as they were chatting and laughing and enjoying the food, a group of owls suddenly flew over their heads, and one of them accurately threw a package into Neville's bowl, and the splashing milk gave him a thorough face cleanser. Neville hurriedly opened the wet package, and a crystal ball was revealed. He raised the crystal ball excitedly and said, Ye Ting, look at this. This is the memory ball my grandma sent me. She knows that I have a bad memory. As long as I hold it, it can remind me if I have forgotten anything important. You see, once the ball turns red, it means that I have forgotten something. Halfway through, Neville suddenly got stuck. Because the memory ball has turned purple at this time, but he tried hard to recall, but he couldn't remember what he had missed. Ye Ting scratched his head and couldn't help but chuckle. He tried to remind him, did you forget any homework? For example, the homework for Transfiguration class is due today. Neville suddenly realized that he had indeed forgotten it completely. Ye Ting sighed. Although the two were friends, they belonged to different colleges after all. He couldn't just work for Neville. He tried to give Neville a bad idea. How about saying that your homework was lost? Or that it was bitten by lever? Forget it, if it is exposed, the punishment will be more severe. Neville shook his head with a bitter face. You know Professor McGonagall's temper. What's wrong with me, Mr. Longbottom? As soon as the voice fell, a majestic voice suddenly sounded, and Professor McGonagall actually walked over, followed by Malfoy with a bitter face. Good morning, Professor McGonagall. Have you had breakfast? Seeing Neville standing there in shock as if he had been petrified, Ye Ting hurried forward to smooth things over and greeted him warmly. If you haven't eaten yet, why don't you sit down and have something to eat together? Professor McGonagall was obviously a little uncomfortable with this Eastern way of greeting, and responded awkwardly, I have already eaten, thank you, Mr. Yi. Then, her eyes inadvertently swept across the Transfiguration textbook on Ye Ting's desk. That was what he had just borrowed from Hermione, and a hint of appreciative laughter flashed in her eyes. In Professor McGonagall's heart, any child who diligently studies Transfiguration is a good child. She glanced at Hermione beside Ye Ting, who was rolling her eyes at Ye Ting's clever behavior, and then said to Ye Ting, "Oh, by the way, Mr. Yi, Miss Granger told me yesterday that Mr. Malfoy was planning to gather a group of people to cause trouble for you." Professor McGonagall said, looking at Ye Ting suspiciously. However, last night, Malfoy and his companions were found lying at the intersection leading to Ravenclaw Tower. All of them were twitching and looked like they were attacked by something. Some people are still lying in Madame Pomfrey's ward and haven't come out yet. Professor McGonagall's tone became more and more severe. Do you have any pigs about this? When the news came out, Ye Ting's three friends were stunned and looked at Ye Ting in unison. I don't know. Ye Ting spread his hands innocently. For such things, the person involved should know the most. So, Professor McGonagall looked at Malfoy. Mr. Malfoy, do you have anything else to say? Malfoy secretly glanced at Ye Ting and met his kind gaze. At this moment, Malfoy recalled the terror under Ye Ting's control and the shame of having the electric current pass through his body, and immediately shook his head vigorously. No, this has nothing to do with Mr. Ye Ting. We were just there to test a kind of magic. Malfoy thought of a quick solution and began to talk nonsense. That is, the magic effect is a little strong, and it accidentally affected other people. It's not a little strong, it's too strong. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Malfoy, Slytherin will be deducted 50 points. As the leader of this activity, you have to accept the punishment of detention. Where is he going to be detained? Ye Ting interjected curiously, could it be Professor Snape's office? Professor McGonagall obviously knew that putting a Slytherin in detention in Snape's office was basically equivalent to a day trip. It's possible that as soon as Malfoy entered the door, Professor Snape gave him another 10 points because his left foot stepped through the threshold first. It's to Mr. Filch's place. This matter is over. Don't cause any more trouble. Professor McGonagall was about to leave, but she saw the red memory ball in Neville's hand. She reminded softly, Longbottom, your grandmother used to like playing with this little thing, but she always forgot her homework in the charms class. You didn't forget to do your homework, did you? Neville's face turned red, and he hesitated for a long time without saying a word. I will check your Transfiguration homework first during class. Professor McGonagall had seen through everything. Don't tell me you forgot to bring it or lost it. Your grandmother used these excuses too much. Neville was speechless and could only stand there awkwardly, his face flushed. Watching Professor McGonagall walk away, Malfoy breathed a sigh of relief. His baby, he finally fooled her. If people knew that he led a group of Slytherins to besiege Ye Ting, but they didn't even touch the other party's hair and were killed, would they still have faith in Slytherin? The reason why he lied to Professor McGonagall was purely to maintain the face of the college, not because he was afraid of revenge from Ye Ting. Well, absolutely not. However, Malfoy did not leave immediately. Instead, he took out a bag of heavy galleons from his pocket and stuffed it into Ye Ting's hand, with an almost flattering smile on his face. Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry for what I did to you before. He smiled awkwardly. "This is just a small token of my apology. Please be gracious and don't take it personally." Ye Ting was stunned by this sudden sincerity. He really didn't expect that after being electrocuted once, Malfoy not only didn't bear a grudge, but also took the initiative to send money to apologize. Is this guy a masochist? Did he feel comfortable after being electrocuted? Although he was skeptical, Ye Ting still accepted the bag of galleons. If someone takes the initiative to send money, how can he refuse it? This can be regarded as a way for Malfoy to save face and reassure him, indicating that the contradiction is written off, and he doesn't need to be suspicious and worry about being retaliated. Ye Ting was about to continue to enjoy breakfast, but saw Malfoy sitting down next to him with a thick face. "I haven't had breakfast yet, do you mind joining me?" Malfoy's pale cheeks flushed slightly. In fact, Malfoy was not hungry. He hesitated for a moment, and finally couldn't help whispering to Ye Ting. "Mr. Yi, I thought about it. In fact, the two of us are very suitable for cooperation." Cooperation? With Malfoy? Ye Ting was surprised to hear this, and looked at the guy in front of him, wanting to hear what he could say, no, what he could come up with. Malfoy rubbed his hands and said mysteriously, "Think about it, Mr. Yi. I still have some face in Slytherin College, and you are the most influential freshman in Ravenclaw. The two of us can definitely join forces and dominate the entire grade together." "Why do I dominate the entire grade?" Ye Ting looked at Malfoy with a strange face. "Of course, it's to collect protection fees from those little wizards." Malfoy blurted out. Ye Ting raised his eyebrows slightly, did not respond immediately, just looked at Malfoy quietly, waiting for his performance. "We can split it 50-50, fair and reasonable." He secretly glanced at Ye Ting, and seeing that the other party did not respond, he hurriedly changed his words. "How about 70% and 30%? You 70% and I 30%, that should be fine, right?" Malfoy made a bitter face and wailed, "It can't be 80% and 20%. Wouldn't I lose a lot?" Ye Ting pointed to the door of the auditorium. "The first class is about to start, please go there." On the way to the classroom, Malfoy was in a good mood and even hummed a little song. His longing for Hogwarts is not only about academics. His biggest dream is to subdue a group of pureblood followers here, lead them to the top, and become the king of children. In his fantasy, as long as he gave an order, even the prefect and the student union president would respect him very much. However, dreams are always beautiful. He didn't even take the first step, and reality gave him a loud slap in the face. On the train, his younger brothers Goyle and Crabbe came back with sad faces, saying that they were beaten by a little wizard. How could this be? Malfoy had always been a man who protected his subordinates. No matter what the reason was, if his subordinates were beaten, how could he survive in the underworld in the future if he, as the boss, did not step up? How could he be the boss of the Fifth District? Then, there was no then, things did not go as he wished. Not only did he fail to get back his position, but he also lost face in front of his subordinates. What's worse is that his reputation plummeted because of this. Many girls mistakenly thought that he had a threesome with his two subordinates every day. Afterwards, he spent a lot of effort, spent a lot of pocket money, and made a lot of promises before he gathered a group of thugs in Slytherin to get back his position. But what was the result? The thugs were annihilated, and he himself was deducted points and put in solitary confinement. If he couldn't even handle a small Ye Ting, how could he talk about being the leader of Hogwarts? How could he talk about becoming bigger and stronger? Last night, he tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, and spent the whole night in the school infirmary thinking about countermeasures. Finally, a light bulb went off in his head, and he thought of a brilliant idea. If you can't beat them, join them. As long as he joins forces with Ye Ting, all the previous grievances can be written off, and the black history of being beaten up will not be a big deal. After all, you don't know each other without fighting. Thinking of this, Malfoy suddenly felt less embarrassed. He fantasized happily that with Ye Ting's force and his own financial resources and influence, this small team would definitely become popular in Hogwarts quickly. As for who would be the boss, it is not impossible to consider having two people in charge. At worst, one can be the boss in name only and the other can be the actual manager. Although Ye Ting did not agree to his request on the spot, Malfoy felt that this matter was possible. After all, Ye Ting did not directly reject him. As Malfoy walked towards the charms classroom, his mind was still stirring with the great plan. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, as if he had seen himself and Ye Ting hand in hand, calling the wind and rain and being majestic in Hogwarts. Just then, a burst of laughter came into his ears, breaking his beautiful dream. Malfoy glanced sideways, but it was Harry Potter and Ron Weasley who were chatting and laughing there. The two passed by each other, but Potter did not even give him a glance. This scene made Malfoy's heart sink, and the passion that was just full of blood cooled instantly, replaced by an indescribable sense of loss. He once regarded Harry Potter as his first partner at Hogwarts. He wanted to be friends with the boy who survived, even close friends. Who would have thought that Weasley would appear halfway and take his place? It was me, I was there first. It was obviously me who came first. Whether it was the encounter with Potter in Madame Malkin's shop, the chat, or the first close contact. Malfoy stared at Harry's back. He was going to Filch to be punished, but he didn't intend to bear this sin alone. Draco secretly vowed to get someone to accompany him. On the other hand, Ye Ting's idea was completely different from Malfoy's imagination. Although he didn't say anything about Malfoy's invitation, he had already made up his mind in his heart, refuse. What a joke, if he agreed to such a thing, he would be a fool. What would Professor Dumbledore think if he knew about this? Think about it, he is just in the first grade, and he is doing this kind of thing in school, making friends with small groups, uniting pure-blood wizards, and collecting protection fees? This set of things looks familiar. Should the next step be to apply for staying in school and become a professor of defense against the dark arts? Where did Tom Riddle 2 come from? Ye Ting is just an honest little Ravenclaw wizard who likes to read books and get some money from Hogwarts. How could he touch such a sensitive matter? Compared to Malfoy's unreliable advice, Ye Ting is more concerned about the deal with the twins. As soon as the morning class was over, George and Fred couldn't even take time to eat lunch, and they couldn't wait to block Ye Ting at the door of the auditorium and took him into an abandoned classroom. The classroom was cluttered with crucibles, equipment, and traces of fire. It was obvious that it was the place where the twins privately made medicine. Ye Ting didn't waste any words, and directly took out a bunch of graphite crucibles, flasks, test tubes and other things bought from the Muggle world from his hat, and piled them all on the table. Even though the twins were used to seeing Ye Ting take all kinds of things out of his hat, they were still shocked by the space capacity under his hat. Your space pocket. The capacity is too big. George exclaimed. Where did you buy the hat? Fred also expressed envy. Didn't I tell you? Ye Ting put on his hat again. Today he wore a tricorn hat. These are all made by myself, I have a lot of experience in the space extension spell. The twins looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. Okay, let's get back to the topic. Ye Ting took out a crucible from the pile and pushed it in front of the twins. This is the graphite crucible you want. According to the price agreed before, the twins paid 3 galleons. After the payment and goods were settled, George asked in confusion, I wanted to ask just now, why did you buy so many crucibles and bottles? Speaking of this, Ye Ting cleared his throat and looked at the two people in front of him seriously. Do you two want to make some extra money? Make extra money? When it comes to this, the twins immediately became interested. Tell me quickly, what plans do you have? They are now immersed in the development of joke products, and they are just short of funds. The way, Zhao Ma Zhao, Sly family is the only one with income, but they have to raise so many children. The financial situation has always been very tight, which is reflected in them, that is, there is no pocket money. It costs money to buy potion materials, and buying a graphite crucible from Yiting is also an expense. They have always secretly left some medicinal materials for their own use in potion class, which resulted in them not having enough medicinal materials to complete Snape's tasks in potion class, and the potions they made frequently had problems, and they were caught by Professor Snape every time. In short, now that Ye Ting said there is a way to make money, they are all looking forward to it. It's actually quite simple. Yiting smiled. After the incident in the potion class, I think it's very worthwhile to sell Muggle-made window potion equipment in school. He looked at the twins in front of him and said with a smile, in fact, I have to thank you for spreading the news about that incident. Who doesn't know that I gave Snape a hard time in the potion class? And this is the best advertisement for selling these equipment. Didn't you come to me because you heard about that incident? So, you still have to pay us advertising fees? George joked. It's all included in the reward. Ye Ting pointed to the crucible on the table. I plan to ask you to help me sell these. We've done this deal, Fred said impatiently. How do you plan to price it? The graphite crucible I gave you before, the base price is 3 galleons, Ye Ting said slowly. We announced to the outside that each crucible is sold for 6 galleons, although this price is slightly higher than the tin-forged crucible, but the graphite crucible is better than the gold and silver crucibles in some aspects, so it's not too much to sell it at this price. Of course. Not at all. The two brothers shook their heads. Yiting nodded and continued, oh, by the way, these beakers are sold in the same way. A set of beakers is quoted at 3 galleons, and you can give me 2 galleons and 5 ounces each time you sell a set. In fact, Ye Ting is fully capable of selling these equipment by himself. With his connections, it is not difficult to sell all the equipment. However, it is a waste of time. His time is precious. He has more than enough time to study and study magic. How can he waste it on such trivial matters? In fact, Ye Ting also kept a hand on the price of crucibles and beakers. The real price he paid for the crucible was not 3 galleons, that is, 15 pounds. 15 pounds? That is just the retail price. According to the price he negotiated with the store, if he purchased graphite crucibles in large quantities, the unit price could be reduced to 10 pounds each, and a set of beakers would cost 7 pounds, which means that his profit was greater than the twins imagined. The twins exchanged glances and nodded. Okay, we'll do this business. Don't be so anxious to decide. Ye Ting waved his hand and slowly put the crucibles and beakers back into his hat one by one. You can try using these Muggle equipment first. If you think they are really good, you can consider selling them. Okay, you are right, Junior, George nodded. We should indeed see how long the graphite crucible can shorten the time it takes us to make the hiccup potion. As he spoke, he took out many materials from the cabinet in the classroom and began to make the hiccup potion on the spot. Beetle eyes, bat wings, daisies, horseradish. Watching him put various herbs into the graphite crucible for cooking, Ye Ting suddenly interrupted and said, "Don't put wormwood juice this time, try mint instead." What? The two looked at Ye Ting in surprise. The role of wormwood juice is to assist specific materials so that the human body can fully absorb the effects of the potion. Ye Ting did not repeat his suggestion, but analyzed it seriously, but wormwood juice is also the main source of bitterness in the hiccup potion. In fact, if it is used to make joke props, you don't need such a strong medicinal effect, so wormwood juice can be completely replaced by its mint. You actually know this? Snape never mentioned this kind of knowledge. Fred's eyes widened. This is my personal understanding. As a potion class content, it is indeed a little unpopular. Ye Ting shrugged. Maybe in 2 years, Professor Snape will teach you these? In fact, he himself has never made a hiccup potion, but the combined potion talent from Lisa and Sugar makes his vision comparable to that of a potion master. He can see the mechanism and function of various materials in this potion at a glance, and easily adjust the formula. You are worthy of it. George admired. Although it is indeed surprising that Ye Ting knows so much, it is actually reasonable considering his previous series of performances. I think he makes a lot of sense. Fred touched his chin. We have tried so many times before and failed, so why not try it this time according to what he said? Let's try it. The two brothers discussed it and immediately tried it according to Ting's suggestion. Also, you can increase the firepower a little more. Seeing this, Ye Ting continued to remind, the hiccup potion does not have the restriction of low-temperature cooking, so you should not use the habit of using tin crucibles on graphite crucibles. I have deliberately increased the firepower. Can it be increased? George finally chose to follow the advice of Ye Ting. That's about it. After an hour, you can check the results. Ye Ting said, putting the last crucible into the tricorn hat, and then casually put the hat on his head. Then, I'm going to have lunch first. You can also have lunch first and come back to see the situation. He waved his hand casually and turned to leave the classroom. The twins looked at each other, although they were a little tempted, but finally decided to stay and continue to observe. After all, this was their first time using a graphite crucible, and they also adjusted the potion formula on purpose, so it was better to be cautious. It's better to be safe than sorry. An hour later, in the auditorium. When Ye Ting was full and ready to go back to the dormitory, he was blocked by the twins again. Great, Ye Ting, our burp candy is successful. Fred was so excited that he was incoherent, showing the finished product in his hands while burping. George also added excitedly, your improved burp formula is very suitable. There is really no bitterness in the burp candy. And you can burp, refine the burp potion in 1 hour. Seeing the two talking to each other, burping and saying something to themselves, Ye Ting shook his head helplessly. Stop burping. He took out his wand and pointed at each of them. The burping sound stopped abruptly, and both of them breathed a sigh of relief. 19. Thank you, junior brother. After sighing for a while, the two looked at Ye Ting with admiration in their eyes. Your suggestions are really useful. Fred couldn't help but praise, and your potion tools are really easy to use. We have decided, and we will do our best to help you sell crucibles and beakers. George said excitedly. Fred even suggested, and we want to hire you as our special consultant. What do you think? Are you interested? No problem, as long as I have time. Ye Ting thought about it for a while, and then agreed readily. With his talent and ability, this matter is easy for him, and it would be a waste if he didn't make money. In fact, you only need to sell it in Gryffindor. Ye Ting thought about it, and reminded that I would find suitable partners to take charge of other colleges. The twins agreed at the same time. Next, Ye Ting found sales staff for other colleges. First, he found the head girl Penelope, and talked about distributing potion equipment. Of course it's good. Penelope agreed immediately, this is an opportunity for my junior to make money. I will not refuse such kindness. As a half-blood witch, Penelope's family situation is not good, and she is usually short of money. On the contrary, I want to thank my junior for thinking of me when I have something to do. As she said, she suddenly approached Ye Ting and quickly kissed him on the cheek. Don't think too much, just take it as a thank you. After saying that, she smiled playfully and left with a graceful step. Ye Ting, who was left behind, touched his face, and felt a sense of being taken advantage of. He laughed at himself. Sure enough, a handsome boy like me has to protect himself when he goes out. In fact, Penelope's help to Ye Ting is not limited to distribution. Not only did she readily agree to promote these potion equipment within Ravenclaw, she also introduced the female head of Hufflepuff to Ye Ting, thus successfully opening up the Hufflepuff market. As for Slytherin, Ye Ting gave the task to Malfoy. As a BBFD, prominent family among pureblood families, the Malfoy family has some face among pureblood families, which directly leads to Malfoy not having to do anything. He has a lot of connections in Slytherin. However, Malfoy would never dare to accept payment for helping Ye Ting. So Ye Ting simply gave him a set of equipment as a reward. Ye Ting's previous prediction was indeed accurate. Not long after, the matter that Ye Ting confronted Snape and made him speechless, which was popular last week, was once again a hot topic in the castle this week. In just a few days, the whole Hogwarts was talking about it. What's more interesting is that because someone stole Snape's collection on Friday night and splashed a lot of hard-to-remove red paint in the potions classroom, Snape had a gloomy face every day in the past few days, looking at everyone as the culprit, and was furious at any time. The little wizards saw all this. Because the time was too coincidental, everyone thought that Snape was killed by Ye Ting was so angry. This recognition undoubtedly added fuel to the storm, making the topic even hotter. With the efforts of many forces, the rumor intensified, and finally became, Ye Ting was able to anger Snape in person, all thanks to the potion equipment he bought in the Muggle world. Anyone who has the same equipment can do the same thing. As a result, the Muggle-made graphite crucible became famous in Hogwarts. Among the 4 major colleges of Hogwarts, the little wizards of 3 colleges have long been full of resentment towards Snape, and they immediately regarded the graphite crucible as a symbol of resistance to Snape. The next day, more than a dozen little wizards bought this crucible at the original price without hesitation, among which Gryffindor students were the most enthusiastic. On the Slytherin side, the story was slightly adjusted to say that using graphite crucibles can quickly improve potion scores and gain the approval of the dean. As the news spread, even Hermione found Ye Ting. These graphite crucibles probably all came from you, right? The little girl looked like she saw through you. How did you know? Ye Ting raised her eyebrows in surprise. Don't think I haven't heard about what you did in potions class, the girl said proudly. Wizards have always disdained Muggle stuff, and only you would think of integrating Muggle inventions into the magical world. I'll take it as a compliment. Ye Ting crossed his arms. Don't be so conceited, I'm not praising you. The girl snorted, then looked at Ye Ting. Hey, did you sneak out of Hogwarts to buy a crucible last weekend? Otherwise, how could I not find you the whole weekend? Don't talk nonsense. Ye Ting's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly denied, Hogwarts security measures are so strict, how could I sneak out? Who knows what method you used, Hermione thought, maybe the twins from the Weasley family helped you. They are selling graphite crucibles all day long, and they must be related to this matter. This smart girl guessed the truth inadvertently. Ye Ting, who was exposed, could only bite the bullet and be stubborn. Your imagination is really rich. It's okay if you don't admit it, anyway, I don't plan to report you. Hermione shook her head, giving up blaming Ye Ting in this regard. Since George and Fred's crucibles are all from you, then I buy them directly from you, should it be okay? Of course, Ye Ting breathed a sigh of relief, but it's limited to you, don't tell anyone about this, I don't want to be surrounded by a group of people to buy crucibles, it's too troublesome. Don't worry, I won't do that. Hermione rolled her eyes, then smiled slyly, then, as the price of confidentiality. I buy a graphite crucible from you at cost price, it shouldn't be too much, right? After talking for a long time, just for this matter. Ye Ting shook his head, of course, 3 galleons. 3 galleons. Hearing this price, Hermione was shocked. Harry spent 6 galleons when he bought it. You make this money too easily. It's not that simple. Ye Ting was a little unhappy. Sales are like this, consumers just need to pay without thinking, we have to consider more things when selling goods. Tell me, besides me, who else can get so many high-quality and low-priced crucibles? Hermione was speechless for a moment, and finally bought a graphite crucible at the cost price of 3 galleons. Ye Ting made a galleon with tears in his eyes. Although Ye Ting had a good impression of Hermione and they were also friends, what can I say? Business is business. In fact, the popularity of the crucible business far exceeded Ting's imagination. In just 2 days, the crucibles in his hands were sold out. This forced him to teleport back to London quickly through the anchor point to replenish the supply. In order to facilitate his frequent travel between London and Hogwarts without being discovered by anyone, Ye Ting hid the teleportation anchor point in the storage room of the Room of Requirement. It wasn't just the crucibles and beakers that were in high demand. According to feedback from the twins and other salespeople, even the pan balance that Ye Ting was using at the time was inquired about by some people if they could buy it. What did Ye Ting say? Of course, everything was available. In addition to the graphite crucible, there was another thing that was also hot in the school: flying class and Quidditch. On Tuesday, the Ravenclaw common room suddenly exploded. People were saying, Ravenclaw freshmen will have S*X with Hufflepuff students on Thursday afternoon. Oh no, they will have flying class together. And the exciting Quidditch freshman selection will start at the weekend. This news caused 1,000 waves and instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the young wizards. They whispered to each other, and people could be heard everywhere discussing flying brooms and the upcoming Quidditch game. In the spells class, even Professor Flitwick was infected by this craze and couldn't help sharing the tips of riding a flying broom. Waist and broom are one, children, this is the essence of flying. Professor Flitwick was talking with saliva flying. In order to let everyone observe his movements better, the book under his feet was higher, more than 2 meters. Don't look at my short stature, Professor Flitwick laughed self-deprecatingly, but my waist and abdomen are very strong. I can hit Hagrid's knees when I jump up. It's this core strength that I rely on, do you understand? Susan blinked her big eyes and asked, Professor, how is your Quidditch skill? I used to be called Little Flying Squirrel. Professor Flitwick smiled proudly, those tall batsmen are just sieves in front of me. I can hit them with one shot. It's very easy. However, when the little wizards further asked why he was so proficient in Quidditch but failed to train excellent players, resulting in the poor performance of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, Professor Flitwick suddenly supported his waist, said with difficulty that he was unwell, and ended the class early. Professor McGonagall showed off her collection in class, dozens of jerseys signed by Quidditch superstars, and a full 20 brooms that had created glory on the field, which was eye-opening. Especially the one-star sweeper, which is the first broom in history specially made for the competition. I heard that this broom has been sold at a sky-high price of 10,000 galleons on the market. Professor McGonagall not only showed everyone the treasure, but also turned into a shopping guide and analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of various flying brooms on the market for the young wizards. Judging from this, if she doesn't want to be a teacher one day and switches to selling brooms at the Flying Broom Company, she will definitely be a leader in performance. Even Professor Quirrell, who usually stutters when speaking, shared his legendary experience of fighting a troll on a flying broom this time. Unfortunately, he couldn't withstand the troll's brutal collision and was defeated in a few minutes, surrendering. It is said that even the wand was broken. The students were all immersed in the heated discussion of Quidditch. Draco Malfoy boasted about his flying experience in the auditorium all day long. He complained that the first-year students were not qualified to join the college Quidditch team while telling stories to his classmates. He told a different version of the story each time, but the ending was usually about how he narrowly avoided a Muggle helicopter. The Muggle-born wizards couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Malfoy obviously had never seen how scary a real helicopter was. Susan and Hannah had been arguing over who was greater, Hamish Macfarlane or Finbar Quigley. Susan felt that although Quigley had won 4 championships, he was always changing jobs, running to whichever team was stronger, and had to form a big 3 with others. The 4 championships were all won by flattering, and the gold content was really not high. Hannah felt that although McFarland was only loyal to the Montrose Magpies and won 4 championships, he only had a Dangerous Day medal on the honor roll, which seemed a bit thin. The two of them almost broke up because of this. Neville was always very nervous. Although his family was an authentic wizard family, he had never even touched the hair of a flying broom. His grandmother always felt that his IQ and athletic ability were not enough, and playing with a broom was too dangerous for him. Hermione was much calmer. She found a book, The Origin of Quidditch, from the library and wanted to explore flying skills through the book. This girl picked up a broken broom for sweeping the floor from somewhere, and every day when no one was around, she would pull Susan to practice in the open space. Watching the two girls running around on the ground on the broom that couldn't fly at all, Ye Ting didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I say, if you two really want to preview the flying lesson in advance, I can lend you my broom to practice. Ye finally couldn't help it. You have a flying broom? Hermione's eyes widened. When did you buy it secretly? Didn't they say that first-year wizards can't bring it? Oh, you're here again, you violated the school rules again. Although Ye Ting repeatedly emphasized that she had never beaten those Slytherin people, Miss Granger's heart was like a mirror. According to witnesses, when those Slytherin wizards were found, they were staggering and twitching on the ground. This standard reaction of being electrocuted, you can tell who did it as soon as you hear it. These 2 days, Hermione has been worried about Ye Ting hiding such a dangerous thing from them. Don't talk nonsense. Ye Ting lied without blinking. That's an old broom I picked up. It looks 80% new and can still be used, but it can't go fast, but for a novice, this is not a disadvantage. At least it's safer if it's slow. Can you find such a good thing in Hogwarts? Hermione asked curiously, how old is that broom? Not too old, Ye Ting thought for a while, about 70 or 80 years. On Wednesday afternoon, the sun was shining brightly, and the students of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff came to their long-awaited first flying class. The class was held on a wide lawn near the castle. When Ye Ting and the students of Ravenclaw arrived slowly, they were surprised to find that the little badgers of Hufflepuff had been waiting there early, and their enthusiasm was even higher than when they were in Professor Sprout's herbology class. In contrast, the students of Ravenclaw, the original king of rolls, seemed a little lazy and didn't seem to have much interest in the flying class. The two sides seemed to have been switched. This is no wonder. After all, the Ravenclaw Quidditch team has not performed well for many years, and the team culture seems weak, so the students' enthusiasm for flying is naturally not raised. But Davis, the captain of Ravenclaw Quidditch, is also helpless. He has thought about training like Gryffindor and Slytherin, fighting hard on the field, and competing for the championship. But the problem is that Ravenclaw is mainly composed of girls, and he, as the captain, dares not even give loud commands, for fear of making any of the players cry. It would be strange if such a team did not rank last every year. As the little wizards gradually arrived, the flying brooms used in class were also delivered to the scene. Seeing the flying brooms, the little wizards cheered immediately. However, when they approached, the smiles on their faces gradually solidified. They originally imagined that the school would generously equip them with the latest Nimbus 2000 flying brooms, that is the hottest flying broom this year. Even if the Nimbus company squeezes out the toothpaste every year, and only improves the configuration by 10% each time, it is enough to keep it firmly on the throne of the industry leader. To put it another way, even if the school is not so extravagant, at least it will choose the cost-effective 7-star sweep broom, right? Although the sweep series has poor user experience from time to time, and occasionally there will be problems with brake failure, it is the only choice on the market that can be comparable to the Nimbus series in terms of parameters, and the price is affordable, which makes people can't help but shout, "Sweep, yes!" They have even made the worst plan. Even if the school gives them a slightly older Nimbus 1700 or 5-star sweep to save money, they can barely accept it. At worst, classic brooms like Comet 290, although old, can also be used. However, what they never expected was that Hogwarts actually prepared a flying broom of the Meteor series for them. Just in the previous Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall had introduced this antique broom. Since its birth in 1955, it has been famous among competition brooms for its extremely low price. Decades have passed, and this broom has long been outdated. Even if it is used as a fire stick, it will probably be disliked because of the heavy smoke. What's worse is that the Cosmic Broom Company, Limited that produced the Meteor broom went bankrupt as early as 1978. Now it is even more difficult to find a knowledgeable maintenance worker, not to mention replacing those old and worn parts. Has Hogwarts fallen to this point now? Or is the so-called background of this ancient magic school just to insist on using these long-standing objects to distinguish it from those emerging nouveau riche schools? However, this is not long-standing at all. It's just like an antique dug out from a garbage dump. But Ye Ting said that it was good to have a meteor, and it was obvious that he had never seen a real antique. If the school was a little more stingy, they might even go to the room of requirement. Request flowers, 0. There were piles of real old flying brooms, all of which were handmade products before the industrialization and standardization of flying brooms. Each of those brooms was a fine product made by hand by a handmade fairy. Aren't they more ingenious and soulful than industrialized products? Just then, Mrs. Chi strode over. She had short gray hair and 2 yellow eyes, as sharp as an eagle. Seeing the students talking about it, she seemed a little embarrassed. She touched her nose and said, "The new broom will arrive soon. This month. Ahem, everyone just make do with it this semester. This sounds like the promises made by the school year after year. Air conditioning will be installed next year. Unfortunately, there are so many next years. Maybe when you graduate, the air conditioning will really be installed. But what does that have to do with you? Okay." Mrs. Hooch raised her voice and said, "Although the meteor broom is slower, it is at least safe and reliable. Come on, stand next to the flying broom, don't waste time. If you move quickly, you may be able to fly 20 meters away today." The little wizards each picked a flying broom that seemed to be still usable, and stood neatly aside, waiting for instructions. "Come on, children, stretch out your right hand and gently place it on the broom handle." Madam Hooch instructed loudly, then, with emotion, shout out from the heart, "Get up." This "get up" actually has no real meaning, it is more like a ritual. Just like when buying watermelons, people always like to pat them first to test the ripeness of the watermelons. The lawn was suddenly filled with shouts, full of vigor and vitality. Ye Ting's arm was placed above the broom. Thanks to Amber's divine eye, he had a special talent in flying, and he could use both the wind wings and the flying broom as if he had an arm. He didn't say anything at all, but the broom seemed to sense his intention and jumped into his hand impatiently. Madam Hooch looked at Ye Ting in surprise, with a flash of approval in her eyes. However, not everyone's broom was so obedient. For example, Michael's broom, after rolling a few circles on the ground, lay there motionless. Susan's broom seemed to have just woken up, and it took a long time before it lazily fell into her hands. Justin's broom seemed to have broken down, and no matter how he shouted, it lay on the ground motionless. Hannah's broom was impatient, and it jumped up, but it hit her forehead heavily, causing her tears to burst into tears. Anthony's broom was like a restless loach, twisting on the ground. He stepped on it and tried to stabilize it, but he didn't expect the aging broom handle to break, causing him to fall on his back, causing the surrounding classmates to laugh. In this chaos, whether the students successfully summoned it or picked it up secretly, in short, everyone held a flying broom in their hands. Madam Hooch explained to the students in detail the exquisite structure of the flying broom and the correct posture when riding. The students were excited and got on the brooms one after another, eager to try. The early flying brooms were simple and crude in design, and they didn't even have an invisible cushion. At that time, only true warriors dared to participate in Quidditch matches. Fortunately, with the advent of Elios Meason's cushion spell, the difficult Morgan era finally came to an end. Since then, every flying broom has been equipped with a comfortable invisible cushion, and the riding experience has made a qualitative leap. The reason for making the cushion invisible is purely to maintain the traditional image of wizards. In Ye Ting's eyes, all of this, including continuing to maintain the broom shape of the flying broom, is a behavior of taking off pants and farting. In terms of speed, it is not as fast as the flying swords in the East, and in terms of comfort, it is not as comfortable as the magic carpets in the Middle East. Of course, the condition of these brooms at Hogwarts is even worse. Due to its long history, many of the broom cushions have been damaged, which inevitably makes people feel slippery. Madam Hooch patiently shuttled among the students and instructed them how to hold the broom correctly. "Okay, kids, listen to me," Madam Hooch announced loudly, "when I blow the whistle, you push off with all your strength. Remember, push hard." She reminded again, hold the broom tightly, rise a few meters, lean forward, and then land smoothly. Are you ready? Listen to my whistle. 10. Following Madame Hooch's command, Ye Ting controlled the broom to fly upward. His robe was lifted by the airflow, fluttering like a flag behind him. Because he was worried about being discovered, Ye Ting never used the Nimbus 2000 after buying it. This was his first time to fly on a broom. Perhaps influenced by Amber, Ye Ting was filled with joy at the moment. Following Madame Hooch's instructions, he slowly raised the broom head to make himself fly higher. Then, he took a deep breath and tried to release one hand and hold the broom handle with only one hand. Thanks to his high sense of balance, this action was not difficult for him. Then, he slowly leaned forward again, and the broom began to move forward steadily. This feeling reminded him of his experience of riding a bicycle in his previous life. As his speed gradually increased, he even began to fly around the wide open space, enjoying the pleasure of flying. Madame Hooch below was surprised. She never thought that Ye Ting could adapt to flying so quickly. You know, many novices who first come into contact with flying brooms often lose control in mid-air because of panic. For Ye Ting, who is obviously a newcomer, it only took a few minutes to reach such a flying level, which is already very good. But Ye Ting is not satisfied with this. After adapting to the current flying speed, the talent from the flying champion began to get excited, as if constantly urging him, fly up, then fly up. Ye 060 Ting seemed to have learned it by himself, leaning forward, as if touching the acceleration switch, the speed of the broom suddenly increased. The originally smooth flight trajectory became agile and swift. He rode the broom around the tower of Hogwarts, and the strong wind coming from the face made him squint his eyes involuntarily. Faster! He shouted in his heart, and his body instinctively leaned forward again. The speed soared again, and the scene in front of him retreated rapidly like flowing water. Ye Ting's heartbeat accelerated, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. This feeling made his blood boil. The feeling of flying was really great. At this moment, he finally understood why wizards loved this sport so much. This kind of excitement was just like speeding on the road. No, it was even more addictive than speeding. Ye Ting rode a broom and flew between nearby towers, his speed getting faster and faster, almost reaching the maximum speed of a meteor. The teachers and students below were stunned, their mouths opened wide. Your talent is really amazing. A few minutes later, Madame Hooch looked at Ye Ting, who had landed steadily, and was so surprised that she was a little incoherent. She felt incredible that this first-year student could adapt to flying in such a short time. From being cautious at the beginning to being fast at the end, it took no more than 10 minutes, and the speed of growth was amazing. She saw with her own eyes that Ye Ting was flexibly flying in the air, and even circled the Tower of Ravenclaw twice. It was so agile that it was hard to believe that he was riding an antique meteor. Sorry, ma'am, I was flying too excitedly just now and couldn't stop. Ye Ting apologized to Madame Fouch immediately after getting off the broom. Despite this, the excitement on his face was beyond words. The feeling of flying on a broom was really great. It's okay, kid, Madame Fouch didn't blame him, she always had a good impression of young wizards who were good at flying. I will recommend you to your dean and consider making you a substitute player for the Quidditch team. You can participate in training at that time. Unfortunately, Ye Ting, a genius who can fly a broom in 10 minutes, is just an exception. Most people don't have his talent, nor his physical fitness comparable to that of a werewolf. Among the other young wizards, only a few succeeded in flying, and the flying height of these people was not high, just off the ground. It's not as good as they boasted before. More rookies just clamped the broom under their crotch, ran back and forth on the ground, and pretended to fly. After class, Ye Ting's performance in the flying class became the focus of heated discussion among the young wizards. Everyone talked about how Ye Ting could fly so fast and so steadily on such a lousy meteor series. If he changed to a more advanced flying broom, he would definitely fly to the sky. Even Quidditch captain Becky Arncliffe came to Ye Ting. Becky said that he had always been optimistic about Ye Ting's flying talent. He was completely sure that Ye Ting was born for Quidditch. He planned to ask Professor Flitwick to ask her to ask Dumbledore to make an exception and give Ye Ting a substitute spot. In response, Ye Ting agreed. The talent from the flying champion not only made Ye Ting feel at ease in the air, but also made him enjoy flying from the bottom of his heart. So it seems good to be able to participate in related sports. Ye Ting's deeds in the flying class spread quickly, and before long, even Hermione heard about it. She never expected that her friend was not only better than her in magic, but also better in sports. How could he catch up with all the good things? How could he do that? In addition to envy, jealousy and hatred, she also heard about the performance of the free riders in the class and was a little worried. Hermione was still somewhat self-aware of her own sport cells. She was worried that she would become the next free rider in class, which would be embarrassing. Before Gryffindor's flying class, Hermione thought about it and decided to find Ye Genscher to practice with her. After all, being laughed at by Ye Ting is much better than being a free rider, right? So, before dinner, Ye Ting took Hermione and Susan and sneaked to the edge of the school to start a practical teaching. Actually, Yi Ling had originally invited Neville, but Neville didn't want to come because of his grandmother. He had a psychological trauma about flying brooms and had no interest in them at all. Ye Ting felt a little regretful. He had wanted to give Neville some special treatment in advance so that he wouldn't have to go to the school hospital like in the original book. It's a pity that Neville himself doesn't want to. Then Ye Ting can only respect the fate of others. The three of them crossed the lawn and came to the edge of Hogwarts. In the distance, there is a deep mountain forest with dense trees and eerie atmosphere. Occasionally, there are crows wailing on the branches, which is really a bit scary. Hermione and Susan, each holding one of Ye Ting's arms, almost hanging their whole bodies on him, so that they feel a little more at ease. Hermione swallowed her saliva and couldn't help asking, "Why do we have to practice in such a place? Didn't you say that first-year wizards are not allowed to bring flying brooms, so we can only find a place where no one is around to practice secretly?" Ye Ting smiled and explained. "This place is close to the Forbidden Forest, and few students usually come here, so you can practice boldly. He won't say that it is for enjoying some benefits." Hermione was still a little worried. "You said your broom is very old, can it still fly?" Ye Ting couldn't help laughing and said, "Don't worry, I tested it myself, it's very strong, except that it's a little slow. This is the best one I picked out from a pile of old brooms." As he said that, he took out a very old model of broom from his cap. Susan had taken flying lessons and had seen the school's shabby meteor, but she never thought that she would encounter a broom that was even more shabby and unsightly than the meteor. "This broken thing will probably fall apart within a few meters after flying up." She looked at the broom with a suspicious face. "No wonder you picked it up. I remember Professor McGonagall mentioned this broom in class." When it comes to brooms, Hermione is still a top student. This is the world's first mass-produced broom, and also the first broom for competitions, star. No wonder you said it has a history of 70 or 80 years. Let me ask you a question. If a car is replaced with a BYD chassis today, an Audi engine tomorrow, and a Ferrari brake the day after tomorrow. If you change parts every day, and finally even the car film is brand new, is it still the original car? Ye Ting asked a soul-searching question. The two were speechless for a moment. Don't underestimate this 80-year-old flying broom. I have completely upgraded it, using only top-quality parts. Ye Ting smiled proudly. In terms of materials alone, its cost is higher than that of the Nimbus 2000 on the market. Ye Ting collected a lot of parts from old brooms in the room of requirement, and he installed the top-quality ones on the Nimbus 2000. But as Ye Ting's only two brooms, the sweeping one-star, also benefited from a lot of high-quality features. The simple tireless wooden handle of the apprentice, the balanced and decent cushion of the bias, the screaming alarm whistle of the razor, the brisk and stable competition tail branch, the lucky Vitality Guardian brake device. In short, Although none of these accessories can be bought on the market, in terms of the addition to the broom, they are no less than any expensive broom modification. Susan half believed and half doubtedly tried it, or tried it on her hips. She could clearly feel how sensitive this broom was. Just by gently raising her arm, the broom flew into her palm as if it had a sense. She tried again after riding for a while. She felt relaxed and happy with the feeling of moving her heart freely and at ease. As expected, the only advantage of cheap goods is cheapness, and the only disadvantage of expensive things is expensiveness. Susan played for a while, and then it was Hermione's turn, and Ye Ting began to teach. Keep your chest and abdomen tight, and hold the stick tightly with both hands. While instructing, he pointed out the mistakes in Hermione's posture with actions. Lift your hips, the cushion is here. Hermione, you can lift your hips higher. Don't squeeze your legs so tightly, relax a little. Didn't you say you took ballet lessons? Where is your flexibility? Hermione blushed and glared at Ye Ting angrily. Correcting mistakes is correcting mistakes. Is it necessary to put so much effort? The clever Hermione quickly mastered the essentials of flying. Although she didn't dare to fly too high, it was more than enough to cope with the flying class. But at least it was enough to cope with the flying class. After the practice, both girls had an expression of wanting more, and were obviously still immersed in the pleasure of flying. Ye Ting saw it and his heart moved. How about it? Flying just now was not exciting enough. Do you want to try something more exciting? He repeatedly assured, don't worry, there will be no problem. If there is a crash, I will take full responsibility. The two girls listened to Ye Ting's mysterious words, looked at each other, and nodded hesitantly. So, Ye Ting turned over and rode on the antique broom, and the two girls also sat on it one after another. Well, girls, sit tight now and hold on. Ye Ting kicked his foot, and the broom carrying 3 people slowly rose into the air. We are going to set off. The next moment, Hengso Yixing suddenly broke through the air and soared over the forbidden forest at an unprecedented speed. The howling wind came, and the acceleration increased so much that the two girls 3 and 2 couldn't help screaming. In this way, Ye Ting led them to fly over the forbidden forest. This was the first time that Ye Ting flew with 2 passengers. For the sake of safety, he didn't dare to play too many fancy moves. He just flew level in the sky and then increased the speed a little bit. But even so, this flight was thrilling enough for the 2 little witches. During the whole flight, their screams came one after another, almost without stopping. Seeing that the time was almost up, Ye Ting barely brought them back to the ground. After landing, Ye Ting still didn't blush or breathe, and was as relaxed as if he had just finished afternoon tea. But the 2 little girls were in a mess. Susan was fine, she sat on Ye behind Ting. The wind was blocked by the people in front, so only the clothes on the chest looked a little messy due to the squeezing. And what about Hermione, who was sitting in front? The fluffy brown hair was blown like a lion's head by the wind from the front for so long. The 2 girls were dizzy and their legs were weak when they landed. Ye Ting hurriedly supported them and let them sit on a tree trunk to slowly fall. Just then, a sound of trees shaking suddenly came from the depths of the forest. Ye Ting looked closely and saw a tall figure walking out of the forbidden forest. This man was twice as tall as an ordinary person, with messy black long hair and a messy beard that almost covered most of his face. He carried a bronze composite bow on his back. The bow alone was as tall as Hermione, shining in the sun.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.